This is Audible.
Simon Maverick presents Theo of Golden, a novel by Allen Levi. Read by David Morse, with a dedication and afterword read by the author.
To Cubby Culbertson, as a token of gratitude for our long friendship and a reminder, just between us, that you promised to buy 100 copies of the book if I dedicated it to you. Will that be cash or charge?
From a brochure announcing an art exhibit at Zila Gallery. Ellen's Wilted Halo, Christmas Shoes of Lamisha W., Pill Bottle of Bobo, Found Feather of the Absent Jay, October Sky above the Oxbow, Oceanscape at Biscopo. The blues of Golden were plentiful that year. Prologue. Theo was in Golden for only a year, from springtime to springtime. He arrived just before Easter, when the Bowery and the Promenade were an ocean of dogwood blooms and azaleas, when pollen settled like a lemon patina on every exposed surface in the city. Over time, his friends would learn that he had a great fondness for rivers, be it the Douro of his childhood, the Seine of his glory days, the Hudson of his retirement, or the half-dozen others that flowed through his various hometowns. He had a riparian instinct that seemed to draw him toward moving water. Growing up in a maritime nation might have had something to do with it. Perhaps every son of Portugal has a sojourning spirit of Magellan in his blood. Whatever the reason, it is not surprising that he chose to live beside the Oxbow when he was in Golden. From his back window facing west, he could see it at any hour of the day. From just outside his back door, 3 stories up, he could hear it. Or so he said. At every place or any hour, with his eyes closed, he could feel it, could sense its determined pursuit of the Gulf, its winding journey south, its glad march to the Atlantic. Only a year, not so long, but long enough to create a current of his own and to catch others in it. Without knowing it, a whole cadre, Asher, Tony, Ellen, Basil, dozens of others, was being carried along by the vortex that was Theo, floating, sailing, gathering mass and momentum, running to an ocean they knew little about at the time. And looking back, all would have said, in praise of that old Portuguese man with the lilt in his voice and the hint of a smile constantly on his lips, our hearts, to use the preacher's words, our hearts burned within us. Chapter 1. On his first full day in Golden, Theo woke early, pulled back the curtains of his hotel room, and looked out over the southern dawn. He had arrived the previous afternoon from his home in New York City, where winter, with a newsworthy late-season mixture of snow and ice, was in full fury. The flight to Atlanta on a private jet, and the drive farther south to Golden, in a chauffeur-driven Lincoln town car, had transported him to a world of warmth, abloom in myriad shades of green, yellow, lavender, and pink. Now, waking from a night of restful sleep, he stood inches from the window and breathed deeply, as if he might somehow inhale the freshness of morning through the panes of glass. He gazed admiringly at the first touches of springtime. His eyes moved westward to the broad, meandering flow of the Oxbow River. A ribbon of fog hovered over the water. From 3 stories up, and through the dim light before sunrise, Theo recognized many of the landmarks he had studied in preparation for his trip. The cobblestone streets, the ironworks, the old cotton warehouses, the antebellum oaks. But 3 stories up, was not nearly close enough for someone with his inquisitive disposition. He dressed comfortably, inspected himself in the mirror, straightened his collar and scarf, and turned off the lights. He hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door handle and took the stairs to the hotel lobby. He tipped his hat to the desk clerk and stepped out into the cool morning, eager to walk the streets before they became busy with foot traffic and automobiles. Other than a coffee shop and a small diner, the businesses along Broadway were closed. Theo had the sidewalk almost entirely to himself as he began his walk. He had no particular destination or goal in mind. Whenever he saw an object or sight that interested him, and he was a man very easily interested, he paused and lingered until his curiosity was satisfied. He was, for instance, interested in the ornamental ironwork on the facade of the corner building. Who made it? When? How? He was interested in the composition of the bricks in the old but well-preserved building that now housed a college admissions office. He was interested in the plaque that told the story of the median, called the Promenade, that ran down the middle of Broadway. Wherever he lived or traveled, Theo made a habit of reading historic markers, something he was able to do proficiently in 5 languages. He was interested in a sculpture of modern vintage near the entrance of the university nursing school. He took particular interest in a small bird that perched and begged for crumbs from a bench along the sidewalk. Theo stopped, bent slightly at the waist, with his hands clasped behind him, and whispered to the imploring creature, "I am sorry, dear fellow, but I have nothing to give you this morning. Perhaps tomorrow? And stop complaining. Be glad you're not in New York today." He picked up an empty beer bottle and put it in a nearby trash can. At one point, he took out a small magnifying glass, a loupe, from his pocket to study a purplish azalea bloom. And on and on. Those punctuations of interest turned Theo's walk into a crawl. By the time he had gone a mere 2 blocks, morning traffic was steady. The sidewalks were beginning to buzz with students and business people, and the parking spaces on both sides of the promenade, which had been vacant earlier, were almost full. But not to worry. On this day, and for the foreseeable future, Theo had no deadlines, no meetings, and no obligations. He was at liberty to enjoy the carefreeness of unfettered flexibility and complete anonymity. He was a mere tourist. He did not know a soul in the town. Well, perhaps one. He was not yet certain how long he would be there, weeks, months longer. But in very short order, he was pleased with the feel of his new temporary home. First impression, a very pleasant place to be, and appropriately named. Golden. Chapter 2. As Theo concluded his stroll along Broadway, he returned to the small coffee shop he had passed earlier that morning. The aroma of caffeine hung like a scented cloud and functioned as highly effective advertising at the entrance to the business. A painted window pane next to the door identified the establishment in gold letters outlined in black. The Chalice, Light Street and Broadway, Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Once inside, Theo took a deep breath and scanned the room. Standing, sitting, alone and in small clusters of various generations, ethnicity, and attire, people of all sorts had gathered in witness to the shop's magnetic pull. A young man, leaving the building with a cello on his back and a coffee in hand, skillfully navigated the tables and the incoming customers with occasional whispers of, "Excuse me." He caught Theo's eye with a sideways glance, smiled, nodded, and spoke a greeting. Such a thing was unusual, even suspect in the big cities where Theo had spent most of his life, but he reciprocated the gesture with a nod and a smile, then stepped toward the short line where orders were placed. He sensed that he might become a regular there, an intuition that proved true for the year he lived in Golden. If only the coffee is as rich as the ambience, he thought. That wishful possibility seemed unlikely. Theo was used to the strong coffee of Europe, Abatnado and Café Pingado in Lisbon, Café con leche in Madrid, Espresso in Bologna, Café Noisette in Marseille. The American shops had often disappointed him, even in New York, where for every excellent cup he'd consumed, he had endured a half-dozen letdowns. His standards, he had been told, were rather exacting. The old man exchanged a greeting with the barista at the counter, placed his order, received his drink, and took a seat in a nearby armchair. He was more than a little surprised at the quality of the espresso, and nodded approvingly as the first sip rested on his tongue. He studied the room, the customers' faces, their voices, greetings and gestures, the care with which the cheerful barista did his work, the activity from table to table. But in short order, his attention was drawn to and fixed entirely on the artwork that covered the walls of the shop. On the left, right, and rear walls were portraits, 92 of them in total, done in pencil on white paper and in black frames of 3 sizes. All had obviously been done by the same artist. And, as if to reflect the customers in the shop at that moment, the collection included a full range of humanity, age, race, and expression. Portraits and more portraits. Even from the distance between himself and those framed faces, Theo perceived the richness of detail and delicacy with which they had been rendered. There was a quality to them, an aliveness, that would almost make one believe the people portrayed were spectators of the chalice rather than mere adornments on the walls. The old man's mind began to spin a fanciful vision. Each of the 92 frames is a window. Each face depicted in the frames is standing outside the building, peeking in with amusement at the customers on the inside. At night, when the shop is closed, the faces in the portraits leave their frames, step inside the shop, mingle, talk about who and what they've seen or overheard that day, share stories, and then return home by opening. He smiled at the colorful, if ludicrous, idea. Such things crossed his mind frequently. He had the imagination of a poet. But he had, too, the eyes and mind of a connoisseur. Though he was easily interested in many things, he was keenly interested in a particular few. Portraiture fell into that category. And so, while he wanted very much to study each of the 92 drawings closely and slowly, he decided to wait for a more opportune time, when the shop was less crowded. For now, he drank his espresso in small, deliberate sips. To do otherwise, in his mind, would have been disrespectful, even irreverent to the barista's art. When he finished his drink, he took up his hat, sauntered out of the shop with glances to the left and right, and returned to the hotel. Later that afternoon, following lunch and a nap, Theo walked to the river, strolled a section of paved pathway south to north, sat for a quarter hour with his face sunward, and then made his way back to the coffee shop. Aside from a few tables occupied by students, the place was empty. There was no line at the counter when Theo stepped up to place his order. "Welcome back," the barista said. "Twice in one day." Theo was impressed that the man remembered him, especially given the number of customers who had been in the shop at rush hour earlier in the day. "My dear fellow, you made a superb espresso this morning. Well done, and thank you. Perfectly je ne sais quoi. I have returned for the encore." The younger man chuckled. He didn't often hear French in the chalice. "Well, thank you, sir. I will aim to make this one even better. If it's not just right, please let me know. My name is Shep, and you are—" Shep reached a hand across the counter. The old man grasped it in both of his. "My friends call me Theo. It is very nice to meet you." Shep noted the precise enunciation and foreign accent in the old man's speech. "And you as well. What brings you to Golden?" "I'm here on business, but right now I'm very interested in the portraits." Theo gestured toward the walls. "I noticed them this morning, and I'm back to look at them more closely. Can you tell me about them?" By then a group of 4 women had entered the shop and formed a line behind Theo. "I'll be glad to, Mr. Theo, as soon as I get a break, but here's something that will get you started. It might answer some of your questions. And I want you to tell me about you when we get a minute." Shep handed Theo a local magazine, The Gold Standard. On the cover was a picture of the coffee shop, taken at the entrance through a fisheye lens that caught all 3 walls, left, right, rear, and most of the portraits. In the center of the picture stood Shep and another lean, slightly gray-headed man, dressed in jeans, a T-shirt, and a tweed jacket. The caption read, "The Art of the Chalice." Theo opened the magazine, turned to the article, and began reading. It began as a lark, a what-if, a would you, a maybe, coffee shop as art gallery. But that is what the Chalice, one of the city's most popular downtown businesses, has become in recent months. Located at the corner of Light Street and Broadway, the Chalice is owned and operated by Shep and Addie Carlisle, both natives of Golden. They bought the unoccupied 3-story building during the early days of the downtown Renaissance and, for almost a year, spent weekends and free time renovating the ground floor. When the building was finally completed, they left their bank jobs, apprenticed at an upscale coffee shop in Atlanta for 2 months to learn the art of coffee, and eventually opened their doors to strong sales and 5-star reviews. The Chalice offers a limited premier assortment of drinks and light pastries. Since the shop's opening, a loyal clientele has led to a thriving business. Its location, within 2 blocks of performance venues, restaurants, retail businesses, the courthouse, and Golden University's School of Art and Design, provides the Chalice with a steady stream of customers. Go any day at any hour, and you'll see a variety of faces among the patrons. Some of those faces never leave the room. The Chalice is a few streets away from the home and studio of Asher Glisson, also a native of Golden and one of its most prominent artists. Over the course of his career, he has taught private lessons, served as curator of the Bredlow Center for the Arts, illustrated numerous ad pieces and periodicals, and become renowned as a master of portraiture. When the coffee shop opened, Glisson was one of the first customers in line. He claims to have spent a sizable portion of his retirement savings on coffee within months of the shop's opening. A year ago, the Carlisles invited Glisson to display some of his artwork in the shop. He took the idea and ran with it. Shep Carlisle explains. "Asher said he had something in mind, but didn't tell us what it was. About a month later, he showed up with 6 portraits of some of our regular customers. We were floored. It took off from there. People love it. Some folks come in just to look at the drawings. We're really proud to have them here." There are presently 92 portraits on display. All are for sale. When one sells, another piece takes its place. Glisson speaks of the coffee shop in glowing terms. "The Chalice has become an institution down here, a real melting pot. I've tried to capture that in the portraits. My mother, who was an artist, used to tell me that every face is a story. I think she was right. These drawings are a neighborhood in their own right. It's been a labor of love to bring them together. I'm thankful that Addie and Shep have given them a home." Glisson can often be seen at the Chalice and elsewhere downtown, camera in hand, photographing material for his work. If you're in the coffee shop, he might well ask you to look his way. If he does, don't be surprised if you become part of the Chalice Gallery. More customers entered the shop. While Shep prepared their drinks, Theo reread the article. then rose from his chair and walked to the rear of the room. A dozen portraits, 3 rows of 4, were hung in neat lines on the back wall. Each was a head and shoulders composition. Theo removed a pair of wire-rimmed eyeglasses from his pocket, looped them over his ears, clasped his hands behind his back, and began to study the drawings from a yard away. One moment his head was held down to look over the top of his eyeglasses. The next his head tilted back to look through the lenses perched at the end of his nose. An art historian at the Louvre could not have been more engaged with or enthralled by the masterpieces at that great museum than the old man was by the portraits in the chalice. He moved closer, a foot or so from the wall, and scrutinized each drawing down to the most intricate of pencil lines. He was oblivious to time and the goings-on in the shop around him. When Shep had filled all his drink orders, he spotted Theo across the room, but chose not to disturb him. He was pleased that the old fellow was so absorbed in the artwork, but was also curious at what might be behind such keen interest. Even as a boy, Theo had been fascinated by fine lines and intricacy. Much of his childhood was spent peering through a magnifying glass at feathers, leaves, and insects in the vineyards around his home. He was bedazzled by spiderwebs, dragonfly wings, and the undersides of mushrooms. He collected postage stamps and was spellbound when he had first seen Da Vinci's line drawings and sketches. As a young adult and later, it had been his habit to carry a loupe, a gift from a teacher, in his pocket in order to examine small objects and details not visible to the naked eye. For one like him, the portraiture in the chalice was an embarrassment of riches, a treasure trove, a visual feast. At every frame, Theo leaned forward and genuflected, a man transfixed. He moved to the front of the shop and resumed his perusal, once directly over the heads of customers sitting at a table abutting the wall. He begged their pardon, but did not alter his course. For him, each face revealed a mood and hinted at a story and begged a question. What is that fellow so worried about? Why is the young woman so bashful? How would I describe the expression on that child's face? And how, dear God, does the artist render each one so convincingly, over and over? As he studied the pieces, Theo became increasingly perplexed, troubled even, that so many of the portraits were still available for sale. He was baffled by their price tags. Only $125 for this? Only $200? They are worth far more than that. Why, he wondered, were 92 portraits of this quality, at these prices, still unsold? He lingered at the portrait of a young woman with delicate features, unsmiling, and with eyes that looked directly into his. They had a haunting familiarity about them. Could it be? From her, he moved his attention one frame to the right, to the face of a young man, looking away from the artist at something outside the frame. What was in those darting eyes? Fear? Suspicion? Contempt? Whatever it was, he seemed ill at ease in front of the camera. He wore a winter cap and a high collar that indicated cold weather. Theo had been studying the portraits for almost an hour when Shep finally joined him. They are something else, aren't they? Shep was wiping his fingers on a hand towel. He nodded to the portrait in front of Theo, the one of the young man with the nervous eyes. That fellow's been through some hard stuff. His little girl got hurt real bad in a car accident a while back. The mother was killed. He doesn't come here very often, but he usually just wants a regular coffee with room for cream. I don't think he even knows his picture is up here. Theo nodded and turned to Shep. Do you know all the people on the walls? I know most of them, at least a little bit. Some I know pretty well, some I don't know at all. The artist usually writes their names in small letters on the backs of the frames, so I can tell who they are if I need to know for some reason. But, Mr. Theo, before we talk about them, please tell me about you. What's your story? You said you were new to town. What brings you here? Where's home? Theo waved off the questions before giving a short answer. I have lived in a number of places. I was born and raised in the north of Portugal, but I have lived for many years in New York City. I still have a place there, but I am here on a bit of business, and my home today is Golden. Only one day, and already I am very fond of your city. And Mr. Shep, I particularly like your shop. The politely vague answer hardly constituted the story that Shep had hoped for, but he didn't press. A fuller version would perhaps unfold in time. Please, just call me Shep. That's what my friends call me, no mister. Of course. Thank you. And please call me Theo. Speaking of names, why the chalice? Now is Shep's time to be evasive. It had a nice ring to it. I'll tell you the longer story one of these days. Did you read the article about the portraits? Theo nodded. I did. Thank you. Very interesting. He handed the magazine back to Shep. Mr. Shep, excuse me, Shep, one thing I don't understand. Why do people not buy the portraits? Shep grimaced, then rocked his head left to right a couple of times and searched for a proper response. That's a mystery to me too, Theo. I know Asher's got plenty to do, and he probably doesn't need any more work, but I was hoping this might create some business for him. And so far it hasn't worked out that way. Not yet. We sold a good number at Christmas last year, but I'm still waiting for a big breakthrough. I have to believe that one of these days people are going to realize what a treasure these are. Asher did one of Addie, that's my wife, Adeline, and it's one of my most prized possessions. If my house ever catches fire, it'll be one of the first things I grab on the way out. Shep hesitated. We love having them here, but I wish someone would come along and buy all of them. Theo's eyes widened slightly. He moved his hand to his mouth, thumb under his chin and index finger tapping his lips. Shep looked toward the counter. A customer was waiting to place an order. Theo, I better get back to work. Thanks for coming in. You know, if you become a regular here, there's a good chance you'll end up on the wall someday. Welcome to Golden. Incidentally, how was the coffee? Superb. Excepcional. Maravilloso. Theo smiled, applauded softly, and patted Shep on the arm. He walked out of the shop, crossed the street to the median, and took a seat on a bench near the fountain. He thought of the unsold portraits, of the homes that would be beautified and the lives that would be enriched by their presence, of the artists who would be encouraged by their sale. It was there that the idea formed in his mind. Chapter 3. On his second full day in Golden, Theo took an early morning stroll through a residential area south of the hotel known as the Bowery. Gentrified was a word often used to describe the area. It was a neighborhood of vintage homes and tastefully pampered lawns that, like the rest of the city, awaited the full pastel explosion of springtime. The fuse of that explosion was burning shorter and shorter as new blossoms opened each day in abundance. From the Bowery, he walked and sat beside the river, as he'd done the day before. When he was confident the morning rush had subsided, he returned to the chalice. Theo, welcome back. 2 days, and you're already a regular. Good morning, Shep. Yes, indeed, a regular, but also a man under a spell. Shep wasn't sure if the spell was cast by the coffee or the portraits. Maybe both? Either way, he was pleased at the affable newcomer's presence. Theo remained at the chalice until lunchtime, inching his way once again around the walls of the shop. Shep watched the old man with growing curiosity. What could possibly be so interesting? Before leaving, and after considerable deliberation, Theo purchased a portrait of the young woman with the short hair, familiar eyes, and the unsmiling but not unfriendly face. He paid $125 cash. It felt more like a theft than a purchase. Why this one? Shep asked, as he wrapped the portrait in brown paper. "Do you know her?" Theo shook his head. "I don't know any of these faces. I would be happy to buy any of them or all of them, but this one intrigues me most at the moment." Shep's curiosity about the old man was only heightened by the purchase, and he could not imagine what Theo had in mind to do. Was he a collector, a critic, or a gallerist? Was he hoping to help the artist? When Theo returned to the hotel for his midday rest, he studied the portrait yet again. The woman's name, as Shep had told him, was printed in small letters on the back of the frame. Minette Prentice. "Yes, I believe you are the one," Theo whispered. He searched her name on a computer in the hotel's business suite and learned that she was a CPA in Golden with a reputable accounting firm. More importantly, for his purposes, he now had a mailing address for her. He began to compose a letter. Over the next couple of days, he worked on and off through multiple drafts until he was satisfied with his choice of words. "Dear Mrs. Prentice, we have never met, and I hope you will forgive me if it is inappropriate for a total stranger to approach you in this manner. I am an old man, 86 to be precise, and a newcomer to your town. I first saw you, actually a pencil drawing of you, when I was at the Chalice on the promenade a few days ago. As I studied your portrait, Mrs. Prentice, I had a strong sense that it belonged in your possession or in the possession of someone dear to you. After all, it only seems right that the finished work should go to the one who inspired it. And so I took the liberty of purchasing the piece with one purpose in mind. I would deem it an honor, and it would be a great kindness to me if you would accept the portrait as a gift to do with as you please. Might I make a proposal? And I do so beg your pardon if this is entirely out of line. Next week, on Thursday, at 7 o'clock in the evening, I will be sitting on a bench beside the fountain in a median nearest the chalice. To make myself obvious, in case there are multiple exquisitely handsome 86-year-old men sitting there at the same time, I will be the one wearing a heather green flat cap. It should only take a moment to give you the portrait, though I will have plenty of time to visit should you be inclined and able to do so. Lest you find this all very odd and out of sorts, let me assure you I am a harmless old man, a widower, a father, a toothless lion with only innocent intentions. If, as has been said, it is more blessed to give than to receive, my happiness in putting the picture in your hands will be more than adequate recompense for my purchase. I look forward to meeting you. With kindest regards, Theo. Chapter 4. I got the strangest letter today. Minette Prentice was not inclined to use terms like strange unless something actually fit the description. She had long been a stickler for precision, both with words and numbers, even before she attained her license as a certified public accountant. What was so strange about it? Derek, her husband, was sitting at their kitchen counter, opening mail. He stopped what he was doing as he asked the question. In 5 years of marriage, he had learned her tones of voice and knew when she wanted his undivided attention. This was one of those moments. For one thing, I don't know who it's from. You know that pencil portrait of the Chalice, the one that Uncle Asher did? Apparently, somebody bought it, some old guy, and he wants to give it to me as a gift. He wants me to meet him next Thursday at the fountain. Is that strange or what? The look of mild interest on Derek's face became one of concerned curiosity, head slightly tilted, eyebrows raised. That's putting it mildly. Sounds dangerous to me. You don't have any idea who it is? You think it might be a joke? Maybe somebody we know? I don't have any idea who it is, but I don't think it's a joke. Here's the letter. Read it. Derek did so slowly, the wheels of his legal mind questioning and analyzing even as he pored over the words. Minette watched him as he read, looking for clues as to what he was thinking, knowing that his face would make a statement long before his mouth did. She could tell immediately he was intrigued. Beautiful penmanship, expensive paper, disarming language, no last name, no return address. Odd, but somehow credible. It's not what I expected, but it concerns me. Whoever he is, he knows who you are and where you live. But you don't know either of those things about him. Maybe Asher or Shep can tell us something about him. Or somebody else at the coffee shop. That's why the guy would have gotten the portrait, right? In the 6 years since Derek had graduated from law school, he'd worked as a prosecutor for the district attorney's office in Golden. He knew most members of local law enforcement. Perhaps someone at GPD would have some words of caution or counsel concerning the mysterious letter. Or maybe we could just show up next Thursday and see what happens. Minette said it with a finality that suggested she had already made up her mind. Before Derek could object, she continued, I've read the letter 4 times, start to finish, and I could be crazy or naive, but I think it's totally innocent. I think there really might be an old man who just wants to do something nice. What was that phrase you used the other day about the homeless woman on the back? Benign eccentricity? Maybe that's all it is. And what if you're wrong? Derek asked. What if he's a stalker or somebody mad at me for some case that I've handled? What if he's the brother of the gang member we sent away for life last month? Minette rolled her eyes. If it were any of those, I doubt they would have gone to all this trouble just to be a bother. And it looks like he wrote with a fountain pen, on linen paper no less. She paused. You know what I thought at first? Derek leaned forward on the counter, lacing his fingers together. What did you think at first? I thought it was you. Their eyes met. I thought maybe you'd bought the picture, like you said you were going to do a month ago. And I thought maybe you'd gotten someone to write in the very best handwriting on this $2 paper. And I halfway expected you'd be sitting at the fountain on Thursday. Am I right? Derek blushed and grinned. Oh, I wish you were. And I'm sorry I've been dragging my feet, but I promise I didn't write the letter. You don't really think you should meet the guy, do you? Only if you agree. But I'd like to. We don't have anything on the calendar for Thursday night. I say we show up, meet the mysterious stranger, and then go somewhere for supper and admire the girl in the picture frame. She laughed, then walked around the counter, stood behind Derek, wrapped her arms around his neck, and nuzzled his cheek. I don't feel very comfortable about this, he whispered. I totally understand, and I'm glad you love me enough to worry about it. But do this for me. Read the letter 3 more times with no distractions. If you don't think we should go after that, we won't go. The risk seems pretty minimal, if you ask me. It'll be in broad daylight, people everywhere. And if we don't like what we see at the fountain, we don't even have to go there, right? We can take binoculars and do surveillance from 100 yards away, and then decide what to do. Okay? This might be a story we tell our children someday. Now leave, and I'll fix something for supper. Chapter 5. Derek did as Minette requested. After washing the dishes and making a couple of phone calls, he took the curious letter to his office, a large closet with an old desk and chair where he sometimes retreated to study, pay bills, or answer emails. In the low light of a table lamp, he read the letter, his skepticism on high alert. And again, and once more. There was, Derek had to admit, an undeniable sincerity, an innocence, a timidity about it, even humor. Exquisitely handsome 86-year-old man. With each reading, his defenses softened, but he remained wary. It was disquieting that the writer had been so guarded about his identity that he had gone to considerable pains to identify, locate, and reach out to a very attractive young woman, and that he presented so many questions that cannot be answered. What a baffling epistle. Later that night, Derek and Minette lay in bed talking. "Okay, so what do you think?" she asked. "I did what you asked. I read it 3 times, and I'm still concerned." "How concerned?" "Not much, really. You gotta admit, it's pretty weird. Unless I have nightmares between now and Thursday or change my mind for some other reason, I guess I feel the same as you. This defies my consciousness, and, my God, this is my wife I'm talking about. But I think there really might be an old man who really does just want to give you a gift, though I can't imagine why. So we show up Thursday, stand at a safe distance from the fountain, and see what we see. If there's not a heather green flat cap at the fountain, or if we see the cap and it's on the head of a wild man, we call the police. Does that seem like the right approach? Have we lost our minds?" Minette snickered. "Counselor, are we actually thinking of doing something risky? The CPA and the lawyer, the 2 highly cautious, supremely rational type A's? Just think, we might actually meet a sincerely kind human being. There don't seem to be many of those around these days." Derek kissed Minette. "I get to sleep with one every night." He paused. "One more thing. I'm going to call your Uncle Asher tomorrow. Since he did the portrait, maybe he'll know something about the letter. It might even be part of this whole thing. I still think this might be a prank of some kind." Minette nodded her approval. "Well, that makes sense." She rolled toward him, a smile in her eyes. "You know, Mr. Prentice, this never would have happened if you'd bought the picture when you said you were going to." "Touché. Good night, Mrs. Prentice." "Night. Hey, by the way, what in the world is a flat cap?" "Google it." "Night." In the studio of Asher Glisson, the portrait artist, the phone rang. He rarely allowed it in the studio when he was working, but he was expecting a call about a new commission. He looked at the screen and read the name. It was not the anticipated call, but he answered it anyway. "Well, good morning, Derek. How's my favorite nephew-in-law?" Derek chuckled. "Your only nephew-in-law is doing fine this morning, thank you. And how's my beautiful niece?" "Minette is fine." "Why in the world is a busy lawyer like you calling a lowly artist like me at this hour of the day?" It was 10 o'clock. "Court's on recess. I just got out of a hearing on an awful case. You probably heard about it. Guy fell asleep at the wheel, crossed the center line, and killed a woman and really messed up a little girl. The driver's been charged with vehicular homicide. Isn't illegal. Everybody loses on this one. Anyway, I had a few minutes before the next hearing and wanted to run something by you. It involves one of the portraits you put up at the chalice. You got a minute?" Derek read the letter to Asher. Asher responded slowly. "Wow, that is sort of strange. I see why you'd be worried. But Derek, to answer your question, I don't know anything about the man, and if this is a joke, I don't know anything about that either. Taking care of Minette comes first, but let me get this right. This guy, this Mr. Theo, wants to meet Minette on the promenade, in public, in broad daylight, so he can give her the portrait, right? And if you all would accept his invitation, you can see him from a long way off before you actually get to the fountain." It was the same conversation Derek and Minette had had the night before. Asher had often wondered how Derek could work criminal cases day in and day out without becoming totally jaded and distrustful of the entire human race. He understood Derek's apprehension, but he was also rather pleased that an old man had dreamt up such a generous scheme, if, in fact, that's what it was. "Derek, I know you and Minette will do the right thing. Let me know how it goes." He chuckled. "Heck, I might need to write the old guy a thank you note. People like me need people like him." "Thanks, Uncle Asher. I'll keep you posted. Back to the battlefield." Asher ended the call and resumed work at his drawing table. Beneath the skylight and the vaulted ceiling of his studio, he was himself a study in light and shadow as rays of morning sun dappled the room. For him, it was an ordinary day at work. He was wearing a loose flannel shirt, Payne's gray, the color of English rain, with sleeves rolled up to mid-forearm, tan cotton khaki pants with specks and smudges of color, and sock feet. His brown hair, finger-combed with artistic haphazardness, revealed touches of gray and fell over his ears and shirt collar. A day's worth of beard, maybe two, highlighted the contours of his face, his prominent jawline and cheekbones. A slight frown, his expression of attentiveness and concentration, was often present when he worked. His eyes were intent, purposeful, engaged, and yet, for all its seriousness, it was not an unwelcoming face. Children could hold his gaze easily, and older subjects had learned to interpret his studious look as a compliment. There was nothing wildly bohemian about his appearance, but there was enough to set him apart from his mid-50s contemporaries who reported to banks or law offices or real estate agencies each morning for their daily bread. His wardrobe, unlike many of theirs, suggested a life free of supervision or a need to impress. Open windows welcomed bird song into the studio, the avian notes mixed with something orchestral playing in a small stereo nearby. Appalachian Spring? The song was appropriate to the time and place, the room full of simple gifts. Music was a pleasant companion to the isolation in which he often worked speechlessly for hours at a stretch. A photograph, placed on an easel an arm's length in front of him, was the subject of his work that morning. He sat as he drew. His right hand steadied a thin, rectangular lapboard. A pristine piece of 90-pound cotton paper, Stonehenge white, was affixed by thumbtacks at each corner. His weapons of choice, all crowded into his right hand as he drew with his left, were 2B and 2H pencils, a stick of charcoal, a well-worn tortillon, and a kneaded eraser. With those simple tools, that arsenal, he waged daily war against mediocrity and was rewarded with masterpiece after masterpiece. Slowly, as if rising through water, the shape of a head became apparent. Asher filled the outline, heavier lines first, followed by lighter ones and more delicate details. More lines, and the features, brow, lip, nostrils, crease, began to emerge. His hand twisted, turned, tapped, danced, hovered, and stroked the page in a choreography that had taken years to perfect. A man's face began to emerge from the lines, a man with big, untamed hair, a scruffy beard, a boyish grin, and a class clown playfulness in his eyes. It was a difficult energy to reproduce on a two-dimensional surface, but Asher wrestled it convincingly to the mat. He stood from time to time, stepped back, studied his progress, returned, and then resumed. By the end of the morning, the portrait was complete and ready for the frame, for the chalice. That night, when Derek got home, he told Minette about his conversation with Uncle Asher. It was decided. Next Thursday, they would be at the fountain. Chapter 6. By Thursday evening, Derek and Minette were a giddy mixture of adventure and mild apprehension. As their curiosity about the letter grew, their concern about the possibility of foul play all but vanished. Derek's one lingering concern, negligible at best, was about how they might be perceived in the eyes of their peers if they foolishly walked into a scam of some kind. They discussed one last time the option of going directly to the restaurant and skipping the fountain rendezvous altogether, but the intrigue had them in its grasp, and they agreed to carry on. This might just be something we'd tell our children about someday. At half an hour before the appointed time, they parked a couple of blocks from the fountain and then walked, holding hands, to their meeting with Theo. The sidewalk tables at the pubs and restaurants along Broadway were all occupied, and foot traffic was robust, made up predominantly of college students and other adherents to the idea that weekends begin on Thursday. The hour was a pleasant combination of cool air and sun-bathed pavement. The shadows of early evening were feather-soft, and joie de vivre prevailed up and down the promenade. Minette and Derek's eyes were laser-focused on the fountain from the moment it came into view, but passing cars, pedestrians, and the need to watch where they were going made it difficult to see who, if anyone, was sitting there. 4 benches were placed symmetrically around the fountain. The 2 that were most clearly visible were occupied by hatless sitters. The other 2 were difficult to see. But finally, at 50 yards or so, a heather-green flat cap shone like a beacon. Their stomachs jumped. "Derek, there he is," Minette whispered. She giggled in nervous disbelief. Her grip tightened around Derek's hand, and her body leaned into his. The old man was really there. And then a voice, a loud, unignorable voice. "Well, Derek, it's about time. Are you ready to buy a book? Please buy a book." The voice belonged to Tony, the bookseller. His shop, the Verbivore, was on the west side of Broadway, a stone's throw from the fountain. He rose from a wicker chair and snuffed out a cigarette underfoot. He hugged the couple, whom he knew well, and kissed Minette on the cheek for good measure. Usual greetings were exchanged while Derek and Minette looked repeatedly toward the median. They both hoped Tony might sense their preoccupation, but it was not to be. True to form, whenever he wanted someone's full attention, the bookseller kept a hand on Derek's shoulder. "Derek, no kidding, really. I had the book I was telling you about the other day, the one by Edward Albee, and if you don't buy it, I'll give it to you and then file for bankruptcy. Read it, and then let's discuss it. You can't say no. Come on. You can't be in that big of a hurry. It'll only take a minute. I put it on the stack in my office." Derek's protest fell on deaf ears. As Tony ushered him to the entrance of the bookshop, he looked dejectedly over his shoulder at Minette and mouthed, "I'll be right back. Sorry." Minette looked toward the fountain. She immediately resumed walking. The old man was sitting with the portrait across his lap, hands on his knees, watching passers-by. He appeared at ease and seemed happily entertained by the people around him. He said something to a little girl who was standing beside the fountain with her parents. Minette could not hear the words, but could tell they were friendly. If she could have read Theo's thoughts at that moment, she would have discerned an ambivalence that was not obvious in his demeanor. Earlier, as the old man had walked to the fountain, he had fidgeted nervously, checking his appearance repeatedly in the reflection of storefront windows, adjusting his hat, rehearsing possible first lines, and imagining how he might handle anger or apprehension if his well-intended mission did not go as planned. He almost hoped Mrs. Prentice might not show up, and he could put this whole silly idea to rest. But show up she did. When he first saw her, easily recognizable after spending so much time with a portrait, Theo's polite, deeply instilled inclination was to stand and step toward her. Instead, he remained seated until she was only a few steps away. He had been saving the bench for their visit and did not wish to run the risk of losing it by leaving it unoccupied. The fountain was a popular place at that hour of the day. He rose, removed his hat as a gesture of respect, and stepped toward Minette. He was dressed fashionably, a handsome cashmere blazer, olive green trousers, and cream-colored linen shirt. Minette had half expected to meet a frail, bent, cane-bearing old man, a pale, sleepy-eyed relic. Instead, she was met by a spry, bright-eyed soul of medium height and portly build who stood solidly on his own 2 feet. He had a faint stoop to his shoulders, but otherwise no pronounced signs of age. Gray-white hair, receding but full, was combed back but not fussed over, giving him an aura worthy of the description, distinguished. He was clean-shaven. His skin, tan and healthy, hinted that he might be a man who had spent considerable time outdoors. Full eyebrows, nicely trimmed, tapered into smile lines that were etched into the corners of his eyes. He wore a subtle cologne, something only a woman would notice, and presented himself, in general, as a man well cared for but not obsessed with his appearance. He was obviously old, but a young old, in a way that would almost make a younger soul look forward to seniority. As Minette held out her hand to shake his, the thing that struck her most was the warmth of the old man's face, the gentle, immediate, half-timid smile, and the piercing, soft blue eyes that looked intently, even adoringly, into her face. And a sense, something she could feel even if she couldn't explain or define it, that he had anticipated and now took delight at being in her presence. "Yes, I believe you are the one," Theo thought. He removed his cap at her approach and bowed slightly as he took her hand. She had offered her right hand in the authoritative manner of a business meeting, more habit than intent, but he took it in his left hand in a way that hinted at some long-ago order of doing things. Minette was not offended. His smile, the barely upturned corners of his mouth, stayed fixed, as did his eyes on hers. Those eyes glistened with evening light, and his face bore a radiance of sincere gladness. It took Minette by surprise, very pleasant surprise. "So you're Mr. Theo?" Minette spoke hesitantly as she said it, and as if some law of mutuality had become operative at the moment, she mirrored his smile. "And you are Minette. Thank you for coming. I was not at all certain you would be here, but I am very grateful." He chuckled. "Please forgive me if I am a bit nervous. I have been afraid that at 7 o'clock a policeman would arrive and put me in handcuffs and send me far away. Instead, I have the pleasure of meeting an angel. I am very happy to see you." So old school, Minette thought, and so wonderful. She detected his accent. "And it's very nice to meet you, Mr. Theo." Any apprehension Minette might have had about the meeting was already dispelled, and she felt badly that Theo had himself been frightened about the prospect of an unpleasant outcome. "But, Mr. Theo, please tell me, why are you doing this? I don't mean to be rude, but I don't understand why we're here." Minette had not intended to be so abrupt, but it was a question that had vexed her since she'd received the old man's letter. He inhaled deeply and nodded. "Yes, I suppose it must seem a bit strange. If you have a moment or two, maybe I can explain. I don't mean to take your time. If you're in a hurry, here's the portrait." He gestured toward the wrapped picture. "Yes, please tell me. I'm not in a hurry." They stepped toward the bench. He waited for her to sit first, and then they sat, angled slightly toward each other. The fountain exhaled a silver mist, like fairy dust, as the first bestowal began. The first of many. Chapter 7. Derek finally freed himself from Tony, not an easy thing to do when Tony wanted to chat, and hurried back to the sidewalk. It was minutes before 7 o'clock, and he knew Minette would be eager to move on. When he stepped outside, she was not in front of the bookshop where he had left her. He looked down the sidewalk. No Minette. Then, looking toward the fountain, he saw them, the old man and the attentive face of his young wife, already absorbed in a conversation entirely their own. The moment had the elements of a storybook. Stately oak, gleam of water, pastel hues of springtime, spectral sunlight. Derek remained where he was and stood out of sight. Not that either of them was looking around at that moment, and watched them intently from the 30 or so yards that separated them. After a few moments, he walked inconspicuously to the median and sat on the bench across the fountain from them. From there he continued to observe them through the cascade of water, convinced that whatever else the old man might be, he was not a danger. "So, why am I doing this? Yes, it is a fair question. I've never done something quite like this before." Theo laughed inaudibly to himself, at himself. His smile widened. The lines around his eyes multiplied and deepened as he looked at Minette. "And I don't know that I can tell you exactly how the idea occurred to me, or why. When I saw all the faces there on the wall, I looked at them for hours. I felt something for them, as if I knew all of you somehow, or wanted to know you. A good artist can make one do that, you know. The display is beautiful, of course. I'm sure you've seen it, yes? But the portraits, at least to me, all seem to belong somewhere else. Not on the wall of a coffee shop, at least not for long. I intend to buy all of them one by one and send them to their homes. He paused and looked at his hands, at the wrapped portrait. Manette said nothing, so he continued, his voice barely audible above the street noise and fountain. Well, honestly, I was surprised that so many of the portraits had not yet been bought by their rightful owners, ones like you, or at least by someone who loves you. Manette nodded, smirked, and rolled her eyes. Funny you should say that. My husband was supposed to buy mine weeks ago, but he kept putting it off. It is very nice of you to do this. I was a bit suspicious when I first got your letter. Theo nodded. I'm not surprised by that at all, and I'm happy for your bravery. Maybe this is a way for me to make some friends here in Golden. You said in your letter that you're a newcomer here. Are you here to stay? Do you have family here? The old man paused and squinted with a tilt of the head. I'm not so sure. But I'm happy to be here for now, and I like the town very much. Have you lived here all your life? It would occur to Manette later that Theo had artfully evaded her inquiry and somehow kept the conversation focused on her. He was a flurry of questions, all very appropriate, and asked in a tone of genuine interest. His eyes were fixed on hers, unwandering, and he leaned toward her in a way that suggested total presence. She told him briefly of her childhood and education, her work as an accountant, her marriage 5 years ago to her high school sweetheart, and a bit about her life in the community. Her answers were general, but enough to paint a picture of her world. Theo condensed it into a simple summary. Your life seems like a very happy story. Yes? Manette answered hesitantly. I suppose so. Not perfect, but mostly. Pretty happy. Theo sensed there was a longer, truer answer. Her voice was tinged with regret, but he dared not pry. He would take only what she offered. So, Mr. Theo, have you given any other portraits away? My dear, you are the first. A broad smile covered his face. Really? Well, I'm honored. But why me? Why did you choose this one first? Theo nodded, gratified by a confidence that seemed, in so short a time, to exist between them. Yes, why you? He took a slow, thoughtful inhalation. Well, 2 things. When I looked at all the faces in the gallery, and had the idea to find their owners, I thought it would be good to choose the kindest face among them, the gentlest of them all, and give that one first. I didn't know how my idea might be received, so I asked myself, who looks most likely to humor an old man with a silly idea? There are many kind faces there, you know, but this one. Theo pointed to the wrapped portrait and then to Manette. This one was the kindest. I hope to begin with someone who seemed forgiving in case I'm making a mistake. So that is one reason. Manette held her peace, but her eyes glistened and filled. The kindest face among them? Everything about the moment caught her by surprise. The reverence with which the old man spoke of her, the gentleness of his voice, the generosity of his assessment. Does he really see that in me? But there was another reason. I am almost embarrassed to tell you. Shall I? She nodded. Theo removed the paper from Manette's portrait and held it upright on his knees. There is something in these eyes that reminds me of a girl I knew many years ago, long before you were born. A girl I knew in Spain. I loved her very much. But I was a foolish young man, and I lost her. She was very beautiful, very intelligent, and very brave. It has been a long time, more than half a century, but still, after all these years, I've never forgotten her. And when I saw your eyes, all this... Theo moved his fingers tenderly across the portrait, and a caress on the eyelids, the brow, the cheekbone. I was reminded of her, and I was so pleased to recall that memory. Theo chuckled. Does it embarrass you to hear an old man who you barely know talking about being in love? I should bite my tongue. But even old men have young memories. No, please tell me more, Minette laughed. I mean, well, it is rather embarrassing. No, really, I'm teasing, but tell me more. And so he did, willing to tell only the truth, but not all the truth. Well, the girl. She cared for every living thing and for people in the most simple ways. We would go to the park to feed the birds, and she would bring sweets for the children. Oh, how she loved the children. And oh, how the children loved her. She would tell them stories and sing to them. You could look in her eyes, and you could see all love and kindness there. Theo paused. His eyes went distant, and the light in them dimmed ever so slightly. I don't know for certain, but I think her father was a difficult man. I never met him, but I think he was very much brain and not very much heart. Minette's smile faded, and her eyes narrowed with total attention to the story Theo was telling. You see, he wanted her to be a business person, even before women were so much in business, to help run his company and to make lots of money. She wanted to be 100 things other than that. A mother, an artist, a gardener. She was his only child, and she felt she could never be what he had wanted of her. She saw only what her father saw, a girl who cared for stupid things. She felt it. She told me so. But she was a beautiful girl, a wonderful soul. And when I saw your eyes and your face, Minette, I saw her. So I chose you. How could I not? Theo paused, his gaze fixed on the portrait. He tapped it with his finger. There is strength in this face. He paused again. And bravery. Another pause. And kindness. Yes. And then, a bit more softly, and the sadness, the good kind. It is all there. Minette looked at her portrait and the frame, but was clearly lost in thought. She swallowed. So, you see sadness? Theo gave a small nod of affirmation and grimaced slightly. The face belongs to one who has suffered loss. That is what I thought when I first saw it. But perhaps I'm mistaken. I hope I'm wrong. When he turned to look at Minette, thinking perhaps it was time to find another subject of conversation, he saw that her eyes were pooling with tears. Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's okay, Mr. Theo. I didn't know it was so obvious, but her voice broke. Theo remained silent and gave her time to catch her breath. Finally, she spoke again. The portrait is telling you the truth. Well, sort of. I don't know that there is any strength or bravery or kindness, but there is sadness in that face. It has been there for a long time, and it seems to get deeper and deeper. It doesn't really make any sense, and it seems so stupid. Theo shook his head. No, my dear. Sadness might be many things, but it is rarely stupid. The good sadness, I think, is always trying to tell us something very important. Minette let that thought settle in her mind. Was it possible that so quickly the innocent exchange of a portrait, an unexpected gift, had opened the hearts of two total strangers to one another, across generations and backgrounds and homelands, that she would bare her soul to an old man whom she had known for only a matter of minutes, that she, the girl who never cried, would do so now? When I was a little girl, my parents split up. I was too young to know what was going on, but I've heard it was pretty ugly. I come from a long line of blue blood. Do you know that term? It means we've been here for a long time, respectable, connected, all that. When my parents' battle was over, my mother moved to Europe, and I've hardly seen her since then. And my father's a very, very difficult man. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Being a dad is not his forte. He's all money, all the time. He still lives here, and I still see him occasionally, and we sort of talk. But it's all business stuff, very transactional. You said more fatherly things to me in half an hour than he said to me my whole life. She paused and took a calming breath. But I was really fortunate. I was raised here in Golden by my grandmother and grandfather on my dad's side, not too far from here, down the Bower district. They both passed away, but I was very close to my grandmother. I called her Gammy. She was a saint, sort of like the woman you loved in Spain. She enjoyed books and flowers and birds. She surrounded me with those things. I didn't have any brothers or sisters, so she was my whole world in some ways. She took me to school in the mornings, helped me with homework, taught me to cook, and said prayers with me at bedtime. I had a really good childhood, even though I knew it was not like everybody else's. Growing up with Gammy was a gift to me, the unintended blessing of my busted home. I was a really good student growing up, all because of Gammy. But no matter how good I did, my father pushed for more. I had to excel, to be better than everybody else. And for reasons I'll never understand, I always wanted to please him. Minette paused and waved dismissively. Mr. Theo, I'm sorry. I know you didn't come here for this. Oh, no. Please, my dear, I came precisely for this. He looked squarely into Minette's face. Since I bought your portrait, I've looked at it over and over, and I have wondered, what is she like? What is her story? What is really in her eyes? Please, go on. Have you time? It dawned on Minette that Derek was supposed to have been a part of this meeting, and that they had planned on dinner afterwards. She was certain he must be somewhere nearby, and was keeping his distance as a matter of choice. She would thank him later. So, I became really good at living up to people's expectations of me. Too good. I was valedictorian, summa cum laude, president of this and that homecoming court, debutante, a regular approval junkie. And now I'm a junior part in a respectable Big Four accounting firm and a job I can barely stand. If I give them 60 hours a week until I'm old, I'll be a partner someday. My father is still disappointed I'm not a doctor. But you know what I really want, Mr. Theo? Don't laugh. The expression on Theo's face made it clear he would not take her words lightly. More than anything else in the world, I want to be a mom. I've always wanted that. She let the words sink in, as if expecting a reply, platitude, or maybe even a rebuke. Theo merely nodded, as if to affirm the sanity and beauty of her desire. Crazy, right? I know it would be a major change, especially with somebody who spent a whole life trying to impress others. And I know I probably romanticized the whole motherhood thing in my mind, but still, I want to give a child what Gammy gave me. I want to be Like her, just a housewife, at least for enough years to grow a family. Oh, that sounds insane, doesn't it? Housewife. The psychologist would have a heyday with me. Here I am, the daughter of the world's worst father and mother, and I want more than anything else to have a child and be a mom and take care of a life. So, the sadness? I think there was already a lot from my childhood, but years ago, when my husband and I were dating in college, I got pregnant. He was in law school, and I was studying accounting. I was afraid and confused at first, but sort of excited, too. I made the mistake of going to my father for advice. I knew better, but Gammy was already sick with Alzheimer's, so I didn't want to trouble her. I told my dad I was going to drop out of school and marry Derek. I knew we were going to get married someday anyway. My father went berserk, called me some terrible names, reminded me of all the hard work and sacrifice he'd made for me, and told me to the penny how much my college was costing him. He said I could have a damn kid later on, any time I wanted. He said I'd be letting everybody down, even Gammy, if I let one stupid mistake get in the way of my future. And of course, Minette's tone turned sarcastic, I'd be a disgrace to the family name. It was quite the speech. Like I say, he's not a very touchy-feely sort of man, purely pragmatic. And for some reason, I gave in. A short, dense silence followed. Finally, Minette turned toward Theo. So much for strength and bravery. Then another pause. So much for kindness. She gazed vacantly at her portrait, shook her head almost imperceptibly, and then continued. I made my dear old dad proud. Miss Pragmatic. Career first. I've kept a sad part of my life, a well-hidden secret. But I've hated myself a little bit every day since then. I know I shouldn't let it bother me. I feel all this hurt and shame. Minette paused, her eyes filled. So, Mr. Theo, that might be the sadness, you see. Minette closed her eyes and bowed her head, then leaned into Theo's shoulder. Derek watched, spellbound, from across the fountain. He resisted the impulse to make sure she was all right, sensing she would not want him there. After a long minute, Minette sat up and wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. Oh, Mr. Theo, my God, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm so sorry. I've never told this to anyone before. Only my husband and one other person know what I just told you. Theo took her hand. I am honored, and I give you my promise. Your words are safe with me. I don't have many virtues, but I am good, one of the very best, at keeping secrets. He might have added, at living a secret. A tear ran down Minette's cheek. Oh, my gosh. What is going on with me? Accountants aren't supposed to cry. They both laughed, a welcome relief. They sat quietly for a moment. Minette took a deep breath, relaxed her shoulders, and shook her head like someone coming out of a trance. And then, with a detectable lightness of voice and grin on her face, she turned to the old man. Theo, on an entirely different note, get this. You might be interested in knowing my father's name. His first name is Pierce. His last name is Glisson. Pierce Glisson. Theo squinted, his brow furrowed. There was something familiar about the name, but what? My dad is the brother of the artist who did this portrait, Asher Glisson and Pierce Glisson. The artist is my Uncle Asher. No two brothers in the history of the world could be more different than they are. I still can't believe they both came from Gammy. Theo droned a long sough as he processed Minette's revelation. So, Asher, the artist, and Pierce, your dad, are brothers. And their mother, Gammy, raised you. My. So you must know the artist quite well. I know him very, very well. Much better than I know my own dad. And I adore my Uncle Asher. And I am sure you've seen your uncle's portraits many times before. Of course, all my life. I've seen his work. I spent lots of time with him and Aunt Brooke. That's his wife. When I was growing up. They have one daughter, too, Samantha. I'll call her Sam. We practically grew up together. Minette, I'm curious. Why did you come here this evening? I think Mr. Asher might have given you the portrait if you'd asked. She nodded. I'm sure he would have. But for once, I wanted to do something brave. They continued talking, mostly, Theo asking questions and Minette answering, about CPA work, about Golden, about Uncle Asher, about Gammy. He finally apologized for keeping her so long and thanked her for welcoming him to the city. And then, with a touch of the theatrical, but in a voice heard only by her, he held out the portrait and declared, Mrs. Minette Gleason Prentice. Before I go, I remind you, this face belongs to one who is strong and brave and kind. It belongs to one who is capable of saintliness. You, my dear, are Gammy's pride and joy. The gold of Golden, the wine of the chalice, and for an old man new to your town, a great blessing. I present to you this, the portrait of Saint Minette. He bowed his head ceremoniously and handed her the picture. My dear, for you. The hint of a laugh bore witness to a man whose heart was full. Minette nodded in reply to his bow and accepted the gift. She was surprised by a faint quiver of her lips when she attempted to thank him. The evening had eased through twilight into early darkness. The old man's wish had been fulfilled. The suspicions of the young woman had been put to rest. The gift had been given. When Theo asked if he might walk Minette to her car or wherever she needed to go, she thanked him but declined the offer, telling him that she wanted to sit by the fountain a while longer. Had she been thinking more clearly at that moment, she might have asked him to join her and Derek for supper. She might have asked him for an address or phone number, or even his full name. But none of that occurred to her. With awareness that their conversation and first meeting were drawing to a close, Theo made a request. Minette, please do thank your uncle for me. Perhaps I will meet him, too, someday. Tell him he has the great admiration and respect of an old man from Portugal. Portugal. Minette realized she knew next to nothing about her benefactor. If asked later to describe him, she would only be able to say he was a gracious old man, interesting, attentive, and inquisitive, and, at least once upon a time, in love. And please thank Mr. Prentice from me as well. Good night, my dear. He put on his hat and turned to go. After he'd taken a few steps, Minette called his name. He turned. You are an exquisitely handsome 86-year-old man. He smiled, tipped his hat, and walked away. Minette remained seated, held the portrait to her chest with folded arms, and stared into the waters of the fountain. Derek, deeply curious about what he had just witnessed, had the instinctive presence of mind to let her sit alone for a while longer. Stillness came hard for her, another byproduct of being raised to value efficiency and achievement as supreme virtues. But she seemed at rest, childlike and unhurried, even as the promenade busied itself around her. When she finally looked around and spotted Derek, she waved him over. They sat silently. She took a deep breath, pulled his arm around her, leaned into his shoulder, and felt her eyes become teary for reasons she could not possibly put into words. She would tell Derek all about the bestowal later. For now, she simply whispered, I'm glad you didn't buy the portrait. In the following days, they lived in a slightly altered state of mind, as if having been visited by a vision or a spirit. They could have told others what had happened. We met the most unusual old man the other day. But they never did, for fear that doing so would be a violation of something sacred. They would, however, tell their children about it someday. They hung the picture in the bedroom, and the place where Minette often stood to dress in the mornings. Had anyone walked in at the right moment and listened carefully, they might have heard her whisper, "Good morning, Saint Minette. You are strong, and you are brave, and you are kind, even when you are sad." Chapter 8. The following day, Theo sat beside the river, reliving his meeting with Minette. His silly idea began to solidify in his mind as a calling, a mission. But who shall I do next? Given that there were 92 portraits on the chalice wall, he thought it might be helpful to devise some process for selecting which ones to give and in what order. Maybe start at the front wall, right side, and work all the way around the room. Or work oldest to youngest. Or close his eyes and choose whichever one he saw first when he opened them. He finally decided to be led by two considerations. First, sheer intuition, which one felt right, which one seemed most colorful or interesting in some indefinable way, which one, at first glance, made him say to himself, "I think I would enjoy meeting that person." Second, he would look for faces that had suffered loss, those who seemed to be weary or worried or troubled somehow. Theo hoped that a gift to them might be particularly helpful or encouraging. Both criteria were nebulous and subjective at best, but the method proved satisfactory. Theo always began with the eyes. It was usually there that he found his purchase. Part of Asher Glisson's astonishing genius lay in his ability to capture not merely the physical qualities, but also the personalities of his subjects. Mood, temperament, and story were embedded in every face. The pleasant reality about Theo's selection process was this: it was impossible to make a wrong choice. Chapter 9. By the end of his first 2 weeks in Golden, Theo had indeed become a regular at the chalice, had become familiar with the Bowery, had found a favorite bench at the riverside, had befriended Shep, had purchased and bestowed the portrait on Minette, and had become thoroughly acquainted with Broadway. Every day he walked past the Vermipore bookshop, sometimes more than once. He frequently saw a man, who he assumed to be the shop's owner, sitting in a wicker chair near the entrance. Theo had a mind to stop and pay a visit sometime soon. Day 16, for no particular reason, was the day. Tony was sitting by himself, cigarette and newspaper in hand. It was early, and many of the nearby businesses were still closed. "Good morning, sir," Theo said, greeting him. He knew by then that such behavior was acceptable as a Southern practice. "Are you the proprietor here?" His accent and his use of the word proprietor immediately marked Theo as a visitor to the city. Tony stood and stepped toward him. "Yes, sir, I'm the owner. Good morning." "Well, if you are open for business, I'm looking for a book about the history of your city." Tony smirked. "Well, I'm open, and let me be honest, there aren't any good books about the history of our city." He spoke with the certainty and confidence of an expert. "You want to know the history of this place? Might be easy to make one up yourself. But I do have some books that claim to tell you what's happened here in the past. I can hardly give the damn things away, so they're real cheap. Or if you just want to borrow it, that's okay too." As Tony spoke, he felt the old man's warm, fearless gaze. His eyes were clear and alert, a blend of melancholy and good humor. Theo smiled and patted Tony's arm. "Let me buy whatever you think is best, and if I have questions about what I read, I will bring them to you." Maybe we could make up a history together. Tony's eyes widened and warmed to the suggestion. That we can do. And I have a whole staff that can help us. There's a group of old guys who sit here with me most days, and they're the biggest bunch of liars you'll ever meet. Better than a room full of senators. He rubbed the light patch of whiskers on his chin with the back of his fingers. Let's go inside, and I'll get a book for you. I know one that you might enjoy. The author was a local newspaper guy for years, and better yet, he married into one of the old families. Now that's how you really learn the history. And by the way, my name is Tony. Nice to meet you, Tony. I am Theo. They shook hands and stepped out of the morning light into the dim confines of the shop. Theo breathed in the rich scent of old paper and scanned the melange of shelves and tables. There were far too many books for the available space, a common characteristic of local single-venue bookstores. Larger, odd-shaped volumes that didn't fit in proper spaces were stacked on the floor. Upholstered armchairs, which were scattered randomly around the room and presumably meant as places to sit and read, were filled with books. I like your shop, Tony. It reminds me of some of the old bookshops in Scotland, and of one in Paris that I like very much, Shakespeare and Company near Notre Dame. I worried about it when the fire happened. You would like it, I think. Tony nodded. I do like it. I've been there several times. That's why I learned to organize my inventory. I use the same system they use. Can you tell? For the next half hour, the two men talked. Tony learned that the old man was an avid reader with a wide range of interests. They agreed enthusiastically on the virtue of holding printed books over scrolling through digital ones. Those damn devices are killing little dinosaurs like me, Tony lamented. He learned that Theo had grown up in Portugal and had lived in numerous places across Europe, in Brazil, in New York City, and elsewhere. Theo learned that Tony was a military veteran with strong opinions and limited filters when expressing them. They agreed on the horrors of war. Why have you come here, of all places? Tony asked with a tone of mild disbelief. I have a bit of business here concerning some properties. I heard from others that this is a nice city with a good art, and I've long been interested in the American South, but never had the chance to visit. I've heard some awful things about it, but so far I like all the Southerners I've met. I thought it might be nice to try one more town before I go to heaven. So here I am. Tony scoffed. Heaven? My God, you don't believe in that sort of thing, do you? Theo smiled, but did not otherwise respond. Tony, the contrarian, bit his tongue. He could provoke the argument at some future time. For now, the lingering dictates of Southern politeness called for restraint. How long will you be here? Tony asked. I don't quite know. Where you staying? Well, I'm looking for a place. For now, I'm at the hotel down on the river. What sort of place you looking for? Theo explained his hope for something small, easy to maintain, and convenient to the theater and concert hall. Something furnished, something he could rent. Price was no issue. Let's go outside and I'll show you one possibility, Tony said. They returned to the sidewalk. Tony nodded and pointed to a building just a few doors down from the bookshop. It's called coffeehouse. I don't know if that would work for you. Not even sure it's for rent. The man who owns it has an apartment up there. He fixed it up a few years ago, but never found a tenant he trusted. He didn't want any college students or young people because he thought they'd make a mess of it. And since it can be kind of noisy down here, especially at night on the weekends, it's not very suitable for older people. Plus, you have to walk up 3 flights of stairs to get to it. I've never been in it, but I bet it's nice. The owner's real old school. Got a lot of culture. Ivy League, blue blood, all that. The building's been in the family for generations. And that's where his office is. He does a lot of work for some of those old families I was talking about. The history makers. As Tony spoke, Theo studied Ponder House, and assessed the area as a possible place to live. The charm of Golden was palpable there. On both sides of the median, the old storefronts, like that of the Chalice, once threatened with demolition, have been rescued, pampered, and groomed into something of their former elegance by citizens intent on protecting the city's historic architecture. Ponder House was within easy walking distance of all that Theo would need to feed his active mind: art galleries, lecture rooms, bookstore, library, concert venues, theater, and Riverwalk. There was even a touch of Portugal. The Symphony Hall, a custard yellow edifice visible from Ponder House, reminded Theo of painted facades in Lisbon and Porto. At the top floor of Ponder House, a small, functioning balcony, part of the apartment, no doubt, gave a bird's-eye view of Broadway. A wrought iron railing, a fleur-de-lis, reminded Theo of European homes he'd known. Since he was used to city sounds, he was not concerned about noise. And even at 86, he was fit and undaunted by the prospect of stairs. "I don't know if it's for rent," Tony said, "but Mr. Ponder is probably at his office already. If you want me to find out about it, I'll ask him." "Thank you, Mr. Tony, but I'll stop in and ask him myself. You have much to do, and I have nothing at all. I've already taken too much of your time. Thank you so kindly. Let me pay you for the book and let you get back to other business." Theo reached for his wallet. No. This is my welcome gift to you. Promise you'll come back for a visit. I want you to tell me more about Portugal. Maybe we can argue some about heaven. And if you have any questions about what's in the book there, you ask me. Me and my staff. They shook hands. The radiance of new friendship shone in both faces. As Theo was turning to leave, Tony noticed and spoke to a young man walking toward them. It was Simone, a student in the music department at Golden University. "Good morning, Maestro Simone," Tony said, with a touch of the dramatic. "I can see you haven't taken my advice yet. I'm telling you, get a guitar." The young man, as if by reflex, broke into a smile. This was not the first time he had encountered the bookseller's banter. "Simone, I am telling you, get rid of that damn cello, yo-yo ma, as the market's sewn up. Why are you throwing your life away on that thing? Get yourself a guitar. You can make a living with a guitar. I've heard of people making literally hundreds of dollars a year playing guitar. Then you'd have some money to buy a book, and you'd at least have a chance of getting yourself a girlfriend. And guitars are a lot easier to carry, Simone. Look at you. You look like you got a damn hockey player on your back. You're going to kick yourself someday, I'm telling you." As Tony carried on his lecture, the young man shook his head and grinned good-naturedly. He was clearly a veteran, a survivor of Tony's horseplay. Tony continued talking, his hand on Simone's shoulder. "Mr. Theo, let me introduce you to Simone. He is one of our upstanding university students, a grad student no less, here all the way from the state of Washington to study with the famed Professor Gobelli." Theo, no longer smiling, tilted his head with obvious interest as Tony continued the introduction. "Yes, sir. Rumor has it that Simone could have gone to San Francisco or Boston or Chicago, but only Golden has Gobelli. So here he is, throwing his life away. I'm trying to talk some sense into him, but he won't listen." Theo's smile returned. He looked into Simone's eyes. "I am Theo, and I will have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Tony. I have a great love for the cello. Maybe someday you can tell me about yours." "Oh, thank you. I need all the allies I can get. I'm Simone Levoy. It's nice to meet you. I wish I had time to visit right now, but I need to get to my class." "Simone, I'm telling you," Tony chimed back in as the young man walked away. "Come back sometime and let me talk a little sense into you. And buy a book. You're going to miss me when I'm gone. What am I going to do with friends like you? Come in and buy a book. At the rate I'm going, I'll be closing the doors in a week. Maybe less than a week. Throw the dog a bone, Simone." Theo surmised that this banter was a regular ritual. Simone, 10 steps away, waved at the two men without turning around, and continued on his way to class. By then, two other men were sitting in wicker chairs beside Tony's. Tony introduced them to Theo, who stepped toward them and bowed slightly and spoke a greeting. "Theo, these, my new friend, are the senators I mentioned. They're all retired, and they can't find any friends, so they sit on their asses around here most days. I even had to buy the chairs for them to keep them from lying down on the sidewalk." There were 5 chairs, including Tony's, under the awning in front of the Verbivore. "We called this illustrious group the Penny Loafers." Tony continued with a broad swipe of his arm. "Penny, because that's more than they spent combined on books last year, and loafers, because that's what they all majored in at college. Loafing. My God, look at their shoes. You'd think they're all still frat boys from the 60s. When I close up shop and file for bankruptcy, they'll all be homeless." There were grins on every face as Tony delivered his diatribe. It was apparent the PLs were accustomed to these steady doses of his ragging. Theo perceived it was all in good humor, grounded in the sort of affection that exists among those who don't take themselves too seriously. Theo tipped his hat. "Tony, thank you for the introduction. It is nice to meet all of you." He made the short walk to Ponder House, satisfied it would be a good place to call home if it could be rented. Already he had acquaintances, maybe the beginnings of friendship in the neighborhood. His plan was working beautifully. Chapter 10. Each weekday morning at 7 o'clock, James Ponder pulled into his parking space at the back of Ponder House, entered the building, walked to his second-floor office, and reviewed his calendar for the day. Hardly necessary, since that was also the last thing he did before leaving his office the previous evening. Then he would retrace his steps, walk a few doors down to the Chalice, purchase a coffee, and return to begin the day's work. He typically had an undisturbed hour or so before his office officially opened at 9. Sometime thereafter, if the weather was agreeable, he would stroll to the post office for a bit of exercise. He was a pleasant, reserved man who personified discipline and routine. His daily attire was starched shirt, expensive tie, suit or sport coat, and shined shoes. That meager level of decorum and formality made him an anachronism in the casual, virtual, tech-driven marketplace of Golden. Nonetheless, and despite his outdated ways, Mr. Ponder was a highly regarded and well-connected presence in the community. He had influence. His office building, inside and out, was a picture of refinement and order, a stark antithesis to Tony's bookshop. Theo, to his credit, would prove to be as comfortable in one as he was in the other. Theo stepped beneath the awning and stood before the heavy door, locked at the moment, that led into Ponder House. The door was veneered in oak with a heavy steel frame and 2 deadbolt locks. A gleaming bronze plate was affixed to the wall beside the entrance. It said, "James Ponder, broker and consultant, by appointment only." Below it, a smaller historical marker, as shiny as the other, stated the building's name and year of origin, 1845. A brass lamp fixture, also spotless, was mounted beside the door. The brick walls were brushed and clean. Theo pressed a button on the call box. A matter-of-fact female voice, lacking any inkling of welcome, replied, "May I help you?" Theo leaned close to the speaker. "Yes, good morning. I would like to make an appointment with Mr. Ponder, please." "Are you a client?" "Not yet." The voice was about to announce that Mr. Ponder was not accepting new clients when Theo heard someone behind him. "May I help you, sir?" Theo turned to see a man, perhaps as old as himself, meticulously attired and holding a handful of mail. "Good morning, sir." Theo said, "Yes, I was just trying to make an appointment with Mr. Ponder. I am new to his town and want to ask about a piece of property." "I'm James Ponder." They shook hands. Theo bowed slightly. "Ah, how nice. It is good to meet you, Mr. Ponder. Please call me Theo." "Mr. Ponder," the female voice squawked through the speaker, "I was just getting ready to tell the gentleman." "It's okay, Mrs. Gidley. Go ahead and let us in." The locks released. Mr. Ponder stepped back to let Theo enter first. The door closed heavily behind them as they stepped into the reception room. In little more than a glance, Theo discerned from the artwork, antiques, topiaries, and rugs that Ponder House was more than a mere office building. Wall hangings were arranged at perfect height and exact right angles, precisely spaced. The tassels of the rug on the pinewood floor were freshly combed. The furnishings suffered no dust, and every item on display, crystal, brass, stone, wood, had been recently polished. In subsequent visits, Theo would verify all the artwork, aside from being notably eclectic, was indeed original. Cassatt, Thibaut, Bartlett, Fujimura. That the mahogany display cabinet with the lion's paw feet was indeed Thomas Chippendale, late 18th century. That the sideboard was satinwood and ebony inlaid checkering was indeed a Hepplewhite. And that the 9x12 rug was indeed a late 19th century Persian serape silk. He had no idea about the provenance of the topiary, but guessed that it, too, had a distinguished history. While Theo was doing a quick survey of Ponder's waiting room, Mr. Ponder, in a simultaneous glance, was doing one of his own, postulating from the attire, the wristwatch, the cufflinks, and the scarf that the old man standing before him was no ordinary visitor. Mr. Ponder instructed his longtime secretary, Mrs. Gidley, to hold his calls. She looked over her glasses, gave a perfunctory nod to her employer, and glared at Theo. She was offended that he had made it past her guard tower, and she made her disdain obvious through cold, dismissive eyes. Theo offered a demure smile in reply. Mr. Ponder led the way to a well-lit, carpeted staircase. "I have an elevator, if you prefer." "Thank you. I prefer the stairs." For men with 86 and 76 years of life, respectively, Theo and Mr. Ponder navigated the stairs with an admirable absence of hesitation or strain. At the top, they turned into a small hallway, fastidiously maintained, and bearing more pieces of art. They entered Mr. Ponder's office, which, like the reception area and hallway, was well adorned and well cared for. A wood carving by Granger McCoy, a piece of blown glass on a mahogany pedestal, a triad of mille-fiori paperweights from Perthshire. Theo made a mental note. The man is a connoisseur with an eye for beauty and excellence. Conspicuously absent was any evidence of brokerage work or any advertisement of credentials. No diplomas, no certificates of membership in professional organizations, no awards, though Mr. Ponder and his predecessors had amassed many. Aside from a single file folder, an inkwell and pen, a closed laptop, and a calendar, the desktop was empty, polished, and immaculate. A photograph, family no doubt, was on the credenza beside Mr. Ponder's desk, and a painting of a reserved, thoughtful, and beautiful middle-aged woman, Theo's assessment of the face in the frame, hung on the wall above the credenza. Mrs. Ponder? On the east wall of the office, 8-foot windows overlooked Broadway. Curtains and blinds were designed to allow as much or as little light in the room as Mr. Ponder wished. The silence of the room indicated soundproofing that kept the street noise from interrupting the serenity of the workspace. Everything in the office, the furnishings, the artwork, the man himself, exhaled refinement and propriety. The two men sat at a small table of burled maple. A crystal vase of flowers, gardenias, whose unbruised whiteness suggested they had been put there that very morning, was centered on the table. "May I get you something to drink?" "No, thank you, Mr. Ponder. I don't want to take too much of your time." "Mr. Theo, Mrs. Gidley was right in saying I'm not taking new clients. I hope she wasn't too abrupt in telling you so. She's quite protective of our little business. I'm somewhat retired, but I still come to the office every day. She has been the guardian angel and sergeant-at-arms of Ponder House for over 40 years, almost as long as I've been here. Theo raised a palm. No need to apologize. She was simply doing her job. And I understand very well the need to keep people away sometimes. I suppose a place like this needs a guardian angel and a good gendarme. Mr. Ponder nodded. You said you wanted to ask me about a piece of property. Oh, yes, but before that, Mr. Ponder, please. I am new to town, and I see that there has been some restoration to the old buildings in this area. I am interested in architecture, and I could not help but notice the ironwork at your entrance. I hope I'm not being rude in asking, and if you're busy right now, please forgive me. But could you tell me about Ponder House? I've rarely seen a 19th century American structure in such impeccable condition. A light came on in Mr. Ponder's eyes as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. He did indeed know, in what some considered excruciating detail, about the building's history and design. His attempts to tell that story were usually met with lukewarm interest or less. Few people had attention spans equal to the length or the specificity of Mr. Ponder's narrative about the office property. Actually, my morning is quite open. I'm in no hurry at all. And for the next half hour, with only the tamest of interruptions from Theo, Mr. Ponder spoke of the place with clarity and animation, going all the way back to his ancestors who had laid the first stone. Theo sat up straight, elbows on armrests, chin resting on thumbs, eyes fixed on Mr. Ponder. The more intently Theo focused, the longer and more eagerly Mr. Ponder spoke. To be clear, Theo's interest was not at all dissembling. He was genuinely interested. And the brick? Theo finally interrupted with words rather than nods and facial expressions. The brick is made of what? Local material? I read on one of the historical markers that there used to be a foundry here, near the river, yes? The conversation continued. Question, answer, exclamation, pronouncement. At some point, Mr. Theo, perhaps I can walk you through the town and tell you some of its history. Theo remembered Tony's remarks about the old families. Golden has a rich past, but I'm sure every city could say the same. Now, you mentioned some property. What piece do you have in mind? Theo looked down at his hands and blushed. I am almost afraid to tell you, now that I know how much you care for it. It took a moment for Mr. Ponder to realize what Theo meant. Ponder House? Please let me explain. You see, I'm looking for a place to live for a few months, something to rent. And I was told you might have a space at the top of your building. If that's true, I would be very interested. Mr. Ponder shifted in his chair. Oh, that, yes, well, Mr. Theo, I do have an apartment, but I've never leased it. I don't think I'm interested in that. I'm terribly sorry, and I would be happy to help you find a suitable place. Theo's face could not hide his disappointment. Of course, I certainly understand. Mr. Ponder thought for a moment. How long do you think you'll be here? I'm not certain, but I would guess a few months, maybe 6 or 7. And you're alone? Yes, I'm a widower. My wife died many years ago. No pets? Theo smiled. No pets. It has been my habit to feed birds in the park, but they never follow me home. And, Mr. Theo, forgive me, I don't think I asked you why you're here in Golden. I have some business concerns, some properties to take care of. It was a curiously vague answer, But Mr. Ponder did not ask for details. Not yet, anyway. At the moment, he was contemplating a new possibility. He spoke with the hesitancy of a man weighing his options. "I don't know that I will rent the apartment, but if I did, would you be able to walk up 3 flights of stairs? The entrance to the apartment is a metal stairway in the back, and to get to the stairs, you have to unlock a gate. It's rather inconvenient." Theo, not one to be dissuaded, answered confidently, "I have a great fondness for walking, and I like stairs. It can be pretty noisy down here, especially on the weekends, with all the college students and nightlife. Would that be a problem? Perhaps, but not likely. My home in New York has lots of stairs and lots of noise. I might actually find a bit of noise easier to adjust to than total quiet. But, Mr. Ponder," Theo held up an open hand, as if to stop further discussion, "I don't want to impose, and I can tell you have a great affection for this beautiful place. Forgive me for putting you in an awkward position. I withdraw my inquiry and will find a place nearby. Maybe you could give me a recommendation, but I do wish for a walking tour of the city sometime soon. Now, one final question. Your sign says you are a broker and a consultant. I know what a broker is, but how do you describe your work as a consultant?" Mr. Ponder's voice modulated into a business tone. He explained his work as a dispenser of advice, keeper of secrets, agent of calm, and incubator of ideas. "Sometimes consulting is a matter of a single meeting. Other times it might involve long, complicated transactions. They all tend to be very specific, very case by case." Theo nodded. "So, is a consultant like a priest or a lawyer, sworn to secrecy?" "It depends on a consultant, I suppose. There's no licensing or ethical board for consultants. But if a consultant lacks basic discretion, he or she won't be in business for long. We often deal with very sensitive information, some of it financial, some of it personal, some of it family-related. A good consultant has to be entirely trustworthy, and, in my opinion, yes, sworn to secrecy. To me, that's a cardinal tenet of the profession." Theo nodded. "Very good. I might need a consultant while I'm here in your town. If you're not taking new clients, maybe you could refer me to someone. I certainly don't want to anger the sergeant-at-arms." Theo raised his eyebrows, nodded toward the downstairs, and smiled. "No new clients, right?" "Yes, well..." Mr. Ponder was clearly intrigued by Theo and wondered what his story might be. He also had a nagging sense, inexplicable, that this meeting might not be as accidental as it appeared. Theo stood to leave. The ease with which he rose to his feet and straightened his frame belied his years. His vigor was obvious. "Mr. Theo, would you like to take a look at the upstairs?" "Please, Mr. Ponder. I've already taken far too much of your time. I am afraid that if I see the flat, it will be as beautiful as your office, and then I will become a nuisance who cannot take no for an answer." Now. Mr. Ponder swatted Theo's objection away with a wave of his hand. "Let me show it to you." As they left the office, Theo pointed to the portrait behind Mr. Ponder's desk. It bore the same qualities as the pencil portraits that hung on the walls of the chalice. "This is the work of a master, whoever it is." Mr. Ponder nodded. "I agree. The artist is a local fellow, Asher Glisson. His family's been in the community for generations. The first time my wife saw this, she cried." They walked down the hallway to a locked door. Mr. Ponder entered a code on a keypad and pushed it open. The casing of the door, like that on the entrance downstairs, was thick-gauged, obviously installed with imperviousness in mind. When I renovated the upstairs as an apartment, I made sure that my office was secure from any risk of intrusion. Over the years, we put in firewalls, motion detectors, and other security out of concern for my clients as much as anything. One of the reasons I've been reluctant to rent upstairs is my fear of bad tenants. My clients wouldn't want just anyone living here. The two men climbed the stairs, unadorned and lacking any attempts at elegance, until they reached another heavy door that required another key code. The door opened into a furnished sitting room. Mr. Ponder said, "Let's start at the entrance." He led Theo to the rear of the building, the west end. There were windows enough for ample sunlight to fill the room, but at the moment they were covered with drapes and shades. Even in the dim light, Theo could see that the apartment, though more modestly decorated than Mr. Ponder's office, was far too nice for any college students he had ever known. In fact, there were not many adults to whom he would entrust such a residence. Mr. Ponder unlocked the deadbolts and opened the door. He and Theo stepped out onto the landing. A panoramic view, worthy of a postcard, greeted them. Theo whistled softly in admiration and whispered, "What a glorious sight." Mr. Ponder nodded his agreement before looking down at the wrought iron staircase. He said, "It is a nice view, but it takes 45 steps to get here. That's a lot of climbing." Theo nodded. "Yes, but that is a small price to pay for a sight like this." They went back inside. Upon entry, they stepped into a small mudroom, an area which was not actually a room, nor a place that had ever suffered the indignity of southern mud. From there, one stepped into a comfortable apartment, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, a spacious dining room and sitting area combined. Heart pine floors, the deep gold of spilled honey, were tastefully covered with oriental rugs and runners. High ceilings and tall, ample windows gave a sense of spaciousness to the premises. One with an appreciation of light and shadow, one with a love for the subtle changes that occur to a room as sun rays move from surface to surface, one like Theo, would find no end to the visual pleasure of such a place. He shook his head and tissed 3 times. "Mr. Ponder, I am afraid I shall be a terrible nuisance now that I have seen it." Mr. Ponder was pleased by Theo's favorable opinion of the residence. But he was, at the same time, a man of caution. He was mindful that this genteel old man with the accent and affable disposition had been a total stranger little more than an hour ago, and remained, for now, an unconfirmed inquirer off the street. Mr. Ponder had encountered no small number of eloquent swindlers and charming charlatans during his days as a broker and consultant to the wealthy. He had sometimes saved his clients from the grasp of ne'er-do-wells before damage could be inflicted. At other times, he helped clients pick up the wreckage of their misplaced trust, and yet something about Theo felt unassailable. The cautious Mr. Ponder surprised even himself when he said, "Mr. Theo, I'd like a couple of days to think this over, but maybe we can work something out. And perhaps you'd like to think it over too, especially those 45 steps. They can be a real slog in summertime." Theo nodded and smiled. "Who uses the word slog in America?" Mr. Ponder continued, choosing his words carefully. "I would make one request that I hope won't offend you. This has been a most unexpected meeting, and very pleasant, but we are still strangers. I owe it to my clients to know who I might be renting the apartment to. Could you provide me with a list of references, or letters of reference, so I can do a bit of due diligence?" Theo nodded. "I fully understand, and I would want as much myself. I will gladly give you some numbers to call, but if you have a few more minutes, and if you will assure me that our conversation is confidential, I would like to tell you a bit of my story." Perhaps that will save you some trouble. If not, then I will bother you no more." They sat once again in Mr. Ponder's office. As Theo spoke, the consultant sat in rapt attention. And then there were questions. Lots of questions. Almost 2 hours later, Theo and Mr. Ponder rose and walked downstairs. They shook hands. Theo was now tenant, client, neighbor, and confider to James Ponder. Theo bowed to Mrs. Gidley on the way out and wished her a nice afternoon. She was not smiling. Later that day, Mrs. Gidley walked to the second floor. "Mr. Ponder," even after 40 years, she addressed him formally, "I thought we weren't taking any new clients." He knew by the tone of her voice that she was displeased. Before he could respond, she spoke her mind. "Mr. Ponder, I know the decision is yours, but there's something about the man I don't like. I'm not sure I trust him. I don't know why, but I just don't. He just seems a little too nice and a little too slick, if you ask me. That's my first impression of him, and we already have as much work as either of us wants." Mr. Ponder was polite, but firm in his reply. "Anita, I know this is unusual, but I've already done some checking and made some phone calls, and I'm comfortable taking him on as a client. I'm not going to be able to tell you an awful lot about him. You know how our profession works. This is one of those times I'll have to be very guarded. But for now, just do what I tell you." There was a decidedness in his voice that squelched any reply. Her face went pale, her lips closed, and her nostrils flared. "Anita," he tried to look her in the eyes, but they were fixated on a pen in her hands. "Please trust me." She resisted the impulse to argue. "Well, if it's going to be such a secret, do you even want me to open a file on him?" "Yes, let's do that, but it might be empty for a while. I'll be doing a lot of the initial paperwork and transactional work myself." "And what name do I put on the file?" "Theo." She waited for him to say more. When he didn't, she prodded. "Theo who?" "For now, just put Theo." "Yes, sir. Anything else?" "Yes. Call our cleaning service and have them do a deep clean of the apartment. Mr. Theo will be moving in soon." Her mouth dropped open, but she did not speak. Her face was a mixture of disbelief and mild horror. What was the cautious Mr. Ponder getting himself into? "Yes, sir." She turned to leave the room. The guardian angel of Ponder House was not happy. Chapter 11. Theo and Mr. Ponder met several times in the days following their introduction. On each occasion, Mrs. Gidley greeted the mysterious old man with the same frown and the same cold, dismissive eyes that she displayed at their first encounter. "You old snake, who are you?" As Mr. Ponder's tenant, he was asked to honor a small number of reasonable requests: proper upkeep of the premises, immediate notification concerning problems or appliance malfunctions, cautious use of balcony, and particularly no children. The original railing still in place was 18 inches below present-day safety code. No smoking, discretion concerning house guests, and entrance through the back stairs only. Mr. Ponder would provide a cleaning service if needed once a week or at whatever interval Theo felt necessary. He could also have groceries delivered to the apartment if Theo wished, so he would not have to carry heavy items up the stairs. Theo paid 6 months' rent, insisted on doing so you can't throw me out on the street. Theo moved in on Tuesday morning. A cab drove him to the rear of Ponder House, and the old man, refusing the cabbie's offer to carry his bags, heaved 2 large suitcases, one at a time, up the 3 flights of stairs. It was a workout. He unpacked, mostly clothes, books, and papers. Then he went to a small market on Broadway and bought several items of food and bottles of wine. "The less food in the kitchen," he thought, "the more I'll get out. the more I'll see, and the better off I'll be. As Mr. Ponder's client, Theo provided him with appropriate bits of personal information, including the names of contacts and significant business associates in case of an emergency. I'm an old man. You never know. He also deposited $100,000 to be held in trust and used by Mr. Ponder for expenses and costs that might arise. Theo also explained his plan concerning the portraits at the Chalice. I want to purchase them all, a few at a time, and give them to their rightful owners. I will meet them at the fountain, but I will need help getting their addresses and scheduling the meetings. Mr. Ponder was intrigued and considerably mystified by the idea. He had questions and words of caution for Theo. He even offered an alternative proposal. If you'd like, we could buy all of them at once and let the artist or the coffee shop people deliver them. That would be a lot easier and quicker. Theo flatly rejected the suggestion. No. I want to give them myself. It is very important I do it this way. I will give them one at a time. He gave Mr. Ponder a list with 3 names on it. He had already purchased portraits and was eager to make the bestowals. As Mr. Ponder's neighbor, Theo settled into an almost daily routine of slow walks along and around Broadway. On one such walk, shortly after leasing the apartment at Ponder House, he stopped by the Verbivore to thank Tony for the referral, and he promised to buy books regularly. Well, praise the Lord. Tony raised a hand and shook it like an old woman at a tent revival. He turned to the 3 PLs sitting there. Somebody take a damn picture. Finally, a paying customer. Theo, maybe you'll rub off on somebody. I sure hope so. At the rate I'm going, I'll be closed at the end of the month. Theo delivered a folder of documents to Mr. Ponder, consultant and confidant, for safekeeping. He would add others in the future, but for now he was comfortable with this arrangement and thankful. Chapter 12. In her first official act of employment for Theo, Mrs. Gidley, at Mr. Ponder's direction, found the addresses of 3 local residents and mailed Theo's handwritten letters to them. She also began a log, again at Mr. Ponder's direction, to ensure that the letters reached their intended destinations in a timely manner. Addresses were sometimes difficult and time-consuming to obtain, and the somewhat demeaning task did nothing to elevate Theo's place in Mrs. Gidley's mind. Still, she did the work, did it well, and was paid handsomely in return. Why on earth is this old man giving away free portraits? She wondered. Very suspicious. She did have to admit, however, that she had never seen such beautiful handwriting before. Not exactly the penmanship of a con man, but one never knew. Theo's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th recipients all showed up at the fountain on time, talkative, curious, and appreciative of what the gentle old man was doing. Bestowal number 2 was Junior Perryman, a mixologist at the Bowleg Bar and Grill. Years earlier, in a previous career, Junior had lost an arm in an accident at a local textile mill. In his portrait, a prominent scar from the same accident was visible over his left eye, and his nose was slightly misaligned. He was on his way to work. His shift began at 8, when he strolled up to the fountain, introduced himself to Theo, sat down, and entered into friendly, unhurried conversation, not terribly different than the thousands he had had over the years while serving whiskey and beer at the Bowleg. Junior personified the gift of gab. Some people call me a bartender. I'm really a therapist, Dr. Phil or something. You'll be amazed at some of the stories I hear. I just mix up drinks to make the medicine go down. You probably wonder how I mix a drink with only one arm, don't you? The question had crossed Theo's mind. Well, you just have to come down sometime, and I'll show you how it's done. I'll make you one of my specials. Junior pointed to the fountain. Mr. Theo, you might already know this, but this fountain is called the Fetter. You want to know how it got its name? Yes, thank you. Please tell me. Okay. Well, a long time ago, Like in the 1880s, they had a big dedication ceremony when the fountain was built. Theo's eyes studied the impressive structure in front of them. It reminded him of the Bethesda fountain in New York's Central Park. That one, too, featured an angel with open wings. A preacher was saying a prayer, and there was a little kid on the platform. I think it was the mayor's grandson. While the prayer was going on, a pigeon flew off the statue, and a feather fell onto the preacher's robe. So the little kid hollered, "Papa, look, a piece of feather fell off the angel." He said piece of feather, but he meant piece of feather. And that ended up in the newspaper, and everybody started calling the fountain the piece of feather, but now it's just called the feather. Sometimes for fun at work, I'll bet a free beer to anyone who can say piece of feather 5 times and fast without messing it up. It's hard enough sober, but a few beers make it near about impossible. Junior nodded toward the fountain and chuckled. I've had to pull some of my customers out of that water before. It was approaching 8 o'clock when Theo finally uncovered the portrait and handed it to Junior. Mr. Junior, when I saw this face, I had a feeling this was a special man, a wise and good man. Now I know. And a good storyteller as well. I am very glad I got to be in the world with you. Junior took the portrait in his hand. Well, thank you. So, you're just going to give this to me? He spoke as one who expected to be asked for something in return. Theo bowed his head, put a hand over his heart. It is my honor. Thank you for letting me do this. Junior studied the drawing closely. Well, that guy is pretty amazing, isn't he? The artist. He is indeed. Do you know Mr. Gleason? Junior shook his head. No, he's not the bow-leg sort, I don't think. They talked until it was time for Junior to report to duty. Well, Mr. Theo, I better head to work. Thank you again for the nice picture. I think I'll give it to my mama. Come down some night and I'll mix you one of my specials on the house, and when you're by yourself, try it sometime. Piece of feather. Real fast, 5 times. Bun Everson, the third beneficiary of Theo's inspired idea, arrived with a friend, Sarah. They were both students at the University of Golden. Bun, short for Abundance, her grandmother's name, was enrolled in the graphic design program. Sarah was majoring in English with an emphasis in creative writing. It was she who had written the article about Asher in the Gold Standard. We want to start a magazine together when we graduate, Bun said. Theo was a flurry of questions. The 2 girls were a flurry of half-formed answers and fully formed dreams. He handed the wrapped package to Bun. She opened it, and with Sarah's head almost touching hers, stared at it without comment. They had previously seen the portrait on the chalice wall, and both had been mystified when, one day, it was no longer on display. Sarah said, I've been saving money to buy it for Bun's parents, but, I'm just a poor college kid. Bun and I both love Mr. Glison's work. We had a nice conversation with him when he took our pictures. When he took my picture, he took Sarah's too, Bun said. I hope he draws her. Theo laughed. In other words, we might meet there again someday. In fact, they did, just a few months later. Much later, the magazine launched. One of the first articles was about a day when 2 college students met an old man named Theo. Bestowal 4 went to Frankie Knowles. The splayed eyes and crooked mouth did not diminish the brightness of the 12-year-old smile. When Theo had first told Mr. Ponder about the idea of giving portraits away, Mr. Ponder had offered 2 strong warnings. Never write a letter directly to a child, and always be careful about giving portraits to women, young women in particular. He assumed Theo would exercise such discretion without being told to do so, but he also knew from years of undoing smart people's fiascos that it never hurt to state the obvious. Either of those can be easily misunderstood and might possibly get you in trouble these days. If you want to give a picture to a child or a teenager, Write to the parents and let them decide if they want to accept your offer. And don't be surprised if the parents show up alone. It had crossed Theo's mind not to give portraits to children at all, especially so early on, but Frankie Knowles' framed face argued to the contrary. The boy arrived with his father and mother. They had been to the Chalice only once in their lives. $4 coffee was beyond the reach of their meager income, and they were not even aware that Frankie's picture had been placed on the wall. When they received the letter inviting them to the Feder, they were somewhat suspicious and ill at ease. But they lived nearby in one of the Golden's not-so-elegant neighborhoods and reasoned that, if nothing else, Frankie would enjoy the stroll and benefit from being outdoors. Fresh air was good medicine for a child confined to a wheelchair. After introductions, Theo holding both of Frankie's hands in his, the wheelchair was parked a couple of feet in front of the bench so that the old man and the little boy were knee to knee, facing one another. They carried on like old friends for half an hour while Mr. and Mrs. Knowles sat quietly. All the while, Theo's focus held fast on Frankie's face and eyes. In response to one of Theo's questions, the boy said, "My favorite sport is NASCAR." Theo knew little about race cars, other than what he had learned at the famed competition in Monte Carlo one year, but he was amused by Frankie's enthusiasm for the sport. Perhaps confinement to a wheelchair made speed a tantalizing possibility and an understandable fantasy for the young boy. When Frankie peeled the wrapping paper from his portrait, his mother, who had stood to help him, fanned her face with one hand and put the other on her heart. Her mouth fell open, speechless. Frankie's father was just as spellbound, but less demonstrative. He too stood, shook his head, grinned, and patted his son's shoulder. A short silence, during which all eyes were fixed on the gift, was followed by generous thanks, hugs, laughter. Theo never saw the Knowles family again, but they spoke of him often and never missed an opportunity to tell others the story of the genuine portrait that this old man gave us free at the Feder. The idea was off and running. A restless accountant, a gregarious bartender, an aspiring entrepreneur, a NASCAR fan. At least 88 to go. Theo had struck a motherlode of opportunity. He had stumbled onto his purpose as the newest resident of Golden. Chapter 13. When town planners designed Golden in the early 19th century, they had either had the foresight, the intuition, or the dumb luck to make the median wider than what was in vogue at the time. One of the planners had been to Europe, an extravagance in the early 1800s, and had witnessed some of the wide boulevards in the old cities there, the Champs-Élysées in Paris, La Rambla in Barcelona, the Via Monte Napoleone in Milan. It was his suggestion, the story goes, that the space between the east and west sides of Broadway be ample enough to accommodate large canopy trees, fountains, open areas for play, and landscapable green space. The wisdom or fortuitousness of that decision had served the city well. Early on, and largely at the instigation of the town planner who had been to Paris, the median became known as the Promenade. Last syllable, nod. And like the rest of the city, the Promenade experienced its share of economic ups and downs over the years. When the city's financial coffers were low, that fact was visible in the dereliction of plants and landmarks in the median. When, on the other hand, the local treasury had been flush and the downtown was thriving, well-paid arborists and landscapers maintained order and comeliness up and down the thoroughfare. A safe, clean, beautiful promenade always proved good for business and public relations. In Golden's most recent renaissance, the one that preceded Theo's arrival, the city had campaigned aggressively to undo the neglect of the previous years. Litter, untended vegetation, cracked sidewalks, malfunctioning fountains, neglected storefronts, and algae-covered pools became the target of thorough, well-funded reclamation. The makeover brought new landscaping, street paving, fresh paint, tasteful signage, and a maintenance crew that worked daily to keep the area in good repair. And the public, to the delight of local leaders and business owners, responded with wallets open wide. Theo's knowledge of Golden grew by the day. Through walks and conversation, observation and inquiry, he learned the lore and the landmarks of the city. Historical markers told the stories of buildings, bridges, prominent citizens, and local industry. And there were always people like Tony and Junior to fill in the gaps. The city, as Mr. Ponder had promised, had a rich past. Theo did read the book Tony gave him at their first meeting. It was there he learned about the oak trees in the promenade, one in particular. Those trees were, and ever would be, haunting reminders of grim moments and dark stains in Golden's history. The oak nearest the chalice, on the southeast side of the tree, had a scar on its trunk, 8 feet above the ground, that bore the unmistakable shape of an eye. Some of the older black folk in the city called it the Eye of God. It harkened back to a time, still alive in their ancient memories, when public executions took place in the median and hangings, unspeakable injustices, were carried out on the strong limbs of those trees. Crowds came shamelessly, in the broad light of day, to witness and even celebrate those lynchings. One old soul, who had actually been alive to witness such barbarism, once offered her belief about the tree in an interview with the local evening news. God sees. God sees. The Lord God sees it all. He keepin' score. That's why the grass don't grow up under them trees. And they swear that, at times, the eye of God weeps. Others say it's just rainwater and tannin, but those old-timers brook no dissent. No, child, them is the tears of God. Put some of that on your tongue. It's all bitter, hurtful tears. He cries some every day. Every day this world gives him reason, us too, to cry some more. The eyes of God in the promenade, they sees it all. But he gonna make it right one day. The promenade, the fetter, and a carefully selected spot beside the river. Those 3 places became, in many ways, the center of Theo's life in Golden. For the year he dwelled there, the eye of God was always near. Chapter 14. Mr. Ponder handed Mrs. Gidley a list of 4 more names. She ever so slightly rolled her eyes. Mr. Ponder, you have to admit, this is ridiculous and dangerous, approaching total strangers like this. One of these days, a policeman or an angry husband is going to show up, and we're going to be stuck right in the middle of it. The venerable consultant did not argue. Anita, I'll admit it's unusual, but I'm proofing all of his letters to make sure they're appropriate, and 7 o'clock in broad daylight keeps him pretty safe. And so bestowal number 5. Intuition and appearance, faces that have suffered loss, eventually led Theo to the portrait of Kendrick Whitaker. Theo learned from Shep that the young man worked as a custodian at the university. It was a job for which he was grateful, in which he took pride, and to which he brought an admirable combination of punctuality, diligence, and excellence. Working night shift meant he was invisible to most of those who benefited from his work. He usually left before they arrived at their jobs, but his efforts were noticed, admired, and appreciated. He had a serious, quiet demeanor that could easily be, and sometimes was, mistaken for sullenness. Beneath the exterior, however, for those able to pierce it, he was a thoughtful and gentle man. Kendrick rarely patronized the chalice. There was free coffee at work, after all, but when he did, he said little, rarely smiled, and always ordered a medium brew of the day with room for cream. Mrs. Gidley sent Theo's handwritten letter through the university's custodial department. Dear Mr. Whitaker, You and I have never met in person, but I saw your portrait recently at the Chalice coffee shop. I bought the portrait and would like to give it to you as a gift. You can do with it as you please. I understand you work at the university on the night shift on weekdays. I would like to meet you at the fountain in the median across from the coffee shop to give you the picture. I'll be there at 7:30 this Thursday morning. It should only take a few minutes. I know this might seem a bit strange. For some reason, I feel that the picture should be with you. If you wish not to have it, I will take good care of it. I look forward to meeting you. Just so you'll be able to recognize me, I am an old man. I'll be wearing a brown jacket and a green cap. Wishing you the very best. Every blessing, Theo. At 7 a.m. on Thursday, Theo was sitting at the fountain. The spouts were idle, and the water was calm enough that coins were distinguishable beneath the surface. One red plastic cup, a souvenir from the previous night's reveling, floated lazily on its side. To the east, thin, gilded strands of melon-pink clouds highlighted the horizon above buildings along Broadway. Theo imagined flamingos in repose. He sat facing west, with a view of the university administration offices. The town was waking up. The Chalice, no doubt, was already pouring generous amounts of coffee. Theo looked up and studied the stately old oaks near the fountain. He pondered how a trunk could become so gnarled. It must have taken a great force to torque such a massive object. Or had some small force, early in the tree's life, dictated its course of growth. You can bend a twig, but not a tree. Theo tried to imagine how an artist might draw this particular trunk. It has the look of a twisted towel, or perhaps a human neck caught mid-scream, muscle and veins taut and protruding. Yes, the old oak is a permanent scream, a memorial to some horror it might have witnessed long ago. It would take a skilled artist to capture the soul of such a tree. Theo looked higher up at the branches. They, too, provoked questions. Was there symmetry, achieved by design, the work of an arborist, or was it purely the result of nature? How did they find water in the midst of so much pavement? A passerby could not have imagined the traffic of ideas filling the old man's mind as he waited for Kendrick Whitaker to appear. The portrait was beside Theo on the bench. His hands, fingers laced together, rested in his lap. He glanced from time to time over his shoulder at the large clock on a church spire, barely visible through the buildings of East Broadway. He was mildly nervous, just as he had been for the prior meetings. At 7:30, Kendrick had not appeared. By 7:40, no one. By 7:45, Theo wondered how long he should wait. He began to think of reasons why Kendrick might not be able to show. Sickness? Maybe he didn't work last night. Maybe he had to work a bit later than usual. Was the letter not delivered? No, any reason but that. Mr. Ponder had assured him it would make it into the hands of Kendrick's supervisor and eventually to Kendrick himself. I will wait until 8 o'clock. And then there he was, rounding the corner of Light Street and Broadway. Theo remained seated until Kendrick was just a few yards away. At that point he stood, smiled, removed his hat, and bowed. The young man, head slightly down and hands in his pockets, stepped toward him. Theo held out his hand. Kendrick looked at it and paused before realizing it was the offer of a handshake, which he awkwardly accepted. An hour earlier, Kendrick had stood at a window in the university admin building, looking down at the old man. The absurdity of Theo's letter, the disquieting thought of having been stalked by a stranger who only gave his first name, and the probability that this was all a hustle or scam had driven Kendrick to the sensible decision not to accept the invitation. But he had walked to the window a second time, and then a third, vacillating between fear and fascination, from skepticism to curiosity. Maybe I'll go. He was tired. He was eager to get to the hospital. And so 7:30 had come and gone. And 7:40. And 1:15. Kendrick had clocked out of work at his regular quitting time, but remained at the window in the admin building to study the solitary figure at the fountain. A frailty, or a sadness, or something else about Theo softened Kendrick's apprehension. He left the building and crossed Broadway as the nearby church bells chimed 8 times. He approached Theo cautiously, looking in every direction to ensure that no one else was party to the unusual meeting. "You are Mr. Kendrick," Theo said. It was part question, part declaration. The young man nodded at the old man and then looked away. There was a brief, uncomfortable silence before Theo filled the vacuum. "Mr. Kendrick, I know you must be tired after working all night, but thank you for meeting me here." Kendrick nodded, but only glanced at Theo from the corner of his eye. He caught the accent in the old man's speech. That fact increased by a couple of degrees the oddity of the already odd encounter. But Kendrick's uneasiness was somewhat tempered by the gentleness of his voice and the slight bow that Theo maintained as he spoke, as if the young man were someone worthy of respect. Kendrick continued looking away, his head tilted slightly with one ear turned toward Theo. Morning traffic and street sounds competed with the old man's voice. Theo took note of the young man's features: medium height, strong build, prominent eyes, restless, small mustache, strong hands, one tattoo on neck, Scooby, work clothes, pressed and clean, nervous. "Mr. Kendrick, I wasn't sure you would come this morning. If I had been you," there was a tone of teasing in Theo's voice, "I think I might have stood at that window in the administration building and spied a bit before coming down to meet an old man with only a first name." Smiling boyishly, Theo pointed to the admin building, second floor, to the very window from which Kendrick had studied him minutes earlier. Obviously, Theo had not only been looking at branches when he had tilted his head back to gaze at the oak trees. "If I had seen an old man like me sitting at the fountain, I don't think I would have come." Embarrassed and rattled that he'd been spied on while spying, Kendrick did not return Theo's smile. If anything, he felt even more nervous. Theo regretted his ill-timed attempt at humor. His tone became serious. "But, Mr. Kendrick, thank you. I am glad you're here." The young man's eyes blinked and narrowed. Should he smile or walk away? Another quick glance gave him some assurance that this Mr. Theo was addled at worst, sane and sincere at best. Kendrick remained silent and wary. "Well, here's your portrait." Theo picked up the wrapped rectangle and held it out to Kendrick. "Thank you for letting me give it to you." "Well, I can't pay you for this." "Nor would I take it if you could, Mr. Kendrick. This is a gift. It has been in the chalice for weeks now, but it belongs with you, or with someone you love. Please, I think you'll like it very much." Kendrick said nothing, still uncertain of Theo's intent or the meaning of the moment. He reached out reluctantly and then, as if having touched a live wire, took a step backward. His eyes widened, and he dropped his hands, both curled into fists, to his sides. He had learned from the streets and had been told as a boy by his grandmother never to take a bag or a box or a bottle from someone without first knowing with total certainty what was in it. The wrapped item that Theo had offered him was suddenly sinister, as welcome as a venomous snake. Kendrick's face became tense and cautious, his body defensive. He stared at the object in Theo's hand as if it were a mad dog on a tight chain. Then his eyes darted in every direction. He finally looked back at the befuddled old man. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Kendrick would later wonder why he did not run away at that moment. Theo's smile vanished, replaced by a look of utter confusion. Until that moment, it had never occurred to him that a wrapped package might evoke suspicion or have the appearance of a sting or entrapment. Kendrick knew about such things. Theo hastened to put the young man's mind at ease. No. You misunderstand. Please, look." Theo peeled back the plain brown paper as quickly as he could, then held up the portrait in both hands. The young man looked hard at the picture, only once taking a glance around to be assured of his safety. His hands gradually relaxed, his eyes focused, and without knowing he'd done it, he took a step toward Theo. Kendrick had seen the portrait once, from across the room at the Chalice. He'd been struck by the likeness the face bore to his own, but he could not imagine it was really him being taken seriously by a real artist. He had never gotten near enough in the Chalice to conclude that it was, indeed, himself. He did remember someone taking a photograph of him in the coffee shop one day. It had made him uncomfortable, and he did not fully understand what the purpose was. But now, up close, he could see that someone had taken great effort and given painstaking attention to every detail, every line, every shadow in his face. Someone had deemed him worthy of their time, worthy enough to be matted under glass and framed. Theo gushed with apology. "Mr. Kendrick, please forgive me. I didn't mean to alarm you." Kendrick nodded. Theo asked, "Have you seen this before?" I'm not sure." The frown and the furrows receded from Kendrick's face. He leaned forward and gazed at the portrait, cradled in the crook of Theo's arm. His eyes were bright with wonderment. He remained silent, as did Theo, for a matter of seconds. Kendrick studied the drawing. Theo studied Kendrick. "It's yours, if you like it, Mr. Kendrick. I assure you, I mean no harm. It is simply a gift." Kendrick received it delicately. His head bobbed as if to exhale words that were stuck in his throat. Theo broke the silence. "You like it? Yes?" Kendrick nodded. He finally looked at Theo. "Why are you doing this? Who are you? How do you know me?" Theo returned his gaze, soft eyes above a closed smile. "Mr. Kendrick, I'm an old man with a long story, and I don't know anything about you except the portrait. I moved here recently and saw your picture at the coffee shop one day." Theo nodded toward the Chalice. "I saw all the portraits there and was told they were for sale. I don't know where the idea came from, maybe heaven, but I wanted you to have your portrait. In fact, I hope to give all of them away, so I bought yours. Did you know your name is on the back? And I wrote you the letter, and, well, here we stand." Kendrick listened intently. His countenance, while relaxed, still tilted toward apprehension. "Mr. Kendrick, do you know the saying, 'It is more blessed to give than to receive'?" Kendrick nodded. His grandmother had quoted that scripture verse to him many times. Theo leaned in. "I tell you, it's true." Kendrick's eyes were fixed on the portrait. Finally, he spoke. "I'm going to give it to my baby. I'm on my way to see her right now." "Your girlfriend?" "No, sir. My baby. My little girl." With those words, "my little girl," sweetness overcame any lingering distrust that Kendrick might have felt toward the old man. He smiled, eyes and mouth, at the prospect of giving such a gift to his daughter. Today's her birthday. Maravilloso. Theo gestured dramatically, both hands shoulder high, palms open and upward. How old? 8 years old today. I'm going to the hospital to see her right now. The bus will be here in just a few minutes. Kendrick pointed to a nearby corner where public transport collected passengers. A small knot of people was huddled at the pickup point. Theo's smile disappeared, and his expression changed from one of celebration to concern. I hope she's okay. Your daughter. She's in the hospital? I don't mean to be impolite, but is she all right? Oh, she got hurt real bad in a wreck. Her mama died, and she'd been in and out of the hospital since it happened. Her leg isn't healing right, so they had to do another surgery. Theo stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing steadily at the young father. I work night shift and stay with her in the daytime. My grandmama works day shift and stays with her at night. My grandmama's sick, too. She got sugar, but she loves that little girl. Sugar, Theo found out later, was diabetes. Who is the doctor at the hospital? Kendrick shook his head. I have a hard time saying his name. He's not from here, so I just call him Doctor. And they change your doctors a lot, so there might be a new one when I go up today. I hope not, but I gotta take what they give me. What is her name, your daughter? Lamisha, but I'll call her Scooby. She likes to draw. Kendrick looked closely at his portrait. She is gonna love this. He did this with pencils or what? Pencils? It's amazing, isn't it? It looks just like you. Shoot, it looks more like me than I do. Kendrick smiled, even laughed a little. Well, it can't look more like me than I do, but it's something else. Mr. Kendrick, I tell you what I saw when I first looked at your picture. I thought, this is a strong man. I could see worry and some hurt in your eyes, but still I said to myself, there is kindness in his face. And now I know it is the face of a good father. Theo nodded toward the frame. Yes, I could tell. This is the face of a man who can do much good in the world. The artist captured it all so clearly. Mr. Kendrick, I am honored to meet you. Again, not knowing how to respond, Kendrick simply nodded. He was not used to being praised, especially by those so unlike him, but he didn't feel that the old man was being patronizing or insincere. He was relieved to see the bus was approaching. Oh, there's my ride. It only comes once an hour, so I gotta go. Yes, sir, my little girl is gonna love this. He held the portrait up with both hands. Now, what's her name again? Mr. Theo? Am I saying that right, Theo? That's perfect. Well, thank you for the picture. That's really nice, thank you. Kendrick turned and hurried toward the bus stop, a mixed gait of walking and jogging, as Theo stood at the fountain with his hands behind his back, leaning slightly toward the water. Kendrick boarded the bus, cradling the picture to his chest. He took a seat beside a window. From there, as the bus pulled away, he could see the old man standing at the fetter. Two things dominated Kendrick's thoughts. Scooby will be happy, and hardly anyone ever calls me Mister. Late that afternoon, there was a knock on the door of room 626 on the orthopedic floor of the Crossway Medical Center. Kendrick woke from a light sleep, crossed the room, and opened the door. A young man, a uniformed courier of some sort, stood beside a cart that held a birthday cake, a small arrangement of fresh flowers, and a large wrapped box. These are for Miss Lamisha Whitaker, the young man said. From who? Kendrick's voice was tinged with suspicion. I don't know, sir. I'm just supposed to deliver it. It doesn't say who sent it, but here's a card. The young man handed two envelopes, one pink and one white, through the sliver of the open door. Do I have to pay for this? No, sir. Somebody sent it to you. Kendrick looked at the envelopes. His name, with Mr. before it, was on the white one. On the pink one, in beautiful flowing script, were the words, "Happy 8th birthday, Scooby." The next morning, when his work shift was over, Kendrick walked to the fountain, hoping the old man might be there. He wanted to thank Mr. Theo for the birthday gifts. The box of art supplies, pens and pencils, paints and brushes, pastels and pads, had awakened a gladness on Amisha's face that her dad had not seen since the accident. Kendrick also wanted to ask again why the man was being so generous to total strangers. Such largesse was unsettling, even a bit frightening. But something bigger, undefinable, gave Kendrick hope that the old man meant nothing but good. Theo was not at the Fetter. Other than a couple of students, coffees in hands, the benches around the fountain were empty. Kendrick turned and caught the number 37 bus to the hospital. Chapter 15. Late one night, in those quiet hours when old people find themselves inexplicably restless and awake, Theo got out of bed, put on his robe, poured a glass of water, and sat on the balcony in hopes that sleep would eventually overtake him. At such a moment, well past midnight, and beyond even the energies of the most ardent revelers, the town gave way to profound serenity. It settled into the subdued plainness of brick, iron, and glass, a plainness that almost tempted Theo to prefer nighttime in the city over day. Beneath him, the promenade slept like an infant, at peace in the faint glow of street lamps and traffic signals. In lieu of the normal soundtrack of Broadway, a welcome silence, a coda to the clamorous evening, lay claim to the thoroughfare. The falling water of the Fetter held forth an incessant whisper, like the white noise people stream through devices into their bedrooms to help them sleep at night. A careful listener like Theo might also have heard, or imagined, the faint sounds of the river in the distance, snaking around boulders on its southward journey. The old man was of a growing persuasion that the world had become a much too noisy place, too full of manufactured sounds, unruly speech, and angry voices, and he was pleased, in these unsought moments of sleeplessness, to sit and surrender to the silence, his mind free to take him wherever it wished. He found in such moments the chance to draw upon memory and recall scenes from his long, storied life. He never knew, when he was alone like this, whose face from childhood, which town from adulthood, which agony or ecstasy from his past, or which hope for the future would assert itself in his thoughts. Invariably, the susurrus of the fountain and the calmness of night would lull him back, unresisting, into dreams. If, as sometimes happened, human voices broke the hush along the promenade, Theo would strain to hear what was being said and try to complete the larger conversation of which he was catching only a line or two. Hadn't he, as a younger man, been a late-night voice himself on too many occasions to count? Whose reverie might he have disrupted once upon a time? It was on one such night, when the streets were utterly still and empty, that Theo first heard the song. He had assumed, mistakenly, that the faint sound of music was coming through the open window of a nearby apartment. Maybe someone had fallen asleep with the television on. Perhaps a merchant had forgotten at closing time to switch off the stereo to his business. Or could it be, what time was it anyway? That someone, Shep perhaps, had arrived unusually early to prepare for the workday. But no, it was none of those. 4 o'clock in the morning. It was a soft voice, barely audible, female, gentle. Not, despite Theo's first suspicions, the boisterousness or slur of inebriation. Where is it coming from? He leaned forward to hear better. No need to stand. At such a still hour, sounds carried eerily far, with almost frightening clarity, down the length of the median. And then he saw her. A woman, alone, on a bench beside the fountain. A bicycle, a large hat. She was not singing to be heard, and she might have been surprised to know someone was trying to listen to her, an effort made difficult by the spray of falling water. Nonetheless, Theo strained to block out everything but the singer's haunting, thin, tender voice. He was able to discern a melody and fragments of words. Try as he might, however, he could make no sense of them. The song was soft and slow, a lullaby, perhaps, a fado, a hymn. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, her neck and shoulders bent slightly forward, the posture suggesting weariness. Her eyes were fixed on the pool of water, occasionally on her hands. She never looked left or right or behind. Theo could not imagine her reasons for being alone at the fountain at such a late hour. Such a forlorn sight, he thought. Alone, lonely, small, inscrutable, hiding, but also longing, singing, seeking something. Heaven? After a while, there was more silence than singing, until the singing subsided altogether. The woman mumbled to herself, or to an absent someone, in tones too hushed to be understood. She seemed at home in the isolation of darkness. When a lone police car drove by and slowed down at the fountain, she did not acknowledge its presence, nor did the patrolman disturb her. Acquaintances, perchance? Theo watched her. How long, he couldn't say, until she rose, walked her bicycle to the street, mounted, and rode away, heading south. She paused but did not stop at the traffic signal at Light and Broad. She pulled ahead and dissolved, like a ghost, into the night. Chapter 16. It was one more in a string of glorious golden mornings. Tony and the four-penny loafers sat in their wicker chairs outside the Verbophore. Theo, out for one of his daily strolls, was walking toward them. "Good morning, Mr. Theo." Theo tipped his hat and bowed toward the group with a flourish. "And bon dia to all of you. Good morning." "Now, Mr. Theo," Tony said with a voice full of playful bluster, "myself and the committee were just talking about you, trying to figure out who you are, why you're here, and where you're actually from. Those are the sorts of important things we discuss here at the Verb, since nobody here ever buys books or stumbles across new ideas." He wagged a thumb at the quartet. "Theo, we know you're not really from Portugal. Nobody in the world is from Portugal. People around here don't even know where that is. From now on, tell people you're from Rome. When people ask you where you're from, say you're from Rome. That'll impress people. Tell them you're an artist, and you're connected to the mafia, and you're here on business, and you know all the Corleones. You know who the Corleones are, don't you? Al Pacino, Marlon Brando, right? And wear the cap. Ooh, that's a great touch, Theo. They'll believe you're an artist if you wear that beret. Isn't that what it's called, a beret? Maybe you should wear an ascot, too. Tell people you got it from the Godfather. Tell them you and the Godfather are close. And Theo, tell him to buy a book. Tell him that guy downtown is less than a week away from having to close his doors, and somebody is threatening to turn his bookstore into a massage parlor. Help me out, Theo." And so on. Theo mostly listened, smiled, and chortled, sometimes offering a word of mock sympathy. Theo figured out early on that when it was just the two of them, Tony presented a quite different persona than the one he displayed in the company of others. Despite the image he typically projected, unserious, sarcastic, cantankerous, he had a thoughtful, serious side with a wide range of interests. He read voraciously, usually at night after the shop had closed, was intimately familiar with his inventory, possessed an adhesive memory for names and stories, and when he wanted to be, was masterfully conversational. From the time of their first encounter, they carried on thoughtful conversations, or portions of conversations, about authors, local history, and politics. They shared stories from their pasts, but only to a point. and only when no one else was nearby. In time, Theo believed the bookseller's rough, impervious exterior would peel away, and Tony would reveal himself more fully without the protective veneer of sarcasm or humor. Within the first month, Theo had already pieced enough of Tony's story together to know that the bookseller's gruff edge was hard-earned. He was a veteran of Vietnam, infantry, jungle stuff, not the sort of thing he was willing to talk about, though he was otherwise outspoken about war, if only to argue the utter insanity of it. In the 1960s, after his tour of duty, he'd returned to the States, a fractured soul to a fractured homeland. He let his hair grow long, went to college, learned the temporary healing powers of bourbon and marijuana, married, bounced from job to job, got divorced, sobered up, worked for decades as copy editor at the local newspaper, retired early, and, with his considerable savings, bought the building on Broadway long before there was much demand for real estate in the area. His friends thought him crazy at the time, but as the transformation of downtown grew increasingly visible, Tony became celebrated for his foresight. With rents he eventually charged for his second and third stories, one for a group of marriage counselors, the other for an artist. They're all up there working miracles while I'm down here trying to sell a damn book or two. He was able to paint, patch, refurbish, furnish, and provide signage for the entire building. The Verbivore retained all the quaint character and organized chaos of a vintage bookstore, but it was prime real estate. Tony's penchant for poor-mouthing was legendary along the promenade. It was part of his quirky theatrical side. He had cultivated it into an art form and would plead poverty to anyone who gave him half a chance to do so. "Tony, would you like to meet me at the Chalice tomorrow morning? I'll buy you a coffee, 7 o'clock. Well, thank you, Theo. I'll be there. I need to get used to charity coffee. At the rate I'm selling books, I'll be begging for a place to live pretty soon." "Yes, you poor boy. Let me help. The Godfather himself sent money to buy your coffee. But he'll probably want something in return, you know." The next morning they stood in the line, breathing in the scent of coffee and bread, absorbing through their pores the good chemistry of the room. People mingled. Greetings and chatter were plentiful. Tony's voice turned semi-serious. "So, Theo, tell me the truth. You don't really buy that whole heaven thing, do you?" Theo had suggested that the atmosphere in the Chalice that morning was heavenly, which had prompted Tony's question. Before Theo could answer, Tony carried on. "I mean, okay, I know heavenly can mean really good, like wine can be heavenly, and so can a woman or a sunset. Heavenly as an adjective or a figure of speech, or heavenly as a state of mind. But you don't really think it's a place where we go, do you? How can you possibly believe that? Europeans don't buy that stuff anymore, do they?" Theo smiled and tilted his head, but offered no reply to the question. Not that he wasn't willing to answer, not that he didn't have thoughts on the matter, not that he was fearful of anyone's mockery. He simply felt the question deserved a better place, a better time, a better chance to be properly answered. He nodded toward the drink counter. "Now, Tony, let me tell you. This young fellow, Shep, is an exceptional barista. I have enjoyed much coffee in my life, in many places. But I tell you, his coffee is as fine as any I've had anywhere. This week it's Ethiopian beings, you know. Did you know it was the Ethiopian monks in Capuchin who discovered coffee? That's where we get the lovely word cappuccino. It's true." It was not lost on Tony that Theo, the conversational escape artist, had adroitly avoided the question about heaven. "Tony, tell me, where did you have the best cup of coffee of your life?" The answer came without hesitation. Tony's voice softened, and if only briefly, took on a tone that Theo had not yet heard from his sardonic friend. "Well, I can tell you. It was 1968. I had finished my last deployment in Vietnam. We got on a plane in Saigon, 5 days after being in the jungle. I was still cut the hell up, and had bug bites all over me. We'd been fighting for over a month. A terrible month. Tony shuddered at the memory. I had hardly eaten a thing. I slept on the plane till we got to American soil. When I knew I was really out of the jungle on safe ground, I took a long shower, put on something other than camouflage, and ate a meal. It was the best everything I've ever eaten in my life. Best meat, best bread, best everything, best coffee. Every bite of it was. Tony paused and grinned. Heavenly. And then I stayed drunk for a month. They reached the counter, exchanged greetings with Shep, and placed their orders. Theo reached for his wallet. And now, Tony, my poor boy, let me buy your coffee, and then we will study your portrait on the way out. Tony refused the offer with a flourish. No, 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 sir. I pay my own way. I don't want to owe anything to the mob. Shep, this man, Tony pointed to Theo, this is a dangerous man. He's from Rome, mafia. Don't trust him. Shep watched as the two men walked away. They stopped at the wall and leaned in to study Tony's portrait. Theo pointed to one of its details. Tony said something. They both laughed and then left, Theo's arm on the shoulder of his American friend. It was the sort of moment Shep had hoped for when he opened the chalice, moments light and broad. Chapter 17. Even before the first bestowal to Minette, even before he moved into the Ponderhouse apartment, Theo searched for and found a comfortable bench, isolated and out of the way, where he could sit and watch the Oxbow River with minimal distraction. There were a number of sturdy, comfortable benches at strategic places along the paved walkway beside the river for use by the public. The one Theo chose backed up to and was cradled beneath the thick limbs of a chestnut oak. He reckoned from the tree's size that it might be old enough to have witnessed the burnings of the bridges when Union soldiers attempted to attack Golden from the western shore in 1865. If so, it would have been a mere sapling back then, barely breaking the red clay on the riverbank. Theo's year in Golden allowed him to watch that tree through a full cycle of seasons, tiny springtime buds becoming oblong, hand-sized leaves, light greens becoming deep green, becoming scarlet and gold, pearl-sized cups becoming thumb-sized acorns, shade-making limbs blown bare by frigid winds. But regardless of the season, this towering tree, as others had done in other places, served as Theo's quiet companion and mentor in the ancient ways of stillness and listening. It was good company for an old soul. When evenings were unobligated, particularly during the temperate months of spring and fall, he would make the short walk from Ponderhouse to the riverside, and time to be seated precisely 15 minutes before sunset. If sunset was at 7:21, Theo would be on the bench, looking west, no later than 7:06. He had carried this practice, this observation of sunset, to every place he'd lived for the past 5 decades. Around the world, a host of rivers had welcomed his solitary presence, always facing west, almost always empty-handed, always from the quarter hour before declension until the first star of evening became visible. What Giverny was to Manet, a place that was never the same on any 2 days, the sky above, moving waters, was to Theo. Even as a boy, he had felt a gravitational pull to the western sky, at the hour each day when the horizon dissolved landscape and heavens together. That hour, that practice, that stillness had saved him when he was a younger man. Though the memory was decades old, Theo never entirely escaped the dizziness, the difficulty breathing, or the disorientation that he had felt when he first got the news his daughter had been killed. The 10-year-old had been the unexpected jewel of a loveless marriage, the raison d'etre of the then young man's life, and the inspiration for all he hoped to do in the world. From rocky soil in which opposites had first been attracted and then repelled into cold civility, This flower of promise had bloomed. She dethroned all of Theo's previous deities the day she was born. Tita, named for her grandmother. The young Theo, often away from home on business as his fortunes rose, began to reconfigure his life so that he could be near the child as much as possible. His return home to Tita at the end of workdays or trips abroad, those first moments of exuberant embrace between adorer and adored, became the moments around which he built his existence. Even Theo's affection for his wife grew, an acknowledgment of the gift she had borne him. He had been concerned, but not enough, about his wife's fondness for wine and spirits. The life she lived, license, privilege, respectability, boredom, was financed and well-fed by Theo's achievements. Their moves from one city of prominence to another, with immediate acceptance into the high culture of each new community, suited her taste for society and her need to be noticed. They also landed her in a world where strong drink was plentiful and routine, and where her power of resistance was easily stretched beyond its limits. The part of her soul that she could not fill with the false transcendence of prestige, she filled or sedated with vodka and scotch. Theo at first relished, then endured, and eventually loathed the perks of his business success and wealth. Social gatherings, tuxedoed events, balls, galas, concerts, and galleries became the bane of his existence, the more so as each event encroached on his time with Tita. His fondness for people never waned, but the pretense, on full display at many of the social events filling his calendar, became insufferable to him. The same attention that his wife found intoxicating, he found mildly sickening. He tolerated it as a necessary part of being a highly successful entrepreneur. Theo was in New York City at a ceremony in the United Nations building when he got the call. An international connection from France, with a slight and inconvenient delay, informed him. A trusted secretary was bearer of the tragic news that his daughter had been killed in an automobile accident, a single-car accident caused when Theo's seriously inebriated wife, also killed, lost control of her expensive car, left the roadway, flipped repeatedly, and came to rest at the foot of a slightly damaged beech tree. For weeks, every thought of Tita made Theo gasp and sob at the nauseating finality of her death. The impossibility of her return, the endlessness of his waiting for her presence, the suffocating silence of the house, his inability to find any words to express what he felt, and the haunting realization that it did not have to happen drove Theo to near madness. Sleeplessness, tremors, and starvation became his reality. His suffering was aggravated by a sense of guilt that took the form of a single tormenting question: did I not protect my child? Newsmongers in the press and gossips in social circles tried in vain to pierce his silence and isolation. To him, those heartless, curious beasts were non-existent, as was everything and everyone else in the universe. Only grief existed, and it was everywhere. The few who did see Theo during that time, a handful of friends and family, saw a desperate emptiness in his eyes that itself was a form of death. No words of encouragement, no news of the marketplace, no prospect of future endeavors could entice him from the abyss of his loss. He had other houses to which he might flee and the means to stay away for as long as he wished, but he chose to remain at his home near Paris. His decision not to leave was more visceral than rational. If he could not be close to Tita's living body, he could at least remain close to her grave. If he could not feel her breath, he could at least be where she had most recently breathed. But God, the ache, oh God, the ache. One morning, just days after Tita's burial, Theo woke before sunrise, dressed, left the house, and began walking. He had no route in mind and no destination. He told no one of his departure. He did not return home until that evening. His friends, in the interim, had worried themselves sick, fearing the worst. "I have been walking," was all the explanation he gave in response to their questions and scoldings. It was a truthful answer. His walk that day, and for the many that followed, was simply a way to save himself from drowning in guilt and regret. Springtime came early that year. Some said it was the longest spring France had ever known. And like a blind animal, moving instinctively toward a mother's scent, Theo left the oppressive walls of his villa early each morning to be in the presence of the season's beauty. Even in his darkest hour, he was drawn, if unconsciously, to space and verdure and color. And so he walked, and walked, every day. As if his life depended on it, he walked, alone, tirelessly, desperately. The large plot of land that surrounded Theo's home outside of Paris was laced with a labyrinth of trails that ran through forest and field. Beyond his own property were miles and miles of hillside and country that he was free to roam. Some days his lone figure was seen at such long distances apart the locals assumed he must be hitchhiking or driving from one spot to another. But not so. His walking was driven by fear and hope, fear of the thoughts that would catch him if he sat still, and hope that he might somehow walk himself into a stupor or oblivion, or better, into the place where he would find Tita. Pursued or pursuing, he walked. Bedraggled, unkempt, inconsolable, he walked. Furious, frightened, fitful, he walked. At day's end, he would return to the damnable emptiness of his home and, if fortunate, collapse from exhaustion. The temptation to drink or drug himself into sleep was never strong enough to overcome his remembrance of what that power had already taken from him. He would not grant it the pleasure of a third casualty, even if, quite strongly, he longed to escape the world. Eventually, the dark spell broke. After weeks of walking, the beauty that had surrounded him, beauty to which grief had temporarily numbed him, became consciously present again. It was evening. The sight of lush fields, the scent of turned soil, the color of innumerable blossoms, and the cool air of April conspired against the death and darkness that he carried into their midst. His first lucid thought, "This is lovely," felt like a betrayal of his daughter. He tried to stifle it with the argument that, in her absence, goodness was no longer possible in the world. But then the appearance of additional co-conspirators, a little boy and girl on bicycles, laughing as they tried to outpace a playful dog, struck him with the inescapable recognition that life would and must go on, even if altogether new and subject to a grief that would be present with every step. Theo stopped to let the thought take firmer hold. He wanted it to prevail. He was tired. So grievously tired. He walked along a path that ran beside the River Marne. At a high brow overlooking the ribbon of water he sat. Theo had seen the small bench many times in his frantic ambulations, but had never once considered stopping to rest. Nor had he ever seen anyone else sitting there. This time, however, under the spell of a resplendence that would not be denied, he took a seat. His hands were empty. The sun was minutes from sinking below the tree line on the distant horizon. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, yielding as best he could to the slight peace that was trying to claim some corner of his heart. He removed his hat, bowed his head warily, and sensing what was to come, covered his face with both hands. His breath shortened until tears, could there be any left after weeks of crying, filled his haggard eyes. He wept and moaned and choked on his sorrow until one final eruption of longing and a sob that seemed to carry the hurt of all his stolen hopes tore through his chest. Bit by bit, he emptied the bitter cauldron of his anguish and then sat in silent stillness. He forced himself to take a deep breath, and then another. His body relaxed. His head remained bowed, cradled in fingers that were soaked with tears. Slowly, a calmness, absolute and irresistible, began to possess him with such presence that, in those moments, he knew his season of darkest grief was over. He dried his eyes on his forearms, lifted his face, and sat upright on the bench. He heard the faint sounds of children laughing in the distance. The last tiny sliver of sun was visible behind trees on the skyline. When he was able to see clearly again, a motion above the river caught his attention. A cloud of birds, starlings and redwings, thousands upon thousands of them, flew with synchronized precision, a dancing funnel undulating in perfect unison. Theo had learned somewhere in his past that the spectacle was called a murmuration. His soul caught its breath at the sight, like a swimmer coming up from the depths. For that moment, he could separate beauty from his grief and celebrate, if only ambivalently, that there was still a world of goodness apart from, or bigger than, his aching loneliness. Above and behind the aerial ballet of bird flight, the clouds began to robe themselves in color, as if the sky, too, was fighting for the heart of this wounded man. The slow, subtle changes, akin to tilting a cluster of opal beneath light, in which one tint dissolves into another, hinted that the great expanse overhead was alive, a thriving nest of angels and hope. The sheer wonderment of the moment, the wings of 50,000 birds, and the intoxicating surplus of beauty overwhelmed him, as though a rope that had been pulled taut, that tied him to the darkness of Tita's death, had snapped and fallen powerless to the ground. Theo's eyes filled with tears again. Weariness, hope, forgiveness, surrender, as he lay his head back and looked into the open sky above him. A single star caught his eye, a tiny glimmer. Searching from horizon to horizon, he confirmed that it was the first and only star in the sky. Tita, darling, look, a star, for us. He heard a lone dove in the distance and imagined his daughter beside him. Imagined that she too saw the ballet of the birds, saw the single star, was the single star, heard the mournful song. He rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and went home. Looking back on that moment, he realized that, in the time between the quarter hour before sunset and the first star of dusk, somehow under the spell of that April evening in France, his splintered soul had begun to heal. It would happen in fits and starts. It would be a healing that would never, at least in this life, be total or final. But it was the moment when the fever broke for him, and the moment when heaven took possession of his soul. A host of faint recollections, words from his mother, the story he had been taught from the priest, fragments of music, images of the Christ that he had pondered in museums around the world, books he had read, all converged in the beauty of that riverside moment and coalesced into a name, a hope, a love that changed him forever. Theo eventually sold the majestic house and moved far away from the parish where his daughter was buried. In every place he ever lived after that, he insisted his home be within walking distance of a river, with a view to the west, and with a bench or a place to put one. And on many days, sometimes for many consecutive days at a stretch, he would check the local morning paper for the exact time of sunset to ensure that he'd be punctual for his date with a 10-year-old girl whose laughter was a murmuration and whose memory was a single star, the brightest in all the sky. Chapter 18. 3 pristine blossoms of gardenia in a vase on the credenza beside Mr. Ponder's desk perfumed the office with their ineffable sweetness. At front of the desk stood Mrs. Gidley. Mr. Ponder reached out to give her a piece of paper. "Anita, here are 2 more names for Theo, and here is letters to go with them. Do these things first, please." Mrs. Gidley looked at the list with the same enthusiasm she might have given a speeding ticket. She shook her head. "How many of these do you think Mr. Theo is going to do?" "From what he tells me, he wants to give all the portraits to their owners. That's what he calls them, owners. I believe there are over 90 altogether. I'm impressed you've been able to find addresses for all of them so far, especially the students." Mrs. Gidley was pleased with the compliment. "Some of them have been pretty hard to find, but Shep knows most of the people. Between him and the Internet, we've been lucky, but I still think this is all pretty strange." She was not yet willing to acknowledge her enjoyment of Theo's project and her growing sense that she was part of something admirable. "Mr. Ponder, even now I'm not sure I trust the man. There is just something suspicious about him. I can't put my finger on it, but—" Mr. Ponder looked up. "Anita, have a seat. I want to tell you something." It was obvious from his tone, a tone she knew well, that he thought about whatever it was he was about to say. "Anita, you know our business as well as I do, and I don't like keeping secrets from you. You know that I trust you. That's not the issue. It's just that there are times when I'm required to keep things to myself, and this is one of those times. Theo insisted upon it. I'll admit he's an unusual case, but I at least want you to know this." Mr. Ponder had Mrs. Gidley's full attention for whatever this happened to be. "Before taking Theo into Ponder House, I made a number of phone calls in his presence and also did some other due diligence. You know I wouldn't have taken him on if I thought there was a problem." Mrs. Gidley nodded. Mr. Ponder paused. "Anita, many years ago, Theo was a client of my father." Mrs. Gidley sat up straight. Her eyes registered utter surprise, lifting like drawbridges to allow entry of the revelation into her mind. She scrolled through her memory for any clue that Theo had been in Ponder House during her decades of employment there. Her memory was blank. "I checked our files," he continued. "Theo suggested I do so as proof of his character, and I found Dad's notes. It verified what Theo had told me about himself, and that's why I took him on as a client. I want you to know he's not a man to fear or be suspicious about. That's all I can tell you, but I hope it'll put your mind at ease." Mrs. Gidley was a cauldron of questions, but she restrained herself and simply thanked Mr. Ponder very much. She looked again at the list of names. "I'll get these addresses and mail the letters this afternoon." And so she did. Chapter 19. Kendrick had been in the hospital for only a matter of minutes one Tuesday morning, when a man in surgical scrubs walked confidently into room 626 at Crossway Medical Center and introduced himself. "Mr. Whitaker, my name is Goodson Akonde. I will be Lemicia's doctor for the rest of her treatment." He was a tall, slender man with delicate hands, close-cropped hair, and smooth, ebony skin. His speaking voice was a blend of British precision and Nigerian lilt. He wore wire-rimmed eyeglasses. He turned his attention to Lemicia. "And you must be Lemicia." He took her small hand in both of his and leaned toward her. "I am very, very glad to be your doctor," he whispered. "Call me Dr. Good, okay?" On the previous day, Dr. Akonde had received a call from James Ponder. "Dr. Akonde, thank you for taking my call. I got your number from the hospital medical director. She speaks very highly of you." "Thank you, Mr. Ponder. It's nice to speak with you. Yes, she told me you'd be calling. Please tell me about the little girl." Mr. Ponder outlined Lemicia's story. The automobile accident, her mother's death, the long hospital stay, the musical chair of doctors, and the hardship on the family. "Dr. Akonde, I'm calling to ask if you might be willing to take the young lady as a patient. Her family doesn't have private insurance, and she's been treated by various doctors at this point. We would like one doctor to handle her case for the remainder of her treatment, and the medical director says you're the best." The hospital medical director had, in fact, given a glowing recommendation of Dr. Ikonde. He was born and raised in Nigeria, received his medical degree in London, completed a fellowship in pediatric orthopedics at Boston Children's Hospital, and maintained a thriving practice with a group in Golden. He was widely recognized as an authority in his field and well respected for charitable work he routinely did abroad, at his own expense, treating children with leg injuries caused by landmines. "And, Mr. Ponder, how do you know the little girl?" Dr. Ikonde asked. "I'm representing a private individual, a benefactor, who wishes to remain anonymous. He's a friend of the Whitaker family and wants to help them, but he doesn't want them to feel indebted to him in any way. If you take the case, you will bill him through my office. He is very capable of covering any costs involved and very happy to do so. He is hopeful you might be able to help the little girl. I know this is rather unusual, but the gentleman wants the best for the child and the family." "Yes, it is rather unusual," Dr. Ikonde agreed, "but I appreciate your client's benevolence. I will talk with the medical director and have my office get back to you." Later that day, Dr. Ikonde accepted the case, agreed to request and review Lamisha's records immediately, and promised to meet with her family as soon as possible. The next morning, between surgeries, he met his new patient in room 626. Mr. Ponder met with Theo to inform him of the arrangement. "Theo, Lamisha is in good hands. The doctor is a remarkable man who specializes in treatment of leg injuries. He reviewed her records and said her condition is serious, but is cautiously optimistic of a good outcome. I got the impression he was not terribly pleased with the level of care she has received so far. He said she'll probably always have a limp, but there's no threat of losing a leg." Theo nodded. He was pleased that Lamisha's future care would be consistent and high quality. He was not sure how he might thank the doctor. "And these will be all kept confidential." "That's correct. The Whitakers only know that a new doctor is going to be taking care of her. I told Dr. Conley that a concerned friend had gotten involved. He understands the need for discretion. From what I can tell, he is a generous man himself. I hope the two of you can meet sometime. Rest assured, Lamisha is in the best of hands with him." "That's very good. Thank you, James." By then the two men were on a first-name basis. "And what have we worked out for the grandmother?" "Right. I got in touch with her employer. We're still working out the details, but basically they're going to give her paid leave until Lamisha's back home and situated. We'll deposit some funds with her employer, and they'll use that to pay her for as long as she's on leave. The folks who own the company are old friends of mine, and I told them I was working on behalf of a client who wishes to remain anonymous, so they'll keep it all secret. They spoke very highly of Mrs. Whitaker." "Excellent, thank you." Theo grinned and patted Ponder's forearm. "I hope you enjoy this as much as I do. We might just become a formidable force for good at this rate, yes? On earth as it is in heaven." Actually, Theo, I find this all rather curious, but it's certainly admirable. People like you renew my hope and humanity." "Yes, we can be such a terrible race at times, but at the same time terribly wonderful, all capable of saintliness. You too, James, you too." Chapter 20. It was inevitable, given their proximity to one another, that Asher Glisson and Theo would eventually cross paths. It happened at the Chalice one mid-morning. The old man was standing with his back to the entrance when Asher entered and walked past him. As Asher placed his drink order at the counter, Shep nodded in Theo's direction. "There's the guy, your patron, the one who's been buying you pictures." Asher turned to the gratifying sight of Theo perusing one of the portraits. The old man was oblivious to everything else around him. Such intensity of observation was the highest praise anyone could possibly pay to the artist. Asher felt honored. But he was also curious as to the old man's intent. Minette, the day after her meeting with Theo, had given Asher a glowing report about their encounter at the Fetter, but she knew very few details about the man. All Asher knew was that a man from Portugal, a pleasant newcomer to town, had purchased a number of the portraits and had expressed an interest in all the ones still on the walls. "Excuse me, sir. Good morning. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I believe I owe you a thank you. I'm Asher Glisson." Theo had been studying the portrait of a little girl wearing a baseball cap. It took him a moment to reorient himself and break away from whatever thoughts filled his head at the moment. When he realized who was standing in front of him, he turned to face the younger man full on, smiled and nodded nervously, and fumbled to string a sentence together. "Oh, well, yes, of course. How nice. Good morning. My, I'm so honored to meet you, Mr. Glisson. This is no interruption at all. I am a great admirer of your work. This is very nice indeed. Thank you for speaking. My name is Theo." Asher accepted the offered handshake with the politeness and respect due an elder. True to his habit, Theo held Asher's right hand in both of his own. He was nothing less than spellbound. Starstruck to be in the presence of the portrait master, his eyes shone brightly. Asher, true to his habit, closely examined the features of Theo's face. "That'll be a good face to draw," he thought. "He has strong eyes. Shep tells me you've bought several of the portraits, and I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your encouragement. That means a lot to me." He nodded to the portrait Theo had been studying. "Her name is Lila. She's a delightful little girl. She just come from the ballet practice when I took a picture." Theo nodded. "You have captured her beautifully, as you have all the others. Even her eyes are full of dance. And yes, Mr. Glisson, I have acquired several of the portraits so far, but only to give them good homes. I'm very pleased that I have discovered them. Young man, you are a master at what you do. Have you time to sit and visit?" Asher received the compliments with poise. This was not his first time hearing high praise of his work. "But thank you, Mr. Theo. Is that right, Theo? Only Theo, please, no mister." "Well, Theo, I'd love to visit, but I have a meeting in just a few minutes. Could you come by my studio sometime? It's not far from here, and I'll be there all day tomorrow. Will that work for you?" "It would, yes, but I don't want to take you from your work." "Well, I appreciate that, but my schedule is flexible. Why don't you come in the morning, and we can visit over coffee? Is 9 o'clock too early for you? Just not good and loud when you come. I usually lock the door when I'm working." Asher gave Theo directions to his studio and a phone number, exchanged a few more well wishes, and then turned to leave. Theo watched Asher walk out, watched him speak to a young couple on the sidewalk, watched him place his coffee cup and a cup holder between the handlebars of his bicycle, and watched him ride away. Theo took a deep breath, removed his glasses, took another deep breath, and then left the shop. The plan was working just as he had hoped. Chapter 21. When Theo had taken his first walk down the sidewalks of the Bowery, the day after his arrival in Golden, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a place that was vintage Americana. That feeling grew with each stroll through the neighborhood. He learned that many of the extant old houses were built in the mid to late 1800s, when Broadway and downtown were the center of life in the community. The exteriors of those houses, gables, columns, porticos, handrails, dormers, ceilings, doors, window frames, pointed to a bygone architectural era that celebrated whimsy and individuality in residential design. Porches were standard fare. Some wrapped around the entire circumference of the houses to which they were attached. Others were nooks, often beside a front door. All allowed for and seemed to encourage the blessed leisure art of sitting and relaxed conversation. Lawns and gardens in the Bowery were well groomed and meticulously cared for. On spring and summer days, the scent of gardenia, tea olive, camellia, and narcissus beckoned walkers closer and closer to the yards, where those fragrant plants grew in abundance. In the early generations of Golden's history, houses in the Bowery had belonged to wealthy leaders in the community. More recently, during Golden's rejuvenation, many of the houses had been purchased by an eclectic assortment of artists, young families, professionals, and affluent history buffs who were willing to live at the borderlands of an increasingly gentrified town center to the north and a chronically impoverished low-rent district to the south. An abiding hope that the downtown would continue to flourish and, at the same time, attain a healthy regard for the city's past was a common trait among the tribe of Bowery residents. They were proud and protective of their little province, Asher among them. At 8:58 a.m., Theo arrived at 107 South Broadway, on the west side of the median. It was a 3-story house, pewter gray with green trim, red front door, and wraparound porch on 3 sides. Though obviously intended to be a residence at its inception, Asher and Brooke had bought it cheap and converted it into a studio. Asher did most of his work there, awash in natural light and able, through an assortment of strategically placed windows, to see trees and sky at all times with a mere tilt or turn of his head. Theo climbed 5 steps up to the porch and knocked on the door. He was a mixture of mild uneasiness and eagerness at the prospect of conversation with the young prodigy. As he waited for Asher to answer, he surveyed the porch. It was deep and long on the front side, with a balustrade of turned hourglass spindles. The porch ceiling was painted powder blue. An old superstition held that such a practice was effective at keeping bad spirits from entering a house and also at keeping spiders from spinning webs in the corners. Perhaps it worked. No bad spirits seemed to be present as Theo waited for Asher's welcome, nor did he see any spiders. Bronze wind chimes, still and silent at the moment, hung at one end of the porch. An assortment of wicker furnishings, neatly organized and cared for, filled the area without crowding it. Theo was making mental notes of flowers and plants around the lawn when he heard footsteps inside the house. Asher opened the door and wiped blue paint from his right hand with a towel before holding it out to Theo. "Good morning, Theo. Sorry to make you wait. I was just finishing a canvas and cleaning my brushes." Theo hesitated to step inside. "Please, Mr. Asher, let me come back at a more convenient time. I can come whenever you like. I don't want to take you from your work." "No, really," Asher insisted. "This is a perfect time. I woke up early and came on over to touch up something I was working on last night. I just finished so we can celebrate over coffee. Please, this is a good time. Come in." Finally convinced, Theo entered as Asher held the door for him. The smell of coffee and the strains of music, something Baroque, greeted them. Theo, in true European fashion, presented a bouquet of flowers to Asher. "Oh, thank you, Theo. Echinacea and narcissus. My mother's favorites. How'd you know?" Asher pointed to the wall behind Theo. "Here's a painting I did years ago for her. Echinacea and narcissus. I'm guessing you saw it on my website, or Shep tipped you off. But thank you. Anything that makes me think of my mom is welcome here." Theo had barely glanced at the painting when Asher directed him to the back of the house. The walls along the hallway were filled with Asher's work. Theo was tempted to stop and linger with each step, but he resisted, settling instead for mere glances left and right as he walked to the large room that served as Asher's work area. Throughout that large, open room, hanging on the walls, displayed on the floor, stacked on tables, framed, unframed, matted, large, small, painted, drawn, finished, unfinished landscapes, cityscapes, birds, flowers, nudes, still lifes, portraits, and more portraits. The genius and exuberant output of Asher Glisson was on stunning display. For Theo, 107 South Broadway was sensory overload. If the entrance hall was an appetizer, this room was the main course of a feast. 3 easels, facing south, west, and north walls, held canvases of drawings in various stages of completion. On one was an unfinished oil portrait, slightly less than life-sized, a distinguished older man. He was standing in what appeared to be a home library. The tones were dark and subdued. The middle easel held a somewhat smaller work in progress, a pencil drawing of a child on snow-white paper. She was kneeling on a sidewalk beside a bucket of chalk, drawing a large smiley face that was asymmetrical and disproportionate. In Asher's composition, there was no background at all to the little girl. The viewer was forced to see her, and only her. The intricacy of the lines that composed the child, the soft shading of her face, the smallness of her body against the bare background, and the delicacy with which those elements had been laid on the paper created a sense that she had been whispered into existence. The drawing, as Asher explained later, was an illustration, one of 46, that he had done for a children's book. The third easel was a riverscape after nightfall. In contrast to the realism of the other 2, this one, on a wide, narrow gesso board, was an impressionistic work in oil in which dense layers of color had been applied with a palette knife. The river in the painting was stippled in various shades of blue, black, white, and peach. The tree line, in deep greens, stood against a night sky that was purple at the horizon and darkened into blackness as it ascended. The piece was unlike Asher's other work, and yet, to Theo's eye, it bore the same delicacy of touch that was a defining quality of the artist's style. Theo took a cursory glance around the room, resisting again his desire to observe and study each piece closely. The sheer richness of the place washed over him, soft morning light, the scent of paint, the finery of oriental rugs, the aura of mastery, the history of the space, and the younger man's inviting presence enlivened the older. Theo would have gladly foregone conversation, at least for a while, to meander from frame to frame, stack to stack, wall to wall, easel to easel. But when Asher offered coffee and nodded to a pair of cushioned chairs with a small table between them, Theo politely took a seat. "Asher, thank you for letting me come by. I see now that you do more than portraits." Asher shrugged. "I try. Portraits have definitely been my bread and butter over the years, and I'm always honored when somebody asks me to do one for them. I love the challenge of drawing faces. Plus, I have a wife and daughter and a mortgage and all that, and portraits pay the bills. But I like to always have something I'm working on for the sheer pleasure of being creative. That one," Asher pointed to the river scene on the easel, "is my present diversion. Ones like that usually don't sell, or they pay me in other ways. They help keep me in love with what I do. But enough about me. What's your story, Theo? I detect an accent. Where's home?" Asher already knew, from speaking with his niece, Minette, that Theo was from Portugal, but he asked anyway. "I have lived in many places," Theo said, "but I was born and grew up in Portugal, a little town near Porto in the north, a place called Pinhao, in the Douro River Valley, with the hills and vineyards. It was a wonderful place to be a child. My parents were simple people, farmers, but they loved beauty, and they loved books, though we didn't have many. They died many years ago. I've been a businessman and investor for much of my life, so I've lived in big cities for the most part. Paris, Florence, Rio. I have a home in New York City now. I've been there almost 20 years. And what brings you to Golden? I have some properties nearby that need my attention. Asher remained silent momentarily in the hope that Theo might say more. Theo didn't, using the pause instead to sip his coffee. How long will we be here? Asher asked. I'm not sure. But Mr. Ponder, you know him, yes? Has been kind enough to let me rent his apartment at Ponder House. It's a lovely place. Asher seemed surprised. I didn't know Mr. Ponder rented that apartment, but I'm happy to hear it. You'll have a front row seat to the promenade from up there. Theo nodded. I am very fortunate. It's a beautiful place. You'll have to come see me sometime. Theo, I hope the locals have been kind to you so far. I've been in Golden pretty much all my life. Not a very ambitious artist, I guess. And I can't really compare it to anywhere else, but I know we've got some fine, generous people in our town. Got plenty of problems and bad elements too, but there seems to be a prevailing goodness here most of the time. Theo nodded again. I confess, I came here with some preconceived ideas about the South. Some good, some not so good. But the only ones I've confirmed so far have been the good ones. Golden strikes me as a nice place. The town is fortunate you stayed here all these years. So, Asher, please tell me about yourself. I feel that I know a bit about you from seeing your art. But what is your story? Well, it's pretty simple, really. I grew up here in Golden. My parents did too. They were old blood in the community, so my roots are deep here. My mom was a homemaker mostly, but she was an artist too. She studied art in college. Actually took some classes in Madrid at the Prado. A lot of things were changing in our country at the time. You know, political stuff in the 60s, Vietnam and such. But I never got the sense she was very interested in all that. She was real tender-hearted and had a wonderful eye for beauty. She tried to pass that down to my brother and me. I don't think there was a day when I was growing up that there weren't vases full of flowers in our house. She was quiet, sort of melancholy in a way, but always pleasant. My dad owned an ad agency. He wasn't an artist himself, but he appreciated talent. I was their first child. I was born just a few months after they married. It was something of a scandal in our little town, but they survived it. I have one brother named Pierce. I'm not very close to him. I was drawn to the smell of paint and linseed oil. He was drawn to the smell of money. Not a bad guy, but he thinks that all of this, Asher's hand swept the room, is a very questionable use of time. He's a tough one. I understand you met his daughter, Minette. Theo smiled brightly and nodded. I call her the world's greatest niece, Asher continued. She's had some tough knocks, but Brooke and I are crazy about her. She and my mom adored each other, Minnie and Gammy. Asher was not used to talking so freely about matters so personal. He would remark later that the old man listened in a way that made one dangerously willing to talk. A business partner had once described it as Theo's superpower. It was fully functional as Asher continued his story. Anyway, I went to a small college to study art, and when I finished, I came back here, thinking I would only stay a while and then move to a big city and try to establish a reputation in a bigger market. I think a lot of artists have that dream. Theo nodded. I ended up falling in love with a girl I'd known since grade school, Brooke. We got married, and we have one child, a daughter named Samantha. We call her Sam. She's a school teacher in South Carolina. And your parents? Well, my dad died not too long ago. He was sort of a soft-spoken, melancholy soul himself. But he was a good man and a good dad. He lived with me and Brooke at the end of his life. My mom died a few years ago of Alzheimer's. I was fortunate I was always able to spend a lot of time with her, especially toward the end of her life. Her mind was really gone, and she said some bizarre things. But she never got mean like some people do when they get the disease. It was hard on all of us to watch it trickle away, and it pretty much broke us financially. But I'm glad I was here. Up to the very end, she seemed to enjoy painting. Theo nodded. He had listened without a twitch. Your mother must have been very pleased you became an artist. You were a fine student. Asher smiled. I hope so. I think maybe you don't realize how gifted you are, Theo said. He leaned slightly forward, as if to emphasize his point. Asher smiled again, a bit embarrassed by the compliment. He made a sound somewhere between a chuckle and a sigh, then attempted a response. Well, I know I enjoy what I do, but I guess it's for someone else to judge how good I am at it. That's how the art world works, right? Is it? Theo shifted his weight in the armchair. Asher, let me ask it this way. From your point of view, as a professional artist, what makes something good art? You should know better, Theo. Ask an artist what it takes to make good art, and you're almost sure to get an autobiography in response. Theo chuckled, and Asher continued. It's hard enough to define what art is, much less good art. I wonder if there is such a thing. Maybe they're just good responses. But I guess if a work of art makes us see something familiar in a new way, or makes us feel something we ought to have felt all along, or shows us our place in the world more clearly, maybe then it qualifies as good. If it makes us better somehow, maybe that's what gives it value. Asher paused for a sip of coffee and to gather his thoughts before he continued. Theo remained silent. That means, of course, that good art varies from one person to another, doesn't it? And the good art can come from a child or a master. I don't think the critics, especially the moderns, appreciate that idea very much. I think they like telling us what's legitimate as art and what has worth and what doesn't. Asher looked at the old man. Theo, I get the impression you've thought about this before. What do you think makes for good art? Theo rested his chin on his right thumb and placed a bent index finger over his bottom lip. Yes, I have thought about it. In fact, I've thought about it a great deal. And I've asked others about it. But I don't know if I have an answer either, other than this. It might not make a lot of sense, but for anything to be good, truly good, there must be love in it. I'm not even sure I know fully what that means, but the older I get, the more I believe it. There must be love for the gift itself, love for the subject being depicted or the story being told, and love for the audience. Whether the art is sculpture, farming, teaching, lawmaking, medicine, music, or raising a child. If love is not in it, at the very heart of it, it might be skillful, marketable, or popular, but I doubt it is truly good. Nothing is what it's supposed to be if love is not at the core. Theo snickered at himself. I think I sound like a crazy old man again. Asher shook his head. Not at all. But I do wonder, Theo, how do you know if something has love in it? Theo nodded. Yes. That is the question, isn't it? And I'm not sure I know the answer to that either. But God does. Asher looked into his coffee cup. Well, I have to think about that. It's an interesting idea. One thing I do know with certainty is if good means art that makes someone famous and sells for lots of money, I'm not a very good artist. Certainly no master. Theo made no reply other than a slight nod. Don't get me wrong, Asher continued. I'm grateful for what I get to do. I'm a gainfully employed artist with a loyal clientele, good friends, and a beautiful family. You can even say I've been a successful artist. And I hope something worthwhile has come out of the studio over the years. But to answer your question, I have serious doubts about how good I am. All these unsold pieces around here would be an argument against me. Again, Theo nodded thoughtfully before speaking. Don't you think even the very great artists worked with many unsold pieces around them? Asher nodded. Fair question. And yeah, they probably did. At least until they died. A phone rang. Theo, forgive me. I meant to tell you, I'm expecting a call about a commission. Would it be okay if I check to see who's calling? By all means. Asher looked at his phone. This is the call. It might take a little while. Make yourself at home and feel free to look around. You can dig through the stacks or go in the front rooms, whatever you like. I'll keep this short as I can. Chapter 22. Asher got up and walked to one of the front rooms that served as his office. He closed the door behind him. Theo put down his coffee cup, rose from his chair, and stood hesitantly for several seconds, uncertain of which stack or corner to visit first. Street sounds, muffled in the distance, reminded him there was life outside the sanctum of the studio. But he was heedless of it all as he returned to the front hallway and began his tour of Asher's world. An array of framed items, displayed higgledy-piggledy, filled the left wall, floor to ceiling. A feather, a page torn from a book with the word dulcet circled. Small framed pieces by artists named Sotvin and Lanier. Various certificates from art organizations and civic groups. And a child stick figure with the words, "You're my best dabby in the world." Theo turned to look at the opposite wall. Only a few items hung there, all of them precisely arranged. One of those items, displayed at eye level, was an oil painting, 2 feet square, a lone tree in a field. It seemed to be more a study than a finished work. The colors and foliage in the painting indicated a spring day. A splash of crimson was on the ground. A blanket? In the field, slightly right of center, was what appeared to be an artist's easel. Behind the easel stood a barely visible figure, presumably a woman. Only the arms and legs could be seen. At the bottom of the canvas were the words, written in freehand, "Me painting you, painting." Judging from the frame and the slight yellowing in the edges of the canvas, the piece was old. That painting was surrounded by 4 handwritten letters in separate frames. They came from 4 different writers, on stationery of various sizes and tones. Each was addressed to Asher, who, judging by the dates of the letters, must have been a young boy when they were sent to him. They all acknowledged Asher's hope of being an artist someday. One was from his grandfather. The others were from artists, renowned artists, prosperous enough to have engraved stationery with letterhead, office addresses, and gallery listings. Theo knew the names on the letters. Even people unfamiliar with the art world would have known them. As he read what they had written to the young Asher, he was impressed by the warmth of their tone. Theo's own experience with artists had led him to the unflattering belief that they were often detached and impersonal, sometimes pompous and self-important. These letters were an argument to the contrary. They used words that a child could understand. They were short, the longest just a couple of paragraphs. At the bottom of one, the writer had drawn a small bird and a lightning bolt. Theo continued down the hall. A dozen, 20, 50 objects begged for his attention. He hoped that in time he might be granted an unhurried opportunity to revisit the studio and study all that was there. The drawing that captured Theo's attention, the one nearest him, was a pencil rendering of a female figure, waist up, bare except for a scarf that covered one shoulder. Her face and eyes were turned slightly upward. There was a dreaminess about her countenance. Each feature, the unbrushed hair, the half-open eyes, the prominent cheekbone, the porcelain lips and tapered chin, the curved neck, the lift of her breast and torso, the veined hands and delicate fingers, was an intricate matrix of lines, some razor-thin, some bold, all delicate, and all as sensual as the Song of Solomon. Together, the features and line strokes created a technically precise, ethereal composition. The beauty of human flesh, fearfully and wonderfully made, radiated from the frame. The drawing was done on gray Bristol board, paired perfectly with a wide ebony frame. The frame. How is it, Theo wondered, that a piece of paper, a letter, a photo, a ticket stub, a sketch, a painting, is suddenly transformed by placing it in 4 bits of wood beneath a pane of glass? What does it mean that we place permanent boundaries around transient moments? What does it say of humankind that we take such trouble to freeze specific memories, that we devote such energy to capturing and preserving the minute particulars of our lives? Theo could hear Asher's muffled voice behind the closed door of the office, but he paid it no mind. He was immersed in all that was before him. He intended to move along to see Asher's other works, but he remained at the drawing of the woman, obedient to his conviction that it was better to see one thing well than many poorly. He became conscious of a sound down the hall, a chair sliding on the floor, and could tell from the intonation of Asher's voice that the phone call was winding down. Moments later, the office door opened. "Theo, I'm sorry that took so long." "Oh, I could not have been more pleased. I feel like I'm swimming in an ocean of stories, even if I don't know what they are." He nodded at the feather, the page with a single word circled, and the others. Asher chuckled. "Well, you're right. They all do have a story, even if I'm the only one interested in them." Theo said, My guess is that many would be interested. The mind of the artist is a place of fascination to most of us, you know. All that mystique and all those visions. But maybe some of these stories are best kept in the vault of secrets, yes?" Theo knew that vault well. "Sometimes I wonder about all that talk about mystique," Asher replied. "The artistic temperament and such. I mean, I know there's such a thing, but if an artist has a family, he learns that art has to wait its turn sometimes. Housework and skin knees and soccer games do wonders to keep one's feet on the ground around here. There's not much mystique to being a member of a family." Asher chuckled. "But I do have to admit, mystique, even if it's a pretense, can be helpful for business, can't it? I think sometimes the serious art buyers aren't very interested in paintings by someone as ordinary and unmysterious as me. Maybe if I were a little more brooding, buyers would take my art more seriously." Theo grinned. In such a short time, the elderly man and the young artist were talking like old friends. They remained standing in the entrance hallway. "I don't mean to be impolite." The gentleness of Theo's voice dispelled any chance of that possibility. "But would you tell me about these?" He nodded and gestured toward the painting of the lone tree in the field and the 4 framed letters. Asher nodded. "I'll try. The letters are easy. When I was a little boy, I told my mom I wanted to be an artist. Somehow, she got the addresses of these famous guys and helped me write letters to them. I can't imagine what I said, but those 3 responded. The 4th is from her father, my granddad. He didn't give much credence to the notion of artistic temperament and could be pretty hard on my mother at times. But he was really nice in this letter to me. My hunch is that she wrote cover letters and put them in with mine. She was a great encourager. I think every obscure artist, which is most of us, needs at least one of those. Anyway, She had these letters framed for me when I graduated from art school. Feels a bit like name-dropping to have them here, but really they say more about her than about the artist who wrote them. I had the idea once that if I ever made a mark in the art world, I'd write those guys to tell them how their letters helped me. I'm not even sure they're alive anymore, and I surely haven't made a mark in the art world. Asher, I am sure they would be very pleased with what you've accomplished. Thank you for saying so. Theo pointing to the painting. And the tree in the field. Yeah, that one is a bit of a mystery. It was one of Mom's favorites, but she would never tell me much about it. You see the inscription here? Me painting you painting. I don't know who the me or the you are, but it's nicely done, don't you think? Theo nodded. It is. Do you think she might be the girl at the easel? Well, funny you should say so. That's my theory, but whenever I asked her about it, she just laughed and said she'd neither admit it nor deny the allegation. Once when I asked her, she pulled a dress above her knees and said, "Do these legs look like those?" So, who knows? It was certainly like her to stand in a field painting. I just don't know the when or where or why this one. The two men stood for a matter of seconds studying the small painting. Well, how about another cup of coffee? They returned to their chairs, and for the next couple of hours shared a sprawling, meandering conversation in which a random word or phrase would trigger another story and another ad infinitum. Theo offered more than once to leave so that Asher could work, but the artist asserted his independence, claiming that, as his own boss, he could work whenever he wanted. This conversation is my work today, he said. As part of that work, Asher tried to learn details of Theo's life. But just as Shep and Tony and Minette had discovered, the old man proved to be an artful dodger. It was Theo who continued to ask most of the questions, and it was the young artist who was somehow lured into giving long, revealing answers. For instance, Asher, how did you settle on portraits as a specialty? Asher nodded. Well, I'd just gotten out of school. Undergrad, master's, doctorate. I had lots of education, but I didn't have any customers. Unlike Mr. Van Gogh, I was hoping to sell some of my work before I died. And as I mentioned, I've always liked to draw people. There used to be a little restaurant called the Magnolia, a couple miles from here, an upscale part of the city. It's where lots of well-to-do women in town used to eat lunch after their morning bridge games. My mother was friends with a young couple who owned the place. Well, that couple had twins, a boy and a girl. I had just gotten back to town, and my mom, God bless her, volunteered me to do a portrait of them. But she insisted that the owners hang the portrait in the restaurant, right behind the cash register, for at least a month before taking it home. So I did the portrait, delivered it, and helped the owners hang it properly. Even that little bit of self-promotion was uncomfortable for me, but by the time I got home, 5 calls and 5 commissions were waiting for me. I was elated. Mom was too. I suspect she had something to do with those 5 phone calls, since they all came from family friends. That's about the closest I've come to marketing myself, even after all these years. Mom's strategy worked. The calls never stopped after that. So, there you have it. The story of Asher, the portrait artist. Now, Theo, let me ask you a question. I'm doing too much of the talking. Really, why are you buying the portraits at the Chalice? I'm grateful, but I'm curious too. Do you know the people whose portraits you're buying? Theo shared the explanation, the mysterious impulse behind his purchases. He was good at telling his story by then. No, I don't know the people. I don't meet them until I give them their portraits. But before I deliver the portraits, I look at them. Don't laugh, Mr. Asher. Excuse me, Asher. But sometimes when I eat my meals at home alone, I bring a picture to the table and set it across from me. And while I eat, I study that face. Theo tapped his forehead. Maybe I'm a crazy old man. Voila. But by the time I meet them at the fountain, I feel as if I know them at least a bit. That's why I find your work so interesting. It's as if you make it possible to look not merely at the face, but through the face, to the heart of the person, to the possibility of the person. I'm certain that some of the people see themselves clearly for the first time when they look at your drawings of them. I wish you could be there when I give them their portraits. It's so wonderful. Well, Theo, that's awfully nice of you, but I have a hunch it's your words that are bringing the portraits to life. Some of them have been on the wall, speechless for months, and nobody seemed terribly moved by them. From what I can tell, you take them down and cast a spell on them, and all of a sudden, they have something to say. My niece, Minette, sure thinks so. Theo shook his head. Asher, it would please me greatly if that were the case. But I think you give me too much credit. I simply help people sit still long enough to see what is already there. He took a sip of lukewarm coffee, gathered his thoughts, and then returned to Asher's question. But why? You ask me why I do it. Well, as I have said, I feel as if the idea came from elsewhere, as if it was given to me. But regardless, I'm certain now more than ever that giving the portraits is a good and loving thing to do. That is a more than adequate reason to do it. Asher, I can't do what you do, but I can make sure that what you do fulfills its purpose. I confess that at first I did it hoping to make someone else happy, and I fear that my reasons are almost entirely selfish. I do it because it brings such happiness to me. I don't know if I've ever done anything I enjoy more, and I'm just beginning. Asher nodded pensively and smiled. I'm happy it makes you happy. Which portraits have you bought so far? Just a few. But I have only been here for a short while, you know. Minette, Kenrick, Frankie, some others. I'll do another tomorrow. I'm thankful you write their names on the back of the frames. It helps me find them. So, only a few thus far, but if I have my way, and if I live long enough, I will empty the chalice. You just keep working, young man. I'll buy all the ones there now, and then any others you put in their place. At my age, what good is money in the bank? Asher said, Your kindness is not just a gift to them, you know. It means a lot to me. He paused. You know, when Shep and Addie and I came up with the idea of putting some art in the chalice, and I started the portraits, I thought they would sell quickly, like jump off the walls quickly. I priced them really low so that people could afford them. Some of the people I've drawn probably don't have money to buy their pictures, you know, like students and homeless folks. But I know a lot of the others pretty well, and they spend more on a single meal or a concert ticket than the portraits cost. If I'm honest, the project has been a little bit discouraging, and I've wondered at times if Shep just doesn't have the heart to pull the plug on it. Asher grimaced. Gosh, Theo, I'm sorry. I know I must sound like I'm whining. I usually just share my frustrations with Brooke. Seems like unmet expectations is one of the hazards of this line of work. From what I can tell, lots of artists and creatives, especially little-known artists, wrestle with it. The old man struck a sympathetic tone. No need to apologize. I think all of us wrestle with those feelings about one thing or another. Unmet expectations have a clever way of showing up at every stage of life. I appreciate your candor. Theo, have you met Basil yet? The guy who plays guitar on the sidewalk near the chalice? Theo's eyebrows arched upward. So, that's his name. I can hear him from my balcony, but I haven't met him. Basil, like the herb. Yeah, Basil Canfield. His portrait's in the chalice. Anyway, He told me one time about his life as a musician, about how disappointing and embarrassing and pointless it feels to work so hard for tip money. He's really good, if you ask me, but I know how he feels. My work is more stable and predictable than his. At least I have something tangible I can put a price tag on and sell. But the life of an artist can be pretty deflating at times. It can make you want to cut your ear off. They both laughed. Maybe you could look at it this way, Asher. If your expectations had worked out as you'd hoped, I would have been denied a great gift. I would never have had the pleasure of buying the portraits, of having meals with the subjects, of finding the people and meeting them at the theater. I would have never had the chance to tell them something good and true about themselves. Some wonderful conversations would have been unspoken. Perhaps, when you were drawing the portraits, you were drawing them for me, even though you didn't know me yet. There is a mysterious choreography at work in our lives, yes? Talk about mystique. And now our paths have crossed, and we get to do this together. For my sake, selfish as it might seem. I'm sorry for your discouragement, but I'm very happy that the portraits did not sell before I got here. Asher smiled. When Theo finally stood to leave, the slanted light of early morning had become the vertical rays of early afternoon. His legs, a bit stiff from sitting so long, required some stretching and rubbing before he and Asher walked past the framed letters and the painting of the lone tree in the hallway. They shook hands with a firmness that indicated a desire to seal their new friendship. Each put a free hand on the other's upper arm and looked one another in the eye. Something deeper than words passed between them. Asher, I thank you so very much. And I thank you, Theo. Let's do this again sometime soon. He stepped out of the house onto the porch. Asher walked Theo down the steps, an act of respect and affection, patted him on the back, and then re-entered the house. The old man opened the gate, turned onto the sidewalk, blinked hard, and walked to the river. There was, and would be, much to ponder, much to cherish, much to lament. Chapter 23. About the name, or, more specifically, the absence of the name. Theo's last name. The short answer is that folks just gave up caring about it. Once it became clear Theo wanted to be known by his first and only his first name, most of his new acquaintances capitulated to his wish. He was a Houdini at evading personal questions and answering only those that were within certain unstated boundaries. The others he sidestepped with the finesse of a river dancer. It was the same with attempts to learn his last name. His habitual introduction, "Just call me Theo," was usually sufficient to circumvent further questions, especially for people who only encountered him once. At the bestowals, for instance. If someone did ask for a last name, he usually repeated the habitual introduction with such friendly assertiveness that people didn't ask again. They would have felt impolite doing so. When pressed, Theo responded with a rambling explanation that confused or exhausted his interrogator into submission. "I have a strange and difficult Portuguese name that is long and hard to say, so just call me Theo, and I will call you Dan, and that way you won't have to try to pronounce that hard word because we have some unusual vowels in my country, and so, Dan, what sort of work do you do? And have you lived here in Golden all your life?" And then he would be off and running. Some of the most insistent, like Tony and Shep, pushed hard to get Theo's elusive surname, but even they finally gave up trying. They hoped he might share an email address or use a credit card someday that might provide a clue as to his full identity. But Theo didn't use email or have a presence on social media that they could find. Likewise, he never used a credit card with his name on it while he was in Golden. Mr. Ponder, who handled all of Theo's business, including his mail, finances, and internet accounts, had taken steps to protect his client's anonymity. Theo had a single credit card that was in the name of PH Ltd. No clues there. So eventually, people's curiosity simply dried up. As they spent more and more time around him, they cared less and less about the second half of his name. If he didn't want to share it, for whatever reason, well, so be it. The fact that he was associated with, and even lived in the office building of Mr. James Ponder, gave him credibility and standing that he might never have earned on his own. Mr. Ponder's single statement, "Mr. Theo is a fine gentleman," was more than enough to assure most Goldenites that Theo was a man above reproach, whether he had one name or 3 or 10. The unspoken consensus of the neighborhood was that he would be judged by his fruits, by what could be seen with their own eyes, and soon, by those standards, demeanor, speech, generosity, those who knew him became convinced that, whoever he was, Theo could be trusted. No last name. Aside from that quirk, they were certain he was just like them, an average, law-abiding citizen, only older and better. Or so they thought. Chapter 24. Whenever a portrait was sold and removed from the chalice, another one, from inventory kept in Shep and Addie's office, was put in its place. Within minutes, a face would be freed from storage and brought into public view. Theo greeted those newcomers enthusiastically. Each one meant another name, another story, and another thread for the living tapestry he was weaving with the bestowals. What did become obvious early on was that, at the rate of 1 a week, it would take almost 2 years to depopulate the chalice wall of its then-present occupants. Concluding that there was no good reason to limit himself in that way, Theo resolved to increase the frequency of his giftings. He could do at least 2, maybe 3 each week. He had the time, the desire, and the money. It was Mrs. Gidley who most felt the effects of Theo's accelerated activity. Addresses of recipients could be difficult to find, especially when Asher used nicknames on the back of the portraits. It took considerable sleuthing, for instance, to ascertain that Shard Delamore was actually Richard, or that G-Dog Salter was actually Brian. Mr. Ponder volunteered to hire additional help, but Mrs. Gidley quickly shot down the proposal. By now, she was fully invested in Theo's silly idea. After stepping up the frequency of bestowals, Theo's apartment was inhabited at any given time by 3, 4, or as many as a half-dozen faces, propped up on the couch, leaning on a windowsill in the kitchen, or looking down from a bookshelf. And his calendar began to fill up with appointments. Tuesday, Bob, 7 o'clock. Thursday, Hendley, 7 o'clock. Monday, Ahmad, 7 o'clock. He spent a portion of most days at his dining room table, handwriting invitation letters for Mrs. Gidley to deliver. One bestowal presented a unique challenge. Ellen. Even though she was a regular presence on the promenade, she had no address to which a letter could be mailed. Shep told Theo what little he knew about her. "She's homeless, but I think she stays at the mission sometimes. I've heard she sleeps under the bridge a lot, and who knows where else." Shep chuckled and shook his head. Asher had a devil of a time getting a photograph of her. She kept talking about the goons from Columbia, whoever they are, and he could hardly get her to sit still. He had to take a picture at one of the tables outside. She's an interesting person. You want me to try and find her for you? "I would like to get a letter to her," Theo explained. "Do you know if she can read?" "Well, she's pretty private, and I can't say I've talked to her all that much. She never actually comes inside the shop. She doesn't want to leave her bicycle alone, but somebody bought her a cup of hot chocolate one day and took it to her, and now she'll just come and stand at the window till we see her. We always take her a cup of hot chocolate. Sometimes she's on another planet. Other times she's pretty clear-headed. I've seen books on her bicycle before, and I think she reads them. If you give me the letter, I'll try to give it to her next time I see her. She passes by her pretty often. Do you know her last name? On the back of her portrait, Asher had simply written Ellen. The barista shook his head. I've never heard anyone say her full name. She's always just been Ellen to me. Shep raised his eyebrows. All she has is a first name. Kind of weird, isn't it? They both laughed. Theo left the letter with Shep. It was shorter than others he had sent and was written with the simplest of words and the shortest of sentences. Dear Ellen, Mr. Gleason, the artist, drew a very nice picture of you. I saw it in the Chalice, the coffee shop near the fountain. I bought your portrait and would like you to have it. It is a gift. You do not have to pay anything for it or do anything in exchange. If you will, please meet me at the fountain this Thursday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I will deliver it to you. Your portrait, with all its details, are quite beautiful. I am an old man. I will be wearing a green hat. I look forward to meeting you. Sincerely, Theo. Even so simply written, the letter, Theo thought, might be too difficult or possibly intimidating for the unconventional recipient. He was pleased to learn that Shep had not only delivered the letter, but also read and explained it to her. She clearly understood it and had only asked Shep to clarify the date and time she was to be at the Fetter. Shep was cautiously optimistic that Ellen would show up, and more than a little interested in how the introduction might unfold. In anticipation of the meeting, Theo spent considerable time studying the woman's portrait. Her head tilted slightly forward and down, as if reluctant to look into the camera, as if trying not to be noticed. There was a bashfulness about her attempted smile, but clearly hers was a face that had suffered loss. It bore the road wear and troubling scars of hard-fought survival. The eyes, heavy lids above and flaccid circles below, were tired and unfocused, and even on the page seemed to be darting about. The skin on her face was furrowed, a swath of corduroy from crown to neck. Her bottom lip protruded, bulldogish, beyond her upper lip, and hinted that she might be missing teeth. Her hair, pulled back and held in place by some hidden means, was wiry and windblown, rebellious against any efforts toward grooming. A bandana hung loosely around her neck. Theo questioned the wisdom of his decision to give her a portrait. Where would she even keep such a thing? But as the time for their meeting approached, he found himself anticipating this bestowal more eagerly than any of the previous ones. He had scheduled his appointment with Ellen for 4 o'clock, assuming that ample daylight would lessen any apprehension she might feel about meeting a stranger. The afternoon was cloudy, with a chance of rain, another reason she might not show, but Theo put on his hat, grabbed his large umbrella, and walked to the rendezvous. As he approached the Fetter, a full half-hour before the designated time, he saw her. She was already sitting on the bench, her bicycle within arm's reach. If Theo had arrived 2 hours earlier, he might have witnessed her arrival at the fountain. He would have seen her riding her bicycle, barefoot, from the direction of the mission. He would have also seen her walk the bicycle to the Fetter, remove a pair of knee-length socks and red high-heel shoes from one of her several plastic bags, and sit to put them on. He would have noticed that she looked around frequently as the clock inched toward 4. The Ellen that Theo finally did see as he approached their meeting was far different from the one in the portrait. She was wearing a dress, one that she had carefully chosen from the clothing pantry at a homeless shelter. It was the color of wheat, no doubt some wealthy donor's act of charity, that buttoned at the neck and reached just below her knees. A scarf with a floral motif, bright reds and golds, was draped around her neck and across her shoulders. She was a kaleidoscope whose every movement brought a shifting pattern of color. She was also wearing thick layers of rouge and cherry-red lipstick and a peacock-blue, wide-brimmed velvet hat. It might have been elegant once upon a time and fashionable, but now it was a shapeless vaudevillian relic, a wilted halo. It appeared that some attempt might have been made to style her hair, possibly even curl it, before putting on the hat. The attempt was less than successful. When Ellen saw the green hat walking her way, she sat up straight, patted the lap of her dress with both hands, and watched with riveted eyes as Theo approached. Before he could say anything, and while he was still several steps away, Ellen held up an envelope. "No man has ever sent me a handwritten letter before." It was stated as a simple declaration, maybe even an appreciation without hostility or ill will. Theo stepped forward until he was close enough to touch her. He smiled warmly and tipped his hat. "Well, then, I am happy to be the first." He bowed slightly, as if addressing royalty. "Ellen, it is very nice to meet you." She fidgeted and seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but then hesitated, as if she'd forgotten lines in a script. Finally she spoke. "Oh, now I remember. Do you like my hat?" Theo nodded approvingly. "It's lovely. Blue is one of my favorite colors. There are so many shades of blue. I think the artist called this one cerulean blue." "How do you know me?" Ellen asked. Theo discerned already that the ensuing conversation might well be a runaway train of non sequiturs. He was undaunted and pleased that Ellen had shown up at all. Apparently, she had attached some importance to the meeting. "Ellen, I only know you because of your portrait. I saw it at the Chalice recently with all the others. Have you seen it before?" Instead of answering, she tapped the envelope containing Theo's letter with her index finger. She followed that gesture with a statement, pronouncing each word precisely as if to make a point. "Your portrait, with all its details, are quite beautiful. You said 'are' in your letter." She removed the single page from the envelope, unfolded it, and held it up to Theo. "Look, the subject and the verb in that sentence don't agree. If you take out the dependent clause, it should read, 'The portrait is quite beautiful.' I don't mean to be rude, but we try to use correct grammar." Theo looked at the letter, found the offensive sentence, processed Ellen's observation, and nodded in agreement. "Well, well, you are exactly right. I stand corrected. Thank you. And yes, my grammar leaves much to be desired." He looked again at the letter. "Yes, of course, the portrait is. Of course." He noted to himself that the woman had an educated mind, even if it was untethered, and he chided himself for making assumptions about her in advance. She spoke again with unfiltered abruptness. "Are you a foreigner?" "I am, but I've lived in your country for many years. My home is now up north." "Atlanta is north of here. Are you documented?" Theo nodded again, smiling and on the verge of laughter. "Yes, I am documented." Ellen nodded at the space beside her. "Well, then, do you want to sit down? I know it's hard for old people to stand up for very long." Theo chuckled, then stepped forward and sat beside Ellen, careful to leave room between them. He was about to ask her a question, hoping he might be able to steer their dialogue in a somewhat coherent direction, but he was too slow. "You look like a Jew," she said, looking him full in the face. "So, I want to ask you something. Could Jesus eat pork? He was a Jew, you know, and people down here love barbecue." Theo did not make light of the question. He looked into the fountain, pondering his reply before responding with slow, deliberate words. "That is a very interesting question. I've never thought about it. What do you think? Could the Messiah eat pork?" Her head wobbled at the ridiculousness of the question. "I think he could do anything he damn well pleased." "You know who he was, don't you?" "Oh, yes, I've read all about him, but he could change things, too. You do know he changed water into wine, don't you? So, if he wanted to, he could pick up a piece of pork and change it to fish right before it went into his mouth, or even while he was chewing it." Theo nodded in agreement and then attempted a diversionary turn. Ellen, thank you for coming to meet me. I just moved to Golden a few weeks ago, and I don't know many people here yet, so I'm happy for the chance to make a new friend. Ellen blushed and smiled, a lazy grin under sleepy eyes. She sat up straight and patted her dress. I've never gotten a handwritten letter before. Your penmanship is immaculate. The coffee man gave it to me. Oh, yes, Mr. Shep. He helped me out. Since I couldn't find a mailing address, I didn't know how to deliver it. Theo winced inwardly, afraid he might have inadvertently and rudely brought her homelessness into the conversation. But she appeared unbothered and gladly explained her situation. Well, I sort of live in different places since I'm homeless, but sometimes I stay at the mission. Are you from Israel? Theo's laugh was audible this time. No. Actually, I grew up in Portugal, in a small town near Porto. They have Jews in Portugal? No, I mean, yes, there are Jewish people in Portugal, and some are very dear to me. But I am not Jewish myself. Well then, do you go to church building? I do. In fact, you see that low steeple over there? Theo pointed to the barely visible top of a spire a couple of blocks away. Sometimes I go to that church building on Sunday mornings. He had pointed at St. James, a landmark known for its opulent windows and ivy-colored exterior walls. That's right next to the post office, isn't it? Ellen said. I've never been inside there before. Have you read your Dora Welty? I have indeed. Theo did not make the connection until later that Mrs. Welty had written a popular story about a post office. But, Ellen, could you tell me a bit about your bicycle? She dropped her forehead again and tucked her chin into her chest, so she had to roll her eyes upward to look him in the face. She seemed somewhat offended. Mr. Theo, I hardly even know you. I'm sorry, but I can't really trust you with my personal information yet. Theo placed his hand over his heart, supplicating her. Oh, please forgive me. It was very inappropriate of me to ask a question like that. I'm so sorry. In response to Theo's apology, Ellen was not used to such deference. Her chin lifted and her eyes relaxed. It's really not that big a deal. And since you seem sort of lonely, I'll just go ahead and tell you. My bicycle is called The Noble Invention. Do you know William Saroyan? Theo frowned. I don't believe I do. Well, he's dead anyway, but you should know him. You look sort of like him, except for his big mustache. He was a writer from California. He was Armenian. Oh, yes, that William Saroyan. Theo was struck by Ellen's literacy and surmised, correctly, that books were her language, her neighborhood, her connection to reality. Well, Mr. Saroyan said, the bicycle is the noblest invention of man. And in Rescue the Pershing, that story, the little boy did not want a new bicycle. He liked the one he had. It cost him $27.50 of his own money. Well, I don't want a new bicycle either. The mission tried to give me one, some old thing made in China. No, sir, don't even think about it. I like mine, perfectly fine. Can you ride a bicycle? Or are you too old? Theo chuckled once again at her candor. Ellen, I will have you know that as a boy, I rode my bicycle many times from Pinhao to Lamego, and once all the way from Pinhao to Porto. It has been a long time, but maybe I should try again. Maybe you could teach me. Her eyes registered doubt. Well, maybe. You're pretty old, and I don't want to get sued. Ambulance chasers are everywhere these days, probably bicycle chasers, too. Theo tisked 3 times before responding. Yes, that is a problem. But I promise not to sue you if something happens. How did you get your bicycle? I found it at the promenade. It was just lying there on the sidewalk, totally neglected. There was this skinny little kitten beside it, too. I waited for an hour. I don't know whose it was, but I said, well, if I'm going to take care of your cat, I'm taking your damn bicycle too. When the kitten got bigger, it ran away. A dog would never do that. I've had the noble invention for 10 years. Every day, for 10 years, we've been together. That's longer than a lot of marriages. Everything I own is on my bike. Travel light. Like Mother Teresa. Did you see E.T.? He rode his bike all the way to heaven. That's what I plan to do. Are you somebody important? With that, the weave and bob of their conversation continued. No single line of thought held for more than a few sentences. As soon as Theo thought they were on a similar wavelength, she would inject an altogether unrelated idea, at least from his perspective, and move into uncharted territory. But he was neither frustrated nor unsettled by this tendency. Not in the least. He accommodated, as best he could, whatever change of direction she proposed, and accepted that he would have to learn about her in bits and pieces. He did eventually get around to the portrait, which had been sitting on the bench between them as they talked. Ellen, I don't mean to take so much of your time. Don't be sorry. I don't have anywhere to be. Well, here is the portrait that I promised you. Would you like to see it? She nodded hesitantly, bottom lip prominently forward. Her eyes were fixed on his hands as he unwrapped the picture. Paper gone, he rested the frame on his knee so that Ellen could see her likeness. Her reaction at first was subdued, as if sizing up a strange dog to make sure it was safe. She gazed, tilted her head, and then smiled timidly, good-naturedly, satisfied the dog was nothing to be afraid of. She approved. Do you think it's nice? She asked. I do think the portrait, with all its details, is lovely. Ellen straightened up once again and patted her dress. For a stretch of seconds, she sat with her hands on her knees, studying the face in the frame. Theo held it out to her, and she accepted it with the gentleness of a mother receiving a child for the first time. She continued to gaze, sometimes pulling it close to observe a detail, more than once touching the glass as if to feel skin, cheekbone, hair. Ellen, when I first saw your portrait, I asked myself, what is this person like? And I thought, she is a most interesting person. In her eyes, she immediately focused on that part of the drawing. In her eyes, I saw someone who is wise and tested. I think she is very strong, but very motherly too. Yes, very motherly. Ellen turned her face toward Theo, lowered her forehead again, in what was obviously her gesture of thoughtfulness, and stared into his eyes. He continued speaking, trusting that some of what he said made sense and hoping that none of it offended her. I think that some people misunderstand her, but she is a good woman, a kind woman, a woman with a tender heart. She could be a saint, this woman. It is in her, I'm sure. This could quite possibly be a portrait of Saint Ellen of the Promenade. Do you like it? She nodded. Then she began to speak to an unidentified you. Well, you always said I had a crooked nose. Here's your proof, framed for all the world to see. Her shoulders shook with silent laughter. A raindrop, and then another, fell onto the frame. Ellen covered it quickly with the wrapping paper, reached for her bike, and grabbed a plastic bag of which she had in abundance. She wrapped the portrait carefully as Theo raised his umbrella over their heads. The rain stopped after a few seconds, but the clouds remained heavy and threatening. Ellen, if you need to be somewhere, please don't let me keep you too long. Where would I need to be? I'm homeless. She said it in good humor, And Theo, realizing she wanted to be there at least a little while longer, took a chance on real conversation. "Ellen, do you have a favorite color?" "Yes, I do. Blonde, like a little girl's hair." "Ah, yes, that is a beautiful color. Have you noticed sometimes the sunrise is blonde? And the dogwood blossoms are blonde? And the fellow who plays his guitar on the sidewalk, Mr. Basil, I think. Would you say his guitar is blonde? A blonde guitar?" His voice softened. "I know a special little girl with blonde hair. I told her once upon a time that she spread gold dust into the air every time she brushed her hair." He paused. "Yes, blonde is a beautiful color." Ellen listened as if in a spell. Her face turned ever so faintly toward him. At one point she pulled a necklace from beneath the collar of her dress, unclasped it, and held it in her free hand. She was silent for a matter of seconds. There was something akin to peacefulness, at least for a moment, in her face. And then Theo asked a simple question. "Ellen, did you grow up here in Golden?" As if he had touched a lit match to a fuse, Ellen's face grew tense and agitated. The fragile peacefulness that blonde had ushered in was suddenly and inexplicably gone. Ellen had stepped on some mental landmine that triggered an avalanche of incoherent thought. She looked over her shoulder with short, convulsive movements as if dodging bullets, and clenched the tip of her tongue between her teeth. Her lip bent into a snarl, and her eyes blinked in spastic fits and starts as she launched into a rambling, disjointed narrative of short, incomplete sentences. Her fingers fidgeted and pulled at the fabric of her dress. Her voice took on the frightened tone of a victim recounting a crime, dry-mouthed and breathless. She never answered Theo's question, but she made reference, in no discernible order, to the war in Vietnam, a grandmother, who was a fortune-teller, a policeman, a nurse who gave her an Easter basket, Carson McCullers, the price of housing insulation, someone named William, and the goons from Columbia. Her stream of consciousness had taken only a couple of minutes, but by the time Ellen finally went silent, it felt as if the air around the fetter had been entirely depleted. Spittle had gathered at the corners of her mouth. Her tongue moved aimlessly over her lips, as if seeking a place to rest. She stared into the middle distance. An uncomfortable silence followed. Theo had no idea how to safely resume their conversation, but finally he spoke. "Ellen, my dear, I know it must be hard to talk about." "Yes, it is, actually, and if I were you, I certainly wouldn't enlist. But if you do, don't tell them your real name." More silence followed. Ellen's hands quivered, and her head made small, involuntary jerks, aftershocks, until, like a vehicle running out of fuel, she coasted slowly into stillness. The episode of sudden derangement, whatever it was, had left her winded and pale. She took a deep breath and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Theo said nothing, in hopes that her excited thoughts would dissipate if disturbed no further. Perhaps it was time to conclude their first conversation, and yet Ellen seemed in no hurry to leave. Theo wondered what he might say or do to draw her back to the present moment. Speaking barely above a whisper, he directed her attention to the portrait. "Ellen, I think the artist did an excellent job of drawing your eyes." She removed the portrait from the plastic bag and looked again at her face in the frame. The avalanche appeared to be under control. Ellen's head trembled involuntarily one last time, like a faintly disturbed bobblehead doll. She tapped the frame with her finger. "I've seen a lot through those eyes. 1,000 stories are in those eyes. Yours, too. She looked at Theo sideways. One time, those eyes saw a little boy fall into this fountain. He had on a blue shirt, and he wanted some money, so he leaned over, but his legs were too short, and he fell in. He cried and didn't even get any money, as Mommy and Daddy were with him, and when they pulled him out, they laughed and were so sweet to him. I went in the water and got him 2 quarters, and we all laughed, except the little boy. The fog in Ellen's mind continued to lift as she told the story, and an awkward, lethargic grin lightened her countenance. Her hands rested on the portrait. Ellen, you're a good storyteller. You know, I like to sit at places like this and think about all the people who have walked and sat and talked here. There must be lots of stories about Broadway. People everywhere seem to like fountains. Theo was thinking Paris and Rome, Central Park and Rio. Ellen looked at the ground around her feet. Mr. Theo, do you think I'm nice? Am I making a good first impression? Mrs. O.C. Van Blarkham has been helping me with that. She helped me pick out this dress. Ellen patted the blonde fabric. She felt Theo smile without even looking his way. I do, indeed. You are very nice to sit with an old man like me. He meant it. Ellen's gaze returned to the portrait. Do you think my nose is a little crooked? Be honest. I think your nose is just right. And noses that are crooked can be much more interesting than straight ones anyway. Crooked noses have stories. Kind of like crooked people, Ellen quipped. She laughed at her play on words. Theo was struck by her profundity and chuckled along with her. He searched his mind for a question that would gain entrance to hers without setting off the rock slide again. He imagined a sensitive set of scales in her psyche that could shift from tenuous sanity to utter disorder in a second. He decided to take a chance. Ellen, the story of the little boy is a happy story. Could you tell me another one? Or maybe this, could you tell me about the happiest day of your life? Chapter 25. Theo's question triggered a transformative silence, a short span during which Ellen's face relaxed and softened. Her shoulders and chest, previously slumped and tired, straightened. Her neck, likewise, lost its weary curvature and held her head aloft, able, it seemed, at least for a while, to bear the weight of her burdened mind. That raising of her head aligned her jaw, restored her lower lip to its proper place, and gave her, blue hat and all, a certain nobility of bearing. She closed her eyes, raised her face skyward, and took a long, slow breath. Theo saw none of this. His gaze was fixed on the fetter, where raindrops had begun to fall, dimpling the pool's surface. He raised the large umbrella again, and Ellen edged close to his side. Their thighs met at the middle of the bench, and they sat safe beneath the dome of the parasol. When she began to speak, it was with a voice that was soft, clear, and controlled. She had a storyteller's composure with no hint of affectation. Theo was tempted to look her way, to ensure that no doppelganger had replaced the agitated homeless woman with whom he had been speaking only moments ago. She patted her dress and began her story. The happiest day of my life was April 12th, 30 years ago this year. I was in Charleston, and it was raining. Not badly, but a steady drizzle. The rhododendrons and crocuses were in bloom, and the gardens had been prepared for Easter. All through the old town and down near the Battery, There were peace lilies and narcissus. Even though I was in a very dark place in my life, the city was beautiful and full of light. William and I were looking for a place to sleep that night, since we didn't have a home. I was extremely tired, and my feet and back hurt, so I sat on a bench to rest. I was afraid I might get picked up for vagrancy or something, but I had to rest. I'd already been to mental twice, but I couldn't stay there anymore. That's why we were in Charleston. William, he was my boyfriend, took me just like I was and helped me get out of Columbia. But we didn't have any money or food or family or jobs, and we were just trying to survive. It was 11 o'clock at night. I know because I heard the bells from the church. And then I heard a gunshot. I just knew that's what it was, and I knew it was William. He had gone to find us something to eat. I ran to where the noise came from, and there were some people who were upset and crying, but I never did hear what they were saying because I saw William on the ground. I fell onto him because it was still drizzling rain, and I didn't want him to get wet, which makes no sense because I knew he had been killed. Other people started to gather, and I was hysterical and went into labor. Ellen paused, but seemed neither anxious nor reluctant about the story she was telling. During the silence, Theo gazed into the fetter and held the umbrella, fatherly, over their heads. He did very much wonder how, if at all, her account might circle around to the happiest day of her life. I honestly don't know much about what happened next, but somehow I got taken to a hospital. There were doctors and nurses all around. I was in labor for a long time, but finally, my little girl was born. I saw her when they held her up for the first time, and I cried, mostly because I was happy to see her, but also because of William. Ellen was suddenly, but only momentarily, far, far away, in Charleston, on a drizzly night in April, looking at walls and surgical lights in a hospital maternity ward. They tested my blood and said it was dirty, but it wasn't. It was only starving. I was so afraid and so tired. They took me to a room, and I slept a long time. And then, when I woke up, there was a policeman in the room. He was a nice man. He could tell I was afraid and confused and that I didn't know what was happening. I think maybe he had a daughter, a teenager, like me. He told me to rest, and I told him I wanted to see my baby. I wanted to hold her. When I said that, he looked so sad and just kept telling me to rest for a minute. I could tell he knew something he wasn't telling me. I begged him to please call the doctor and the nurse so I could hold my little girl. I asked him why he was there, and I said some ugly things to him, but he kept being nice to me and promised he was only there to help me. I just wanted to see my little girl, to hold her. Willa Manchester. That's her name. Willa Manchester. The rain continued to sprinkle up and down the promenade. Pedestrians were hugging the storefronts along Broadway, seeking the protection of awnings and balconies. Theo and Ellen were safe, dry, and immovable in the sanctuary of the umbrella. She continued her story, undeterred by the rain. I found out that the hospital had gone through my book bag and found some papers from the mental in Columbia. stupidly even. The goon in Colombia were coming for me, and the nice policeman had been assigned to watch me so I couldn't escape again. I begged and begged to see my daughter. The doctors mostly didn't care. Most of the nurses, too. But the policeman cared. And one nurse. There was something different about them. I could tell they cared about me, and they knew I cared for my baby, even though I was only a messed up kid myself. My room didn't have any windows, so I never knew what time of day it was. I tried not to fall back asleep, even though they were giving me medicine to keep me calm and knock me out again. One time, I did doze off, and when I woke up, the nurse and the policeman were in the room. They asked me to be real quiet. The nurse said, "Be real quiet so that you don't wake up the baby." And she took my tiny little girl and laid her on my chest. That was the happiest day of my life. My little child lay there and slept. Her head and her hand were right on my heart, and I thought it would break. I was so happy, and I called her by her name. "Hello, Willa." I don't know how long I held her, but the nurse and the policeman seemed nervous. They both told me what a beautiful baby girl she was. The nurse finally said, "Let me take her, and let's be very gentle and quiet so we don't wake her up. I'll bring her back later." That's what she told me, but I think the nurse lied so I wouldn't get upset. She knew what was going to happen. I kissed Willa on the cheek. That's the last time I ever saw her. There was a long pause. I don't know how long I was in the hospital, but when I left, the good nurse cried. She and the policeman gave me an Easter basket. This was one of the gifts in the basket. Ellen held out the necklace. A locket with floral etching and frosted gold dangled from the chain. She opened it carefully. A tiny lock of hair, blonde, was nestled in the bowl of the locket like a sleeping fawn. Neither she nor Theo uttered a word. They were silenced by the sacredness of the moment. Ellen finally whispered the child's name, Willa Francesca. Then she closed the locket, clasped the necklace back in place, and rested her hands in her lap. I ended up back at the mental. They took her from me. I don't know who or how. Kidnapping by bureaucracy. And once they declare somebody like me crazy or unfit, they close the book forever. Mr. Theo, you can't imagine what it's like to know there's a child in this world who you love more than life, a child you'll never see or touch again. You'll never know how it hurts to be told you're not mother enough to take care of your own child. There's a little girl out there somewhere, my little girl, and I haven't touched her in 30 years. Her soft voice grew even softer. You will never know. More silence. I am so sorry, Ellen. So sorry. You don't need to apologize, Mr. Theo. It's not your fault. Maybe not, but maybe yes. Ellen, the older I get, the more convinced I am that every hurt the world has ever known is somehow the fault of every person who ever lived. Maybe not directly, and never entirely, but somehow I fear we own all of the world's hearts together." Ellen nodded slightly. Whether it meant agreement or mere politeness, Theo didn't know. Their eyes were fixed on the fetter, the mixture of rainfall and fountain water dancing in a filigree of silver. Street lights along Broadway had begun to glow faintly to compensate for the cloud cover. The rain finally stopped. "Mr. Theo, that was the worst thing I ever had to live through, but it was the happiest day of my life." And then, without speaking, she stood, straightened her bicycle, put her portrait in a basket between the handlebars, and turned to leave. She looked back toward the bench. "Mr. Theo, a little while ago, you said when you looked at my picture, I looked motherly, right? Is that really what you saw?" Theo nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Theo." She wiped the rainwater from her cheek and rode away. Chapter 26. On the following Sunday, a crisp, cloudless morning, Theo ate a small breakfast, stopped by the Chalice for a newspaper and a coffee, and then walked to St. James for the 11 o'clock gathering. A sign at the rear doorway asked for silence upon entry. As if to reinforce that request, a psalmic passage was written in elegant script: "Be still and know that I am God." Theo entered the sanctuary and took a seat as others trickled in. The architecture of the place, inside and out, was a celebration of lines and angles, of stone and wood and glass, of mundane materials used majestically in celebration of order and mystery. It was a manifesto of beauty. The designers had made 1,000 small decisions to ensure the grandeur and wholeness of the finished work. How many souls had been stilled and comforted in that hallowed space over the decades? Sitting there, Theo imagined the men who built the structure, the muscles and motives, the sweat and swearing, the tools and tempers that, taken together, had produced so remarkable an edifice. He pondered the stresses that held arches in place, those and other invisible forces that, properly understood and employed, brought grace and symmetry to such spaces. He gave thought to the history contained in and represented by this single structure, the baptisms and burials, the marriages and messages, the hearts mournful and glad and bored and worshipful that had filled the long benches over the generations. A reverent hush filled the room as the organist played a prelude to the morning service. The music was conducive to contemplation or sleep, depending on one's disposition at the moment. As the last note of the song faded, Father Lundy rose to welcome the congregants and make his opening remarks. He had just begun reading a passage of Scripture when, to the complete and utter shock of everyone present, a loud disturbance erupted at the back of the room. The sound of breaking glass, a falling vase, sounded through the high rafters. That shock was heightened when the words being spoken became audible and distinguishable. "You get your blue blood hands off of me, you pinstriped whore of Babylon! Touch me again, and I'll ride this noble invention right over your hypocritical ass! Get out of my way!" An usher, fighting an onset of total astonishment and embarrassment, was trying to restrain a wild-eyed woman wearing a blue hat from bringing her bicycle into the sanctuary. She had forced her way through the door, bicycle in tow, and was intent on joining the congregation assembled there. Or, more precisely, intent on finding and joining Theo. Every head turned her way. A number of leaders and others moved immediately toward the disturbance and encircled the intruder. Any semblance of order or sanctity fled the room as Ellen, not to be deterred by another act of bureaucracy, railed against her opposition. She was equal parts prophet and whirling dervish. "Your sign, outside, says visitors welcome. Well, Saint Smartass, I am a visitor. So get out of my way. You touch my property one more time and see what happens, you throne-sniffing Pharisee. Get the hell out of my way, all of you, right now. Her fist was raised and ready. St. James had never experienced, and likely never would again, such a display of righteous indignation on its premises. Some of the congregation watched or ducked down cautiously behind their pews, horror-stricken at this unexpected visit from an uninvited guest. After all, there had been killings in churches in recent years. Others, who recognized the woman from having seen her around town, were curious and even amused that an actual sinner had entered the elegant premises of James the Saint. The biblically literate among them might have expected a finger to start writing on the wall at any moment, Mene, tekel upharsin. Panicked cell phone calls, many from the sanctuary floor, were made to 911 with the expectation that, in a matter of seconds or minutes, officers would arrive, arrest the troublemaker, and restore dignity to the meeting. In the meantime, Father Lundy implored parishioners to remain seated and be calm. Few paid him any attention. The main event was clearly at the back of the sanctuary. Across the room, people gaped, craned their necks, and whispered excitedly about the scene unfolding before them. And then came a voice. "Darling, Ellen. Ellen, darling. Hello, dear. Good morning, dear." Mrs. O.C. Van Blarcom, her white hair shining like a nimbus, stepped between Ellen and the others and touched her hand. There was no sense of alarm or urgency in her voice, but her forceful presence made it abundantly clear who was now in charge. Immediately the confusion began to subside, affirmation that a gentle answer still turns away wrath. "Ellen, please come sit with me, sweetheart. We'll find a place for your bicycle. Would you like to sit with me and my family?" Ellen stood silently for a moment, still defensive against the bodies that surrounded her. It took a moment and several hard blinks, but eventually a glimmer of recognition filled her gaze. Her hands relaxed. "Hello, Miss O.C." Mrs. Van Blarcom was a matriarch of St. James, a venerated and lifelong member whose family name was empaneled in the grand window that covered most of the sanctuary's west wall. She knew well and lived devotedly the ethic of the eponymous James. Faith without works is dead. She was not merely capable of saintliness. She was saintly. Some would have argued she was a saint. While she fit in comfortably in the highbrow world of St. James, O.C. Van Blarcom was no stranger to the soup lines and homeless shelters in Golden. She and Ellen had seen each other often at such places. She understood the difference between troubled mind and troublemaker, and she recognized in Ellen all the signs of the former: a wounded soul, a lost sheep, a least of these, my brethren. The sound of sirens had grown in strength until they were just outside the building. Clearly more than one police vehicle had responded to the disturbance. Mrs. Van Blarcom instructed several of the ushers and vestry members, in a tone of voice that would not be defied, to tell the policeman to leave. Her eyes blazed with an authoritative right nowness. "Ellen, come this way, darling. My family is right here. On that row, we have room for you." Ellen shook her head. "No, ma'am. I'm looking for Mr. Theo." At that moment, he smiled and stepped forward into the small space that belonged to Ellen and Mrs. Van Blarcom. "And Mr. Theo has been looking for you," he said cheerfully. "Good morning, Ellen." Theo and Mrs. Van Blarcom knew each other only vaguely. They had met on a previous Sunday and had crossed paths occasionally since then. Standing there together with Ellen, they were the embodiment of goodness and mercy. And for the moment the room belonged not to Father Lundy, but to O.C. and Theo, surrogate shepherds of the flock. No one shaving or dressing or selecting shoes or watching television before driving to St. James earlier that morning would have guessed that a church service could be as engrossing as this one was shaping up to be. No one could have anticipated the sight of an old man guiding a garishly attired homeless woman and her bicycle down the center aisle, 8th pew from the front, and helping her find a seat at the end of the row. Ellen kickstanded the noble invention, sat, and patted her blonde dress, touched her necklace, rested her hands in her lap, smiled at Theo, and then directed her attention to the pulpit. Father Lundy began to speak. By then he had regained his composure. He knew a teachable moment when he saw one. He also knew that the congregation, if only they could see it, had just witnessed and participated in a sermon. Need he say more? His voice was thick with emotion as he spoke. Let us be silent and pause to reflect before we have our morning prayer. The organist, in a stroke of musical eloquence, played a simple rendering of All Things Bright and Beautiful, as a never-before, widely enlarged sense of reverence filled the room. Some still looked at Ellen. Most, the oldest first, had redirected their attention away from the spectacle of her strange appearance and had turned their gazes inward. One could almost hear the sound of stones dropping to the ground. After the morning service, it was agreed that, in the future, Theo would sit in the last row on the outside aisle so that when and if Ellen attended, which in fact she began to do regularly, her bicycle could be parked beside her. That way the noble invention would not impede movement up and down the center aisle when collection of the offering and celebration of Holy Communion took place. It was the practice at St. James to dispense the bread and the cup at the altar to all in the faith who were able to walk forward. After the first week, when Ellen insisted on wheeling her bike with her to the communion rail, Theo was able to convince her that it would be safe at the pew. He and Mrs. Osey would guard it. He also encouraged Ellen to be on time for the service. She was never late again. Chapter 27. By the time Theo made his first walk down Broadway early the next morning, the story of Sunday's drama was already in wide circulation. When Tony first heard about it, he recognized it as the stuff of local legend. He was more than his usual animated self when he saw Theo approaching the Verbivore. Good morning, Mr. Theo. I hear the management over at St. James had quite a brouhaha yesterday morning, and you were right in the middle of it. For once, I wish I'd been in the house of worship. Tell me what happened, Theo. Theo smiled. Tony, my good fellow, it was a wonderful morning, and I do wish you would join me there sometime. It was hardly the answer that Tony had wanted. Something in Theo's expression suggested to Tony that the old man might not want to make light of anything pertaining to Ellen. Well, maybe I will visit sometime, if you promise a morning as entertaining as yesterday must have been. Tony, it might actually be more shocking to all of us if you walked through the door. Touché, touché. Laughter followed. Then Tony's voice and the look in his eyes turned serious. Theo, really, tell me what happened. All I'm hearing is second and third hand. Theo's tone and expression likewise lost its humor, but not its warmth, as he told Tony both stories, the Thursday afternoon bestowal at the Fetter and the Sunday morning disruptions at St. James. In doing so, his references to Ellen were never deprecating, discourteous, or demeaning, nor were his references to the parishioners or the clergy of St. James. Theo told the story of Sunday, in fact, as if the occurrence were nothing out of the ordinary, as if he didn't quite understand what all the fuss was about. He had, after all, seen lots of Ellens in New York City. As Theo spoke, Tony listened with an occasional nod and articulation of understanding. A pursing of the lips or a raising of the brow. A time or two he said, "Really?" more as an exclamation than a question. He puffed on his cigarette. Given that Tony actually had been inside St. James more than once, usually for funerals, he could picture the scene of the disturbance frame by frame in his bookish, cinematic mind. And despite his wry wit and tendency toward irreverence, the incident came to life in his imagination more as romance than comedy. "I'm glad you were there, Theo," Tony said when Theo was finished. "That old girl's had a tough go. I don't know much about her, but I'm thinking she's had some Vietnams of her own." The thought hung in the air between them before Tony continued. "She comes by here a lot. She loves to read. She tell you that? And some of it's pretty deep stuff. She used to go to the library, but something, or a lot of something's happened, and they took a card away from her. I guess I can see the library side of it. She can really cause a scene when she wants to. I guess you saw that for yourself yesterday." Theo nodded knowingly. Tony continued. "She scares the hell out of the children, too, and she smells pretty awful in the summertime. I think she piled up some hefty fines for overdue books, and she had some run-ins with the staff, so they put her out. Somebody told me it really upset her when they took her card away. They had called the police to make her leave." Another short pause as Tony took a drag of his cigarette. His voice brightened as he carried on. "So, Theo, you know what we did? We gave her a library card to the Verbivore. She's the only member. She can check out 3 books at a time and keep them for a month. There've only been a couple times she didn't bring them back, but she swears they disappeared. Probably got stolen or something. Theo, if you haven't figured it out yet, the Promenade tries to keep an eye on her. She sort of belongs to all of us. You'll get good reviews for helping her yesterday. Not that you did it for that reason, of course. You know I don't buy all that heaven stuff. But I do admit what happened at St. James sounds sort of, well, you know." Theo said nothing, merely smiled. "So, Theo, tell me one more time. That usher, what did she call him? Saint Smartass?" That's what I heard, man. I wish I had been there. And what was the other one? Pinstriped Whore of Babylon. Damn, I wish I'd been there. Where did she come up with that stuff? I bet the management is going to have quite a meeting this morning. Tony took a long pull on his cigarette, careful to blow the smoke away from Theo. And with that, the mischievous spark, never far from the surface, shone in Tony's eyes again. Before leaving the Verbivore that morning, Theo asked Tony if he had any books by William Saroyan in stock. He did, a thick paperback anthology, which Theo purchased for a few dollars. Later that day, at home, Theo found and read Rescue the Perishing, the story that Ellen had referenced in their conversation at the Feder. The little boy's bicycle really did cost $27.50, and it was true that he did not want a new one. And Saroyan really did say in another essay that the bicycle is the noblest invention of man. His justification for that opinion? Because I say so. Chapter 28. Basil Cannonfield strummed the final chords of a familiar Paul McCartney song, removed the coins and bills from his guitar case, gently laid his old Martin in the crushed velvet, then closed the latches and called it a day. This was his workplace, a slice of sidewalk a few paces to the right of the Chalice entrance. He had chosen the spot because of its predictable foot traffic. It was there 3, 4, and sometimes 5 nights a week that he serenaded the pedestrians of Broadway. His open guitar case lay on the pavement beside him like a beggar's pleading maw. Tips welcome. On many nights from his balcony, Theo had listened, as best he could, to the street musicians' songs. Even to his trained, cultured ear, the soulful, folksy voice was a pleasant addition to the sounds of the promenade. On a typical evening, most people walked by Basil without breaking stride. They were careful to avoid eye contact with him or even to look in his direction for fear that it might create an obligation to put something in the open case. Chalice patrons sitting at the tables on the sidewalk carried on conversations as if he were nothing more than piped-in background noise. Occasionally, someone actually did pay attention, or better, stopped and listened to a song or two. Singing was a total body experience for Basil Cannonfield. His shoulders rose and fell, his neck bobbed rhythmically, and his knees bent as feet tapped or shuffled vigorously in service of the songs. He was pulled like a marionette by the strings of music in his head. From time to time he smiled at a familiar pedestrian, even called them by name, and spoke or sang to them in the middle of a performance. It was hard to tell if he actually enjoyed the work, but there was no doubt he was fully engaged in it. When Basil returned home that night around 11 o'clock, he emptied his money pouch onto the kitchen table. This ritual was the agony and the ecstasy of working for tips. On good nights, when coins were many but bills were more, the term grand total had a kingliness to it. On other, more ordinary nights, Basil could only be glad that his girlfriend Katrina had a steady job. On bad nights he wondered if it might be time to return to his job as a schoolteacher at Macklemore Elementary. The night had been a good one. The traffic flow had been steady and strong and unusually generous. Springtime and Springsteen had a liberating effect on people's wallets. The evening harvest was mostly $1 bills with a welcome complement of 5s and 10s. But there was something else. An envelope bearing his name, elegantly handwritten. Earlier that evening, shortly after dark, Theo had left his balcony, walked downstairs to the sidewalk, and stood as covertly as possible listening to the music. In the middle of one particularly energetic song, Theo joined the scrum of pedestrians, walked past Basil, and dropped the envelope into the open guitar case. This time Theo would spare Mrs. Gidley the trouble of delivery. Basil's portrait, a young man in his 30s, tousled, shoulder-length hair, thin, scraggly beard, attempted mustache. The face was lean and angular. If congruous to the body on which it rested, he was likely on the lanky side. An impish grin brought playfulness to his countenance. All in all, his features suggested a cross of bohemian and clown, contemplative and jester. Theo had often seen performers like Basil on sidewalks and subways in Paris and New York. He knew some of them to be gloriously talented, thoughtful, and intelligent, even if unorthodox in their chosen vocation. What was sometimes dismissed as eccentricity in them was, arguably, genius. Next bestowal, Basil Cannonfield. Chapter 29. Minette had arrived at her appointment with Theo inquisitively. Kendrick had approached his meeting skeptically. Ellen's state of mind when she showed up at her bestowal would be pure conjecture, nervous, ceremonious. Basil Cannonfield was the embodiment of calmness when he strode to the fetter, as if it were entirely reasonable and predictable that a gift-giving, one-name stranger would summon him by handwritten letter to a fountainside rendezvous on a Thursday night in early May. As he approached Theo, he was smiling with the same boyish grin Asher had captured so precisely in the portrait. "Mr. Theo, I think I've seen you before. You were standing off to the side of me last weekend, 2 nights in a row." "I was indeed." Theo laughed like a child, caught in mischief. "And I enjoyed your performance. I didn't know you'd seen me." "Well, Mr. Theo, you're not my typical audience, so you sort of stood out." It was an odd start to a conversation between total strangers. The two men looked squarely at one another, at ease and unguarded. "Actually, Mr. Theo, in my line of work, it's rare for anybody to stop and listen, so when somebody does, I can't help but notice. Thank you, too, for what you put in the envelope. 20 is a big deal in this kind of work. Well, Mr. Cannonfield, it's nice to meet you. Theo put out his hand, again as if to do a proper introduction. He nodded at the young man's guitar. It looks like you're on your way to work. It's Basil. BC is what some of my friends call me. Yep, it's still a bit early, but yeah, I'm on my way to work. To my office. There aren't many rewards for being a 32-year-old street musician, but it's kind of nice being my own boss. I set my hours. Are you in a hurry? Theo shook his head. Not at all. I am my own boss, too. It is, he gestured to the bench. It's my new office. They sat close together in the middle of the bench. Basil stretched his arm across the back, as if taking the old man under his wing. There was no sign of reluctance, and one might reasonably have taken them for father and son, or grandfather and grandson. Basil kicked off the conversation with the same reasonable question Manette had asked at the first bestowal. So, Mr. Theo, I know what your letter said, but what's the deal? Why are you doing this? It's a nice thing to do, but there's got to be more to it than that. Theo gave his well-rehearsed explanation. The chalice walls, the inspiration, the objective. Basil listened without interruption, impressed by the story and charmed by the musicality of the old man's voice. A voice seasoned with an exotic accent, spoken through lips that were bent into the constant suggestion of a grin, and reinforced by eyes that seemed to glisten with their own internal light. Basil, you have seen your portrait before, yes? Well, I've glanced at it. I know Asher a little bit, and he told me he was going to draw it. When they first hung it on the wall, I went in, took a look, but it felt kind of funny to stand there staring at my own face, so I didn't look at it for long. But I have looked at a lot of the others. Asher is amazing. I can't understand why he's not big time yet. I bet he'd be really happy to know you're doing this. I still don't get it myself, but it's pretty cool. A light breeze from the south stirred the oak, a leaf as bright as a canary feather, one that had somehow held on to a limb through the long winter, finally lost its hold and fell into Theo's lap. He picked it up. Ah, a coin of gold. That's a good idea for a song, Mr. Theo. So, Basil, you do write songs. I do. But I don't get to play them very often. People give tips for songs they already know. I play popular songs to pay the bills. And I write my own songs because that's what I enjoy. It's good therapy. Coins of gold. I like that. What kind of songs do you write? What category? What genre do you put them in? I'm not sure what to call it. I grew up listening to all kinds of music. My parents' music, my grandparents' music, blues, rock, big band, Motown, crooners, country, folk, classical, movie soundtracks. Really, I love it all. If there is such a thing as gumbo music, we just put in a little bit of everything and see what comes out, maybe that's a category. Whatever it's called, it's a lot of fun, and you sure can't go broke doing it. Basil's big grin took over his face. How long have you been doing this sort of work? You want the long answer or the short one? The long version, please. Okay. So, my dad was in the Army. He's retired now, but we moved a lot when I was a kid. I'm still not sure which place to call home. We were in Golden for all my high school years. I liked it here mostly because of my English teacher and my band teacher. One of them made me believe I could write words, and the other convinced me I could write music. Summer of my sophomore year, I got a job and saved my money and bought a guitar and a chord book. That's when I started learning how to play. After a couple of years, I knew a few songs and had written some, and I was starting to sing in front of people. It felt like a calling or something, but I knew and my parents reminded me often how hard it is to make a living as a musician. After high school, I went away to college and got an English degree so I could be a teacher. I read this essay one time about an English teacher. Whenever somebody asked him about his job, he would say he taught a course of magic. That made sense to me, still does. He taught his students that words and books are like magic. Theo thought of Ellen and the spell that words and books had cast over her mind. Anyway, I got my degree and teaching certification and came back here. My parents had been transferred to another base by then, but my oldest sister was still in Golden. She's 6 years older than me, but we were real close. Growing up military and all the moving around we did helped us to become really good friends. An army of two. That's what we called ourselves. I wrote a song about that. Basil paused, took a breath, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees and gazed into the fountain. Theo was tempted to say something and wanted to ask some obvious questions, but he maintained his silence. "BC, we're waiting for you," someone shouted from the direction of the chalice. He straightened up and acknowledged the speaker with a wave of the hand, then turned to Theo. "Don't worry about them. They'll be there whether I start a minute from now or an hour." So, anyway, I taught at one of the local high schools for several years. It was a low-income school, lots of single-parent stuff. It's hard to teach kids the magic of words when they can barely read them. And I was frustrated a lot, but I lowered my expectations and stayed at it. I was starting to get the hang of it and had some small victories. But then my sister, Genevieve, was diagnosed with cancer, and her husband left her. In sickness and in health obviously didn't include caring for a wife with cancer. Basil shook his head in obvious disgust. I quit my job to help take care of her. It was tough, but I was lucky. I had some money saved up and could be there for her. At first, she could get out, and we'd try to do things around town, day trips and stuff. Even when she was sick, she was fun to hang out with, but it was hard to watch her get weaker and weaker. Basil paused to take a breath. Theo remained silent. Eventually, it got where Genevieve couldn't do much of anything, so we stayed home, except for doctor visits and things like that. She slept a lot, and since she liked to hear me play, I wrote a bunch of soft songs to help her rest. They weren't the kind of thing I could ever perform on a sidewalk. I loved it when I could sing her to sleep. An audience of one. The best ever. Theo nodded. "Thank you for telling me the story. I'm very honored. And your sister, is she okay?" "After about a year, she died." Theo winced. "That was 4 years ago. But it seems at times like 4 hours. Her death sort of knocked me down. So much for the army of two. I didn't have the heart to teach anymore, at least not right away. I was a mess. Get this, my sister had a life insurance policy, but she didn't think to change the beneficiary when she got sick, so her husband got a lot of money. And then, while we were having her funeral, he went into her house and took a lot of stuff. It's been 4 years, but if I saw him right now, I don't know what I might do to him. I'm just glad they didn't have kids." Theo shook his head. Basil sat up straight as he continued. "So it was heartbreak and rage and just a heck of a time for me. There were some dark days. I took over my sister's lease and still live there. My girlfriend is with me now, but for a long time I was there alone. Sometimes I'd sit by my sister's bed and play songs. Probably sounds kind of morbid or crazy, but those moments were my rescue. I could still imagine I was singing her to sleep. Anyway, I'm not sure where the idea came from. Maybe it's like that urge you had about the portraits, but one day I had the thought of singing on the street. I'd seen others do it and figured I could give it a try. I knew I wasn't ready to go back into teaching. It took a while to figure out the rules of being a street performer, who can stand where and all that. But I finally got it straight, and it took me a while to get used to being ignored by people. But that comes with the territory. You got to have thick skin to do this for a living. You ain't going to make it long if you don't. Ain't? Theo took note of the southernism. Ain't. It was his first time to hear it used. It was a word that played squarely into the sort of stereotypical caricature of the South that Theo had brought to Golden. In truth, Basil had been a serious student in college and could diagram a sentence with impressive exactitude. He was capable of the King's English, but he also knew the patois of the street and was well versed in the fine points of Southern jargon. There was, to him, something lovable and endearing, even artistic, about the dialect of the promenade. He felt no shame speaking and singing in the vernacular of his neighbors. And then, as if suddenly aware that he had not yet responded to Theo's question, Basil gave the short answer. 2 words. 3 years. I've been doing street music for 3 years. Do you only play on certain nights? Most weeks, spring through autumn. I play at least 3-4 days a week, especially weekends. In winter, Shep lets me play in the shop sometimes. I don't make much money, but my girlfriend and I are pretty low maintenance. I don't know how much longer I'll do this, believe it or not. It's pretty hard work. My poor dad thinks I lost my mind, and my mom worries about me starving. I should have outgrown my need for their blessing by now, but what they think still matters to me. I considered doing some tutoring or substitute teaching just to be able to tell them I have a respectable job. Theo perked up. He knew a little girl who might benefit from having a private tutor. So, you still teach sometimes? Not yet, but maybe. Do you still write songs? All the time. I don't finish many. If I had a reason to, concerts or something, I think I would, but mostly I start them and quit before I'm finished. I hope someday I can record a few of them, a good recording, just to see how they'd sound with a bit of polish. In fact, have you seen the guy who carries the cello around, Simone? I barely know him, but I told him I was going to write a song for him and his cello. That would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? So, Mr. Theo, that's me. What about you? Your letter said you just recently moved to town. Another shout across the median, the same voice as previously called out to Basil. He waved it off, as he'd done minutes earlier. It looks like you need to get to work, Theo said. Your fans are getting restless. Basil chuckled. If I depended on them for my next meal, I'd be in trouble. But, maybe I do need to go. Let's talk again sometime, okay? Basil, before you go, may I tell you something? Theo pulled the paper off the portrait and held it on his knees so that it was plainly visible to both of them. I want to tell you what I saw when I looked at your portrait. Basil said nothing, but, emboldened by the old man's focus on the drawing, looked at himself as Theo's finger touched the glass. I saw a boy in the smile. It's a face that hasn't forgotten playfulness. I think children would be drawn to this face. But I also see a man. There is wisdom here, I believe, in the eyes. A young, tender heart. A wise old soul. That's a good combination. Wisdom and playfulness. There is the possibility of a saint in this face. This could well be a portrait of Saint Basil. Basil shook his head at such a ludicrous suggestion. Saint Basil? No time soon, I'm afraid. I've already told you enough to permanently disqualify me from that club. I hate my brother-in-law. I wimped out on teaching kids in poverty. I'm living hand to mouth. My mom says I'm living in sin with my girlfriend. I'm hardly making the world a better place. They'd have to change the requirements of sainthood a lot for me to ever be one. Theo smiled and patted Basil's knee. Basil, my good fellow, there is a term for ones like us. Raw material. Read your Augustine, and remember, heaven can draw a straight line with a crooked stick. Though still doubtful, Basil grinned. I suppose so. But sainthood? I don't think so. Maybe I'll just try to be the guy you see in the picture. Wisdom and playfulness? Theo patted Basil's knee again and nodded his old head. That's a start. Tender heart, wise soul. That's a good start. Go sing like that fellow tonight. They rose to leave. What started as a handshake became the comfortable and confident hug of two old friends. Basil picked up his guitar case and backpack with his left hand and gripped the portrait loosely covered with the wrapping paper in his right. Well, Theo, wish me a good night. Yes, yes. May all your tips be 10s and 20s. Now, don't get carried away. And may all your tips tonight fall from heaven, coins of gold. I like it. Hey, Theo, you didn't ask me about my name. People always ask me about my name. They ask me about mine, too. Let's leave it at this. You are Basil, and I am Theo. A gold leaf fell between them. Another late departure. The lanky figure took his place on the sidewalk, strummed loudly, lifted his voice, and sang. Theo remained at the fountain, listening to the sounds of street noise before heading west to watch sunset over the river and then returning to Ponder House. Chapter 30. As part of its downtown renaissance, Golden had constructed a 12-mile walkway beside the Oxbow River in faith that, if we build it, they will come. The desired gravitational pull began in very short order to draw young families, children, love-struck couples, elderly strollers, artists, photographers, tourists, troubled souls in search of calm, dog owners, and runners to the waterside thoroughfare. But even when busy, the Riverwalk, as it was known, rarely felt crowded. Anyone hoping for a place to sit quietly, and no shortage of options available to them. On his bench beneath the chestnut oak, Theo had an open view, upstream and down, from which to watch, hear, and cast his thoughts into the flow of the Oxbow. Where the current might take those thoughts on any given day was a mystery. They often returned to the river, 4,000 miles away, near his childhood home in Portugal. That river, the Douro, River of Gold, traversed the wine country and was much like this one. Tree-lined, navigable, and musical. It ran through villages, through the countryside, over stone, and beneath bridges, in areas lightly populated or entirely secluded. And like every river everywhere, it hosted sunrises and sunsets of unspeakable and often unnoticed beauty. It welcomed the adventurous and the amorous, fisherfolk and philosophers, the playful and the plaintive. Decades ago, it had welcomed a little boy with a keen sense of wonder and an eye for the sublime. On the blissful days of spring and summer, when the scent of ripening grapes was in the air, a scent that would somehow be bottled and sent around the world to be enjoyed at future times and distant tables, he would answer the call of that river, blessedly free to spend hours by himself or with other young friends. Imagine a boy on a bicycle. Past the pastel-tinted storefronts and dwellings, the stuff of postcards and travel brochures, beneath the thunderous bells of the church building, through streets filled with the aromas of sardines and coffee, surrounded by a shadow of antiquity that coated ancient structures with shades of teal and ochre, and accompanied by the romantic language of the Portuguese. By that route, the boy would arrive at the footpath to the banks of the Douro. Once there, the serious work of play and exploration took over. There were local fishermen, at the riverside or in their boats, to be studied. There were birds to be watched, lapwings, kites, swamp hens, eagles, nests to be discovered, stones to be upended, and any number of extravagances beneath them to be scrutinized. Shells, crustaceans, slugs, smaller pebbles. If he were with other boys, as was often the case, there were stories to be invented, castles to be built, battles to be fought, and feats of courage to be dared and performed. And of course, there was wading and swimming. That young boy, now grown old and resting on a bench in the American Southeast, watches the same sun that, decades ago, had tanned his strong shoulders and glistened in his ink-black hair on the hillsides of southwest Europe. And he wonders, might it be that water from the river of his childhood had found its way to this one, that the cyclical life of rainfall, sky to earth to sky again, over and over, had brought the elixir of the Iberian wine country to this place, that the river of gold in Portugal had come through cloudburst and current to this river of gray and golden, and had some of Golden's flow found its way to the hillsides of Theo's childhood? Was there, after all, only one big river that flowed across the earth? Across the river, a thread of color, woven into the evening clouds, caught Theo's eye and conjured up a memory from boyhood. It was summer, a Saturday, clear weather. Theo left his bicycle at home and walked into the town that morning. He and his friends spent an energetic day together, kicking football, walking through the marketplace and the town center, sitting among others at the fountain, and finally exploring the riverside. By late afternoon, the small gaggle had begun to thin, falling away one at a time until Theo found himself alone, walking home by the route that allowed him to stay by the Douro for as long as possible. For a young boy like Theo, one with a sensitivity to the subtleties of light and color, the beauty of early evening was entrancing, even if he had no words yet for the feeling of sacredness that was taking up residence inside him. Perhaps there are no such words. As he walked the footpath along a treeless stretch of shoreline, he saw ahead a small fishing boat, Menino do Rio, anchored in an eddy among short reeds. It was a simple craft, outfitted with oars and an old 3-horsepower motor. It was well maintained, freshly painted, and filled with all the equipment of the trade: nets, rods and reels, line, catch-well, and bait box. The owner, like many in the region, probably worked the vineyards and the river, depending on hour of day and time of year, harvesting from land and water for his daily bread. Near the boat on the river bank stood a fisherman, whom Theo had never seen before. The man wore high rubber boots, a short-brimmed cap, and the working clothes of a commoner. His heavy shirt, rolled up at the sleeves, was stained with the evidence of a day's catch. He was stocky and muscular, a fact that became clearer as Theo walked toward the man. Heavy stubble highlighted his strong, square jawline. Thick eyebrows guarded dark, serious eyes. At first, Theo could not tell what the fisherman was doing. As he stepped closer, however, he realized that the man was painting a picture, standing at an artist's easel facing west. The man held a palette with small bowls of color in his left hand and a paintbrush in his right. His eyes were fixed intently on the sunset and the distant shore. He did not seem to notice the boy approaching hesitantly from his left. Not that young Theo was afraid or timid, not in the slightest. Rather, he sensed intuitively that the man was doing work worthy of silence and should not be disturbed. Theo stood behind the stranger, with only a few feet between them, and watched as the western horizon took shape in miniature on the canvas. With each brushstroke, the fisher-painter's sinewy arms rippled, as they did, no doubt, when he pulled at his net or fishing lines. In both cases, the man was in quest of a catch. At the moment, he was intent on catching the sky in front of him. The little boy discerned a pattern in the artist's work. Observe sky, observe canvas, brush to palette, mix color, brush to canvas, stroke or dab or blend, again and again and again. Without knowing he had done so, Theo had inched forward until he was standing close enough to touch the fisherman, close enough to smell the odd, subtle fragrance of oil paint and perch. "If you step here, I believe you can see the canvas better." The fisherman's voice startled young Theo and brought him out of his daze, but he said nothing in reply. The man continued speaking as if he and the boy were old friends who had long been in conversation. He only looked at Theo from the corner of his eye. There was a welcome in his voice. "Any fisherman knows that this is the best time to be fishing, but artists know this is the enchanted hour, when the sunlight is most magical. It's hard to know sometimes, fish or paint, right? Fish or paint. Well, I tell you, this time of year, I'm afraid I have no choice. I always make time for this, and thank the Almighty, I had a nice catch this morning. A full net. If I could, I would do this every evening for the rest of my life. I would stand right here every evening and paint that same tree line, that same horizon, that same sky, and no two paintings would ever be the same." Theo listened without reply, not fully understanding what the man was saying. He watched like one in a trance as the man painted. Observe sky, observe canvas, brush to palette, mix color, brush to canvas, stroke or dab or blend. The man, brows raised in query, looked at the boy with a disarming gentleness in his eyes. "Am I getting close? Is it done?" The boy remained silent. "The problem with the sunset is that it won't stay still. In a single minute, it can change itself entirely. See?" He touched the brush to the canvas at a streak of orange that he had applied only minutes before. "See?" Then he pointed his brush toward the western sky. Instead of orange, there was now a muted shade of violet. "It's already gone. Oh, well." The fisher-painter continued working without further comment. The canvas was almost full of color, and the act of benevolent larceny, stealing a sunset, was almost done. A small portion of the canvas, at what should have been the river's western shoreline, remained unpainted. The fisherman stepped slightly in front of the easel, knelt down, and pushed the handle of the paintbrush into the soft ground beside the water. He pushed his finger into the gray sediment and scooped out a dollop of sludge. He stood, returned to the easel, and began to rub the mud into the unpainted spot on the canvas. "Use what you have. Now you. Give me your hand." Theo obeyed. The fisherman put river dirt on the boy's right thumb. "Now paint." Theo stood motionless, uncertain. The fisherman, a bit more insistently but not unkindly, repeated his instruction. "Paint. Here, do as I do." By way of example, he dragged his finger left to right, careful not to press too heavily into the canvas. Then he took Theo's hand and guided his muddy thumb along the painting surface. The fisherman leaned back and chuckled. "Well done. You are now an artist." Theo smiled shyly. "Now, boy, your dear mom is going to be worried if you don't get home soon. If she's upset with you, give her this and tell her you are painting." The fisherman took the canvas from the easel, handed it to the boy, instructed him to be mindful of the wet paint, then patted his shoulder and pushed him along. Theo walked home with the sunset in his hands. When he turned away from the river and into the streets of the town, he looked back a final time to see a small, strong figure in the distance, pulling oars against the current of nickel-plated water. For weeks after that evening, Theo returned to the river, expecting and hoping that he might meet the artist again. It was not to be, and Theo wondered if the evening and the bestowal had ever really happened. Most assuredly, it had. On the wall behind his desk in New York City, a framed canvas of western sky and Portuguese riverbank was tangible proof that fishermen paint sunsets and angels are real. Chapter 31. From his wicker throne in front of the Verbivore, Tony had a clear line of sight to the Fetter. More specifically, to the bench on the south side of the fountain where Theo carried out his bestowals. Tony had seen Theo and Minette when they sat there together, and Theo and Kendrick, and Theo and Ellen, and Theo with Basil, Junior, Bun, Frankie, and others. It was obvious to Tony that the tete-a-tetes were not accidental, but he kept his questions to himself for a while. The little he knew of Theo satisfied him that, whatever the old fellow was doing, it must be something useful, good, or at worst, harmless. Eventually, he did ask Theo about the fountain encounters. It was a sunny morning. The two of them were sitting alone outside the Verbivore. Tony was well into his second cigarette of the day. Theo, explain something to me. I've got a clear view of the fountain from here, and I see you over there a lot. You're always with somebody, and you all seem to be talking about something important. So, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing over there? Theo nodded. I don't mind at all. But would you keep it between the two of us? Sure? Actually, Tony, you already know. I told you already about giving Ellen her portrait. Remember? Well? Theo told Tony the story of the Epiphany and the chalice. Giving the portraits is my life's work at this point. Even Tony, the contrarian, couldn't help but be touched by the old man's thoughtfulness. He shook his head in mild disbelief, patted Theo's knee, and strung together a litany of phrases and questions that were intended to be compliments. Well, that beats all. I'll be damned. Who on earth thinks of something like that? That's crazy as hell. And it's awfully nice of you, but Theo, really, really, why on earth does anybody do something like that? Theo smiled, nodded skyward, laughed. I'm serious, Theo. Let's have a real conversation sometime. I want you to tell me why you do that. I want to know. It would be my pleasure, Anthony. My pleasure. That hoped-for conversation did eventually occur. Sort of. Theo, the mafia bosses like you drink brandy. I got a special bottle I'm saving for a special occasion. Let's open it tonight. I'll close the shop and lock the door so we can meet without the loafers hanging around and interrupting. 8 o'clock work? Actually, 8 was on the late side for Theo, but he offered no alternative. 8 o'clock it is. What can I bring? Yourself and an empty glass. I'll be there. Forget the empty glass. Just bring yourself. At the appointed time, Theo walked into the Verbivore, stood at the door as Tony locked up, and navigated his way through stacks of books to the chaotic space known as Tony's office, where a pair of comfortable chairs awaited them. A small table, 2 glasses, and a bottle were within arm's reach of both chairs. A lamp on Tony's desk created an island of warm light around which books of every size, shape, color, and texture stood sentry. The space had the gravitas, if not the decor, of a confessor's booth. Tony poured brandy into the glasses. They raised them ceremoniously to each other's health, took a sip, and then settled back into their chairs. For a half hour or so, they talked about life on Broadway and the acquaintances they had in common. Ellen, Shep, Simone, the penny loafers. I saw young Simone this afternoon, Tony said. He told me to tell you hello and said he'd still be happy to get with you sometime and talk about cello stuff. He's a bright kid. It takes a special mind to master that instrument, Theo replied. I hope I get to hear him play sometime. When they finished their first glass of brandy, Tony poured another for each of them. His eyes already glowed with the effects of the first. Theo, this is an old bottle. A friend of mine, a fellow grunt from Vietnam, gave it to me at a reunion we had when the wall was unveiled in Washington. You know the wall? Theo nodded. 58,320 names on black granite had become an icon among American monuments. That was a hell of a day, Theo. It's amazing how a flat piece of stone can change your life, but that damn thing brought stuff up in me I've been holding in for a long time. I'm still not sure why I went to see it, and I'm not sure I should have, but it probably did me some good. You ever fight in a war? I lived on the fringes, but never fought in one. I remember bits of the war in Spain from my childhood, and I was 13 when World War II ended. Thankfully, Portugal was on the sidelines. We remained neutral, but we felt the effects long after it was over. How long were you in the military, Tony? Too long. I was drafted. I didn't really know what the hell it meant. I don't think any of us did. If we had, we probably all would have run to Canada. If somebody had shown us a film of what Vietnam really looked like and felt like, and then asked for volunteers, Uncle Sam couldn't have fielded a baseball team. I was in for 4 years, 2 here, 2 there, or maybe 2 there, and the rest of my life here. A lot of us brought the jungle back home with us, and we've been there every day since. It was a hell of a mess, Theo. That war messed up a lot of guys, something terrible. Tony's voice lightened, almost to cheerfulness. Theo, you might not believe this, but before Vietnam, I was a nice, quiet young man who read books and obeyed the rules. Didn't smoke, didn't drink, didn't cuss. I was a bit of a nerd. I was planning to go to college, maybe on a golf scholarship, but all that changed when they drafted me. I couldn't qualify for a deferment, and my parents didn't have any pool, so I got shipped off to basic. They shaved my head, gave me a new wardrobe, taught me a bit about being a soldier, and then sent me to Vietnam. I was what they called a quickie. The Army needed lots of young fighters over there, so they sent us whether we were ready or not. I'd never shot a gun before, and here I was going into combat, in the jungle no less. I wasn't excited about it, but it felt kind of manly for about 2 days. I was in pretty good shape from walking on American golf courses, but God Almighty, was I in for a surprise. Tony took a long pull from his snifter and let the amber fire rest on the back of his tongue. The guy who gave me this brandy lives up in Illinois. We served together in 1st Infantry. The jungle totally ruined him. He's been drunk, stoned, homeless, and jailed ever since he got back. That's over 50 years. He got married a couple times, but they both fell apart. We hadn't seen each other for years until the wall dedication, and when we saw each other, it was the weirdest thing. We shook hands and laughed like it was a high school reunion. And then out of nowhere, we both started sobbing. All of a sudden, I think we both had visions of what we had lived through together. God, it was horrible. Tony closed his eyes and groaned. It was hell. It was hell. And, it was like when we saw each other, we're both thinking, did we really live through that? Were we really there? And I think we both hurt for each other. Then I grabbed him, and we held on to each other, and I swear, It felt like we were begging for forgiveness or something, not just for being soldiers in that war, but also for being part of a world that can do such god-awful things. Tony closed his eyes, squinted, and squeezed the bridge of his nose between a thumb and middle finger. He poured himself another generous portion of brandy. By slow degrees, he was being transported to a realm of thatched roofs, rice paddies, and palm trees. The rasping hum of insects and the gummy heat of the tropical forest began to fill his sotted thoughts. Muddy fatigues on bug-bitten skin, the scent of napalm, ominous stares of villagers squatting on their haunches, torn limbs and pained faces of wounded comrades. It all began to surface like smoky visions from a crystal ball. That fellow and I served at Ben Suck together. You ever heard of that? Theo shook his head. Not many folks know about it. But it was a pretty hot area, near a place called the Iron Triangle. We'd been out in the jungle on a mission for weeks, up to our asses in blood and pus and bugs. And as soon as we got back to base, they told us we had to go on a big surprise mission. The very next day, to this little village called Ben Suck. It was on the Saigon River. From the air, it was actually a pretty little place, at least until the war. There were lots of VC there, the bad guys, and it had been a thorn in our side, so the big bosses finally decided to deal with it once and for all. The mission was real hush-hush. Didn't even tell the South Vietnam Army about it until the day it happened. We just woke up that morning and dropped hell on their heads. Theo listened without moving. The plan was simple. Attack and capture or kill the bad guys. Then evacuate the women and kids and old people, and then totally demolish the place, bomb it, burn it, bulldoze it, just make it disappear. It wasn't much of a fight, really. We went in on 60 helicopters. It only took 15 minutes to land and offload every one of them. Pretty damn impressive. Most of the enemy ran when they realized what was happening, and when we landed, there were mostly just women and children in the village, lots of them. We were still on high alert because there are tunnels all over the place. But we didn't have to do much shooting. Tony swigged his brandy. I even made a friend, sort of, with this little kid on the first day we were there. Kids are amazing. At first, whenever we went into a village, even if we blew the place to hell, after a while the little kids would come out and they'd start looking for things to play with. Empty shell casings, plastic pipe, tops, anything. We were their toy store. Can you imagine? Well, this one little kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, was at a hut while his mother was packing her stuff to evacuate. We were going to airlift all of them out over the next few days and relocate them. Well, I'm walking by, and this little boy looks at me, and I sort of smile, which was not really like me, especially over there, but damn if he doesn't smile back. And a little while later, I notice he's following me around. And the whole time, I could hear bombing and shooting in the distance and sometimes close by, and it was a pretty chaotic situation. And this little kid just keeps following me around. I wasn't paying him much attention. I was too damn busy, but I kept an eye on him. Even kids could hurt you over there, and we were always on edge around him, but all he had on was a little raggedy-ass pair of shorts and no shirt. So I could see there weren't any bombs or weapons strapped to him. Another swig. Late that first day, the little kid brought me an egg, like a sign of friendship or something, just a plain old chicken egg. But that was kind of a big deal. I wanted to give him something, but I didn't have any candy, and I couldn't give him a knife or anything like that, so Theo, get this. I gave him my good luck charm. It was all I had. Theo asked the obvious. What was your good luck charm? Don't laugh. It was a golf ball. When I was in high school, I was on the golf team, and one day practice, I hit a hole-in-one. Hole number 12, Golden Country Club. Big deal, right? But I kept that ball with me all the time. I got teased about it a lot. Go to the prom with a golf ball in your tuxedo pocket, and you're setting yourself up to get ragged on. Like I said, I was a bit of a weird kid. But I had that same golf ball with me in Vietnam, in the pocket of my fatigues. And I thought, well, if anybody needs some good luck over here, it's probably that little kid. So I gave him the golf ball. You'd have thought I just gave him the Hope Diamond. I didn't see him anymore that day. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of villagers that had to be evacuated, and there were people and farm animals and troops all mixed in together. It was dangerous as hell, and we knew there were still VCs in the area. It took 3 days to complete the evacuation. We were exhausted, and we'd given the enemy plenty of time to organize an attack if they wanted to come after us. We're all on edge, mad and jittery. That's a dangerous combination. Tony paused, massaged his forehead, rubbed his eyes with a thumb and middle finger again, took a gulp of brandy, and trained his eyes on the air in front of him. I'm talking too much. Theo sat in priestly stillness, struggling for something to say. Before he could conjure up anything, Tony resumed his story. His words had become hesitant and sloppy. There were long, dense pauses as his memory imported every emotion he had felt in the jungle near Ben Suc that day. Exhaustion, terror, hatred, a tense anticipation bordering on nausea. He was in a world far removed from Golden. The calm stillness of the Verbapore was a figment. Vietnam was his reality. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly through distended cheeks, then straightened his spine and sat back in his chair. He gazed into his glass, eyes tightening and then opening widely, as if dragons were swimming in the brandy. He was looking through the core of the earth to a rice paddy 9,000 miles and 5 decades away. Abruptly, he gasped like a man seeing a ghost. "Oh, my God, no, stop!" His hand, trembling slightly, squeezed the glass of brandy. Theo feared it might crack under the pressure. The final scene from Ben Suc had begun to unfold in Tony's mind. It was a scene from which he had fled all his adult life. He never knew when or how the play button would be triggered. Sometimes it was a nightmare, sometimes a photograph or a line in something he read. The vision had struck on one occasion in a grocery store, when his cart had nearly bumped into a child in the bakery aisle. Now, with brandy dilating his veins and narrowing his thoughts, he heard the faint flutter of that awful film spooling through his mind. He shivered and took another hard pull from his glass, hoping to drown the vision. It had the opposite effect. Tony resumed speaking. He never looked toward Theo. The next day, we were getting ready to load up the civilians and fly them away. Some of the women were bitching at us, and we were trying to help them carry the pots and their shovels and their stinking pigs, and trying to stay alert in case some gook showed up out of nowhere to throw a grenade at us. We got the last of the villagers lined up to leave. There were 200 or 300 of them. There were 2 lines of them, about 20 yards apart, and a few of us walking between them. And it was still tense as hell, and we were exhausted. As soon as we got everybody out, we were going to burn the place to the ground and return to base. Tony closed his eyes, pictured the lines of evacuees, and recalled the reciprocal bitterness of those moments, from soldiers to villagers and from villagers to soldiers, as they trudged to the helicopters. The sweat stung his eyes, blurred his vision. The weight of his gun and the weariness of recent days pulled his shoulders downward. 40 paces in front of him, a fellow GI also walked between the lines. 40 paces behind him, the same. Tony heard a shout from the rear, a shout of panic. Villagers immediately crouched or fell to the ground, covering their heads. "Tony! Look out! Look out! Look out!" Tony heard his name again, this time from in front of him. "Get down! Tony! Behind you!" A woman screamed, a shrill, cat-like shriek of hysteria. The soldier behind Tony tried to train his gun on her. Tony turned. Sweat burned his eyes, but he saw a figure running at him. "Tony! Grenade! Shoot! Tony, shoot!" Tony instinctively raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The assailant was feet away from him. The shrill cry of the woman filled the air with insanity. The air sprayed crimson as bullets tore at the attacker's chest and throat. Their eyes met. The small, shirtless body of a child splayed under the ground. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! No! Oh, my God!" A golf ball rolled from the little boy's hand. Tony shook his head over and over, closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, moaned, took another sip, sat back again, spent. An uneasy silence followed. It might have been seconds or minutes before Tony, damp-eyed and in little more than a whisper, slurred an apology. I'm sorry, Theo. Oh, I'm so sorry." Long exhale. "I try not to let my mind ever go back there. I never talk about this to anyone." Theo nodded, but said nothing. Tony took yet another long pull of brandy. Theo took a discreet sip. He had not been drunk since the day of his daughter's death, and he saw no reason to cross that line tonight. Tony continued, his voice calmer, but his words still fragmented. "Theo, if nothing else, the war made me honest. Opened my eyes. It cured me of any romantic notions I had about the human race. Creatures who are capable of doing the things that happen there don't have much to brag about. It's crazy what a jungle and fear and a gun and some misguided patriotism can bring out of a man. I'm afraid there's a killer inside every one of us. Before Vietnam, I was just Dan and Mitzi's boy. And then all of a sudden, at least off and on while I was over there, I was a devil. Vietnam was a world full of monsters, and I was one of them. It scares me that the monster might still be in me somewhere." He paused. "As bad as the guilt and shame and nightmares have been, in some way they give me hope that I still have a conscience and a heart, even if they're screwed all the hell up. I hope so. I hate the politicians who sent us there. If there's such a thing as righteous anger, sane hate, it's for people like that. I hated what they did then, hate what they do now sometimes. But I don't blame them for what the war showed me about myself." Another pull from the glass, and then a long silence, a cooling down period. As if to declare Vietnam over and done for this evening, Tony asked a question. "Theo, you know what Ellen checked out the other day? 2 books, Peter Pan and The Killing of Pablo Escobar. She is a piece of work, isn't she?" Theo raised his glass. "Here's to Tony, who made it home from the jungle so he could care for St. Ellen of the Promenade." Tony consented to the faint praise and raised his glass. They both took a sip. "Have you always liked books?" Theo asked the question in hopes of further dispelling the intensity of the previous hour. Tony seemed all too happy to take the bait. "Well, books are safe, aren't they? Most of the time, anyway. But yeah, I've loved reading most of my life. My parents did too. They always had lots of things lying around that even a kid could enjoy. I think they did that on purpose." The two men talked books, shared something of their education and upbringing, and told some safe family stories. Tony spoke with surprising clarity for a man who had just consumed almost an entire bottle of brandy and who, only minutes before, had been so emotionally unhinged. He and Theo even laughed a time or two and enjoyed, all in all, what Tony would later describe to the penny loafers as a damn good conversation. You all should try it sometime. But the war never quite left the room. It hung like a fog around them, unmentioned any further but clearly present. Muted street noise leaked in from the sidewalk, evidence that nightlife on the promenade was well underway. For some out there, the night was still young. For Theo, it had exceeded one day's energy. He reached across the small table and patted Tony's arm. "Tony, I am very grateful to know you. Thank you for sharing some of your story with me. I hope I didn't ask too much." Tony nodded. "I don't think you asked anything at all. I'm afraid I totally lost control. I thought we were going to talk about those secret meetings you've been having at the Feather. And I was going to ask you to talk about heaven, right?" "Oh, yes. Maybe next time?" "Well, I guess if you talk about heaven, you're going to talk about hell, too." Theo raised a brow. "I have a feeling you might be able to teach me something about that yourself. I think you've had a big taste of hell already. I fear you believe that's all there is. You seem much less convinced about the other possibility." Another short, thoughtful silence descended. "You need some help getting home?" Tony asked. "Those 3 flights of stairs might be tricky." It was a dubious offer from a man who was probably incapable of walking a straight line himself. "It's okay, Tony. If I can get out of this chair, I think I can waddle home by myself. If I can't, I'll sleep on a bench by the fountain. Thank you for letting me join you tonight. Next time, we'll meet at my place, and I'll introduce you to a wonderful bottle of port from my hometown." They said their farewells as Tony unlocked the door to the shop. Theo stepped out into the night and walked home to the sound of Basil's music. Tony stepped back inside the Verbivore, noticed a bit of brandy in Theo's glass, drained it dry, and turned off the light. Chapter 32. By the time Lamisha was released from Crossway Medical Center, a month after her 8th birthday, Theo had become a regular and welcome visitor to room 626. The little girl would still have to endure future surgeries and physical therapy, but Dr. Ikande thought it best to keep her hospital stays as short as possible. It was his informed medical opinion that there is healing power in being at home. On the day Lamisha was discharged from the hospital, she asked Theo a question that had been on her mind for days. "When I get out of the hospital, will you still come see me?" His response was immediate. "It would be an honor, my dear." And so once a week, Theo would walk to the nearest bus stop, the one Kendrick used, step aboard the number 37 bus, driven by Mr. Gilliard, and make the 20-minute ride to Tilley Street, where the Whitakers lived. He would disembark at the corner and walk a block or so to their front door. They lived in a modest rental in an old, blighted part of the city, far from any hint of Renaissance. Peeling paint, missing shingles, Cracked window panes and miscellaneous other signs of neglect were standard features on many of the houses along the street. The Whitaker residence included some of those imperfections. Their landlord clearly did not spend money on landscaping and curb appeal. On the inside, however, the house was clean, orderly, and fragrant with a scent of pine oil. The furniture was mismatched, dated, and worn, but every piece was polished, dusted, and tidy. Grandmother Whitaker would have it no other way. She did the best she could with what she had. Theo tried to visit once a week, and did so with rare exception. The early visits had an awkwardness to them. The Whitakers were not used to having guests, especially ones like Theo, in their home. But by his third appearance, a routine had been established, and any sense of unease was gone. Once there, Theo would visit briefly with Kendrick and Grandmother Whitaker, and then give his undivided attention to the little girl. She was clearly the main event in his mind. When the two of them had first met at the hospital, Amisha's shyness quickly gave way to a soft-spoken but free-flowing stream of youthful consciousness, a reward for the tenderness with which the grandfatherly old man engaged the child. Throughout his life, business dealings had brought Theo into the company of educated, cosmopolitan, refined adults on a regular basis. He was comfortable and capable, even impressive among them. But he was equally, and maybe more so, at ease in the company of children, especially a child like Amisha. She had not yet learned the skills of pretentiousness and manipulation, and she still maintained enough of her innocence to be called a little girl. It might be wondered how an old, childless man cultivated such a rapport, such a comfortable disposition, such a disarming presence with children like her. His explanation was always the same. Two things. I had a very good father, and I used to be a child myself. And also, though he rarely said so, I used to have a child myself. Theo arrived at Amisha's each week with a book in hand, acting on the premise that all people, young and old, love stories. He had been pleasantly surprised to find a sizable collection of children's books at the Verbivore, and even more surprised to learn that Tony was a big fan of the genre. When Tony figured out what Theo was doing with the books, reading and giving them to the little girl, he began to lay aside his own favorites, and even to ask young mothers and fathers for recommendations. Who would have guessed that the crusty old war veteran was as conversant about Narnia and Terabithia as he was about Tet and Saigon, or that Aesop and Seuss had firmly established places on his personal list of must-read literature. The penny loafers knew not to make fun of Tony's affinity for children's books. Picture the scene. Theo and Amisha take their places side by side and close together at one end of the sofa, what the elderly Mrs. Whitaker called the Davenport. They hold their book of the week in such a way that both can read the text and see whatever illustrations are on the pages. And then, with a mild bit of fanfare, Theo delicately turns to page 1 and introduces the story thusly. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you, for your listening and viewing pleasure, a reading of... And so he begins. At some passages he lingers and lowers his voice for effect. At others, if the action of the story calls for it, he speaks as fast as his mouth allows. Sometimes he and Amisha take turns reading the lines. Theo obviously has an agenda in mind when they do so. He is helping a child improve her reading skills, but he's also teaching a course, as Basil might say, in magic. The magic of story, the wonder of words, the fertility of imagination. Oh, Amisha, you read so beautifully, my dear. Do that page one more time for me. And now, once more. What is this big word? Accidentally. And tell me how many syllables are in the word. He claps out the syllables. Accidentally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how many vowels? And consonants? Excellent. You read it so well. Once again, please. Sometimes they read in unison, Theo suggesting inflection and cadence. They celebrate exclamation points enthusiastically, with increased decibels and animated gestures. The little girl savors the warmth and expressiveness of the old man's voice. It is not merely a sound, it is a place, a color, a haven. And for the old man, the moments are equally enchanted. They bring to mind vivid memories of sitting on a sofa in France, decades earlier, with his own dear child, Tita. They enjoyed some of the same books he now shares with Lamisha. Some of Theo's happiest moments long ago were story time with that little girl. Some of his happiest moments now are story time with this little girl. To read with either was to drink from a chalice of gold. Before long, Lamisha's dad, initially at her request but eventually on his own, began reading and rereading stories with her. Sometimes he required the little girl's help, and sometimes she asked, "How many syllables are in that word?" The Davenport became a home to Eeyore and Aslan and Miss Rumphius and Punchinello and a giving tree. In many of those characters, Kendrick was sure he saw glimpses of Mr. Theo. On one memorable occasion, Theo arrived with a sketchbook in hand. It contained a story of his own making, painstakingly written in block letters and illustrated with simple pictures that a 6-year-old could have drawn: stick figures, lollipop trees, clover-leaf clouds. He had written the story with a specific child in mind: a little girl with a pronounced limp and a brace on her leg, a little girl afraid of returning to school after almost a year of absence, a little girl self-conscious and fearful of being different than her peers. The story was called The Princess of Titalamish. Theo insisted that Lamisha learn to pronounce the name correctly. Like this, one syllable at a time. Titalamish. You say it. Ah, yes, wonderful. And now, once more. The word felt exotic and full of romance as it rolled off her tongue. Titalamish. The story was about a little girl who was given a pair of strikingly colorful magic shoes, a gift from Papa. Theo described them with gusto. These magical shoes were blue, 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 bluer than blue, blue as the morpho. Yes, blue as the morpho butterfly. Beautiful blue. He would go on to explain, however, that, though beautiful, the shoes made the little girl different, undeniably so, than all her classmates. Because, you see, they all wore red shoes. Red, 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 everywhere red. And because the little girl was not like all the rest of the children, they teased her and called her names and would not sit with her or be her friend. Oh, my goodness, what was the dear little child to do? Theo employed every dramatic skill he possessed: gesture, inflection, phrasing, silence, repetition, to bring the story to life for Lamisha. And in response, she listened, spellbound, all the way from Once Upon a Time to Happily Ever After. When he finished the reading, Theo closed the sketchbook and handed it to his young companion. For you, my dear, this is the only copy in all the world. That gift would forever be one of Lamisha's most prized possessions. She kept it beneath another of her most prized possessions, her dad's portrait, on the end table beside her bed. Throughout his year in Golden, Theo visited the little girl. She returned to school, but remained in physical therapy and made regular visits to Dr. Ikonde. Whenever treatment or prosthetics were required, Theo made certain she was provided for as if she were his own, sometimes in open and obvious ways, and sometimes quietly through the agency of Mr. Ponder. Early on, in his weekly rides on bus number 37, Theo looked a bit out of place, But in time, other passengers who rode the bus daily became accustomed to his presence. Before long, he knew a number of them, and they knew him by name.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.